hope everybody's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is in your time zone. It is. Wait. Yeah. Friday, December 12th. It's confusing, chat, because last time I streamed it was Friday, December 12th. But we started way late. So yeah, not even 24 hours from my last stream. It is December 12th, a Friday, 2024. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Amami Airport. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it feels to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. All my spookies hiding out in a in a big rig under a parked under a building. Anyway, chat, we played a little Soul Hackers yesterday. I would normally use this as the occasion, right? The way that the video game part of the bonus content works is that people are just able to put their donos towards a gaming stream, and when the idea is when we reach 100, I do a gaming stream. Of course, it's really hard to work in gaming streams, so I've owed you a gaming stream for a really long time. We did kind of a gaming stream yesterday, but again, the call of my Thai class was too strong, so I only managed to do like 20 minutes or so. We got a little bit further. I'm not gonna so normally what I do is I'd take 100 points off since I did a gaming stream, but I kind of feel like it wasn't a real gaming stream. So look for a real gaming stream sometime in the future when I can work it in, because we definitely gotta rescue Spooky, right? The leader of the Spookies. I mean, really important to do that while we were playing, while we were playing around in Paradigm X, the leader was kidnapped, right? So by the same evil corpos that killed Urabe, right? Which we just found out on the previous installation of the Soul Hackers playthrough, which long time ago. But yeah, it's all starting to come together. It's all starting to make sense. And it's a cool game. It's old 90s era, I think, Atlas game, part of the Devil Summoner series of Shin Megami Tensei, technically speaking. But Soul Hacker, let's be real, Soul Hackers is its own thing. There's nothing like it before or after, right? You might be confused by seeing Soul Hackers 2 having been released a few years ago, but I think the consensus from the real ones is that it just wasn't the same, right? It just wasn't that, it didn't pick up on the storyline, and, it didn't have the, it's a hacker game, right? The idea is you're an old school 90s hacker, and with all the connection to like rave culture, like Neo, right, in the Matrix, right, would have been this kind of hacker, right? So yeah, we're gonna get back to that soon. But for now, for today, we got to go through so much. We have new Epstein files. Anybody been paying attention to this? New Epstein just dropped. It's 7:10 a.m. here on yeah, that's why I gotta say, I got viewers all over the world. So your schedule on Twitch lists you as going live at 3 p.m. Central. That schedule is made when I lived in the United States of America, and it needs to be updated. Thank you, Coral Pal, though, for making me aware of that, because it seems important. All right, so we got a little jazz number going on here. Soul Hackers 2 is on sale all the time. Haven't pulled the trigger yet. I mean, look, I played a little bit of it, and it just seemed like a generic Megaton, or a Persona. I don't know. Yeah, actually more like a Persona than a Megaton, right? I didn't play through much of it, so maybe it gets good later. Maybe the story is good. I mean, it's starting to kind of get interest. I mean, they do have like the Phantom Society, I guess, and the Spookies being the like those. There's some elements that are maintained through the game, but the thing that's cool about Soul Hackers 1 is that it's a rich dude that comes to a small town in Japan, and he is using it as his like test market. Yeah, that's what I was looking for yesterday. It's a test market for his platform that he wants to build, and so he's basically taken the town and converted it into a virtual version of itself, so that when you log into Paradigm X, you're, I think, kind of in the town, but like, you know, like there's a town. It's like Kingdom Hearts. There we go. It's like Kingdom Hearts. It's like the oh my god, what do they call it in Kingdom Hearts? The Tron world or whatever. There's a simulation, right? It's a simulation of the town. And so yeah, and the other thing is it's called Paradigm X, right? So it's got major, like, Elon, like the evil rich guy got major Elon energy, major Elon vibes. But yeah, thank you Coral for reminding me to change. You know, the thing is, I haven't changed my schedule because I haven't gotten to a schedule that I can stick to. Like, when I first got here, I think I was starting stream at 6 a.m. Thai time, which is 7 p.m. Eastern time, and then it would be like 4 p.m. On the West Coast, right? And that was when I was waking up really early because I hadn't acclimated to the sun, the dark light cycle, the new time zone. But yeah, I do intend. Is this jazz just a little blowing too hot? Are we blowing slightly too hot? I feel like I'm hard to hear when I'm competing with the music. That's a good sign of that. But yeah, chat, we're back. I'm feeling healthy. I'm feeling good. If you've missed me for a long time, that's because I've been sick and I'm still not sure with what. I mean, I got bit by some mosquitoes. I also worked out in a cardio room that was way too small, close to a bunch of other people that were working out. So I got infected with something, and I just I could not stream. I usually, like, look, here's the deal. Like, normally, even when I'm sick, I can still do things, right? I still go to school, I still go to work, because, I mean, I don't know, it's probably not a good thing. I just grew up with it was normalized in my family, right? If you skip work, even if you're sick, you're bad. But this time, there was no choice. There was no choice. And with streaming, it's not as big of a deal. The real concern in terms of turning up to your workplace is that you're gonna infect other people, right? But when you're working remotely or you are streaming, that's not an issue at all. So yeah, I'm back, I'm feeling well, and we're gonna get started here. Yeah, we've got Epstein. The new Epstein leaks are the first thing that we're gonna cover because that just dropped today. I've been working also on a continuing series that I hope you all like. I need you all to like, because this is what we're gonna go with, right? We were covering, like, Ethan Klein drama and Destiny drama, Hassan drama, all kinds of drama that had like an edge of reality to it, that had a connection to the real world, as a way of focusing more eyeballs on subjects that need to be covered, so you get in your vegetables along with your cheesy Velveeta goodness, right? But now we're going to turn to some right-wing drama because the girlies are fighting, and I'm not just talking about Candace and Tim. That's what we're going to talk about today, right? The fight between Candace and Tim, because it's beautiful. It's, chef's kiss. I would do the chef's kiss sound, except it never picks up on the microphone, so unless I turn my noise gate off. But yeah, anyway, we got drama for days. Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, Milo Yiannopoulos, George Santos. It is a war, chat, and it is a war for the, who will inherit MAGA? Who will inherit the ugly red hat? Who will inherit the chuds, the QAnon believers, the manosphere, and all that other shit? Because shit is changing. Shit is changing. I do love to see it. Well, that's good. Magenta, I sometimes wonder if people are, oh my god, what the hell did I do? Nothing? Okay, we're good. Yeah, at this point, there's just too much going on in the US to not pay attention to. But yeah, I've been gone. The numbers are going to be lower. We're going to try to deal with it. Obviously, we've lost a lot of steam in terms of, Twitch and Twitch subscribers and YouTube members. We're We're gonna try, yeah, the war for shit, basically. The kingdom of shit. Who will wait, what is that like a Trent Reznor line, chat? Like, does he say in that song, does he say, like, you can have it all, my empire of shit? I think that's a line in the Trent Reznor song that I guess Johnny Cash made famous. You know, the Poop Wars sounds like something more aligned to Ethan Klein. In fact, it sounds like a H3 episode, doesn't it? Like that they have an episode that's just like, I don't know, some kind of poop-based competition. Maybe the crew, like Ethan, yeah, it's like a video game. Like Ethan Klein's butt is like on top of some giant board. Yeah, a pachinko board, right? Ethan poops, and each of the crew members is standing over one of the little compartments at the bottom of the pachinko. And it's like, who's gonna get pooped on, right? And then you can bet on it, right? You can place your bet to say, I think it's gonna be AB this time. I think it's gonna be Love. I think Love's gonna get pooped on, right? I think Zach's gonna receive Ethan's blessing. Papa bless. Sounds like the 50-year squirts. Yeah. Who's gonna inherit the Giardia from Poopchinko? There we go. It's Poopchinko. H3 Poopchinko. No, what is he doing? He's in real life, chat. Like in actuality, he is doing some gambling. In fact, that's a story. I guess we gotta cover that at some point, don't we? We gotta cover Coral Pal. I don't know how much you know about Ethan Klein, but this shit is on brand. I'm not just talking about shit. I'm not just talking shit about H3 because I don't like the guy, right? I am talking shit because like this guy, he's just got poop on the brain. Like everything Ethan has to do, it all tracks back to poop somehow, right? Or Giardia or whatever. Yeah, Papa bless. Ethan Klein, never knew him. Yeah, right. Well, yeah, I mean, we do have to, we probably have to cover, what is the deal with the gambling thing? What are is it a sponsor, chat? Can anybody explain this to me? There's a new sponsor. They've got like a gambling sponsorship, and he's actually, yeah, advertising like a gambling company. And apparently Love, the Swedish crew member, is the shittification of H3. I mean, you didn't think it was possible for it to get shittier, but it turns out that there's no, you know, we haven't hit bottom yet. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make that a poop joke too when I said I hadn't hit bottom. Anyway. Send a link on Discourse. It's Prize Picks. Okay, that's the company. Yeah, we're gonna have to. I'm just thinking like I probably should cover that at some point too. I'll try to wrap up all the. I don't know, chat. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to wrap up like Ethan Klein and just do an occasional episode of like what's up with the Kleins every now and then, or would it be better if I just like sort of laid it in like a poop lasagna? I just ruined lasagna for myself, chat. You ever do that? You ever ruin a food for yourself? It's not good. Yeah, poop lasagna is kind of one for the record books, I guess. It's a 5-minute ad read. I mean, this is a pretty quick. This one's a pretty. Love was a Gamba addict as a teen. I think he said like loot boxes was his thing, and I never experienced that, chat. Because when a game is like that, right? You know what I'm saying? When a game is like trying to get money out of me, I just don't play it, right? I used to like lasagna too. I love lasagna. Layered on like tiramisu. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand, really, is whether... Oh, also, thank you, Woody Red, for resubscribing with a Twitch Prime. Woody Red, you just got jellyfished. And you got us started, too, on the bonus goal. So I do have a bonus goal for today. We didn't do one for yesterday because I felt like it would have been teasing you, right? There's no way I had time to cover bonus content yesterday because I literally, I think I streamed for like 2 hours. But it was just the kind of thing where, you know, I had been working on the research for the right-wing civil war. There's like a lot going on, basically. DM'd you the link, thank you. I don't know if we want to get into it today. That's what I'm trying to decide. Like, the Ethan Klein gambling thing, it is a short little, thing. But in the past, I've been kind of saving it up, like, right, whenever there's enough Ethan Klein material to, you know, for a stream, I would try to do it like all on one stream and then, you know, go back to covering other things. But it was a fun stream. Well, good. Look, whether there's one person here or whether there's 1,000 people here, all right, I try to give you the same quality stream. I try to, you know, put my all into it. And I try to entertain you, okay? You know, even if it's a situation, it was just a situation that I'd been working on it. I'd been working on the stream that I intended to stream, and it took me so long that by the time I went live, I had 2 hours to stream. I realized that's not much of a stream, but I feel like after being absent for so long in the past month, right? Which, you know, I'm acknowledging, you know, for a variety of reasons, but for the last 2 weeks, mainly because I've been sick. I suspected I was sick for a while, right? I was not feeling good, but I was thinking, you know, maybe you're depressed, maybe you're, you know, lazy or something, you know what I mean? I never want to admit that I'm actually sick. And this was the first time I have been sick in several years where there's no denying it, right? Sometimes you can't deny it. Right? When you're, you know, having like, you know, fevers and your brain's not working right and your friends are telling you that you do not sound the same, you know, you do not seem like yourself. It's a pretty good sign that there's something real seriously going on. But yeah, I mean, as much the best I can, you know, it seems like some kind of flu. It could have been like a mosquito-borne flu. There's you know, a few different diseases you can catch from mosquitoes here, or it could have been would it be COVID? I don't think so. I had a little bit of, I had like one day where I had some congestion, but other than that there was no congestion, so I kind of don't think it was COVID. But yeah, who knows? I never got the test. Seasonal affective disorder is kicking in my ass, I think. Luckily, I'm not gonna have to deal with that until I move back to the US, right? I'm not gonna have to deal with seasonal affective disorder for at least another 3 years or so, right? But yeah, if you're in a part of the country where, even just if you're like in the northern part of the country, even if your area doesn't get, you know, cloudy and rainy like the Pacific Northwest does in the winter, right? If you are, I can't remember, there's a parallel, you know, as far as latitude, right? That like above that parallel, you don't really get effective like sunlight and vitamin D past like March, or sorry, not past, like I think it's like past September, and then you don't get it again until March, right? So, you know, even if you do live in a sunny area and you're, you know, getting sunlight during the winter, it's not necessarily doing, you know, what you need. That's why it's useful to take some vitamin D. Of course, consult your doctor, because I'm not giving you health advice here, right? That's between you and your PCP, right? But yeah, in general, a lot of people do struggle with seasonal affective disorder, and you know, it's a big, there's probably a lot that goes into it, but yeah, vitamin D is one component, and you're definitely not getting that in you know, the northern parts of the United States in the winter, or really most of the fall either, I think. As long as you don't get suddenly taste for human flesh. Wait, what movie is that? up in the Great Lakes, and it's super cold so far this year. I hardly feel like doing anything most days. Oh yeah, what do you get like lake effect snow up there, lake effect rain, and just the wind. The wind's pretty brutal, right? In the Midwest, if I remember, I can remember growing up and feeling like, I thought like my room was like over the garage in like one of those like, you know, I don't know what you call it in a house. If you have taste for just blood, that's okay, right? Yeah, then you're a vampire. That's actually cool. That works for you. Vampires are sexy, I'm told. But I always felt like the wind, because like it would blow like, I don't know, 70 miles an hour pretty regularly. I always felt like my part of the that the wind was just gonna rip like my room off of the house, right? Polar vortex is bad this year, huh? In the Midwest? I know that the West Coast or the Northwest, Pacific Northwest, where I was living, they're dealing with some really bad flooding right now. In fact, 100,000, somebody was telling me, evacuated from, I think, the Puget Sound area, which is pretty bad. I mean, they do get flooding from time to time, but yeah, this was bad. I'm kind of glad to be away from there. That and the fact that there's so much seismic activity, volcanoes nearby, even like Mount Rainier, which technically I guess is a volcano, but it's not, you know what I mean? It doesn't look like a volcano. It hasn't blown for a long time. I don't think it has like I don't think it has like lava, like the hole in it and lava, but I think Rainier is technically like, you know, will blow someday. And yeah, the tectonic plates are there, and they're overdue. They're massively overdue for a large seismic event in the Pacific Northwest. So, I don't know. It's semi-okay to be a vampire. Yeah, according to romantasy novels I read, yeah, I think that book talk is okay with it. Okay with vampires. I take vitamin D supplement. It's very dark. Oh yeah, Scandinavia is another place where vitamin D is probably a necessity for most people. I mean, you know, taking it supplementarily, because it's kind of hard to get it just from your food, even if you eat like fish and a lot of vitamin D containing foods. Supposedly you can get it from mushrooms, but please do not like eat mushrooms and think that you're getting enough, because it's got to be like it's something about the mushroom's exposure to sunlight that gives it the vitamin D. So yeah, I think most people say that supplements are the way to go. Anyway, we're gonna be supplementing the stream, which would normally just be, you know, I'm talking about the right-wing civil war, mainly focusing on Temple. So we got to take it bite by bite, chat, because the actual right-wing civil war, it's too big. There's too many things going on. There's like a Nick Fuentes access. There's a, you know, Candace Owens access. And it's basically a fight for who is going to control MAGA after Trump. Because Trump is, I mean, like, not only is he a, I almost said dead duck. He's a, what's it called? A lame duck is the name of it, right? In that he will not run for president again. Fuck knows if he will even survive until 2028 or even until 2026, because he's not looking good. So, I mean, people can feel the strong man becoming weak, and they're looking to replace him, right? Both in terms of, you know, as a presidential candidate that will take the Republican, the MAGA mantle, the MAGA banner after Trump, and in terms of the griftosphere, as I like to call it. So I don't eat a lot of fish or other vitamin D containing foods. Yeah, it's probably better to have it as a supplement, as long as you remember to take it with some fatty foods, right? Because when we're dealing with vitamins A, D, E, and K, we're not absorbing much of them unless we eat it with a meal that contains some degree of fat. You don't have to go crazy on it. You don't have to guzzle oil or anything, or lard, but yeah, it's a fat soluble vitamin, and and it's gonna need that, you know, some fatty food in your GI tract in order to fully absorb the vitamin D. So anyway, nutrition segment over. We got to talk about Tim Pool, and we got to talk about the Epstein thing. So yeah, we've got what's called a tranche, chat. Another tranche, a second tranche has hit the World Trade Center, and this is mainly pictures from the Epstein residence in Little St. James Island, and also just some pictures of Epstein with notable people, you know, famous people. I mean, no, I don't feel like we're adding anybody new to the eat it with a pound of lard. Yeah. What am I talking about? The Epstein thing, yeah. So anyway, there's a whole bunch of pictures from the island, and then there's, I guess, like older pictures of Epstein and friends, and you know, we're talking about Steve Bannon today. We're talking about Alan Dershowitz, the Dersh. We're talking about Larry Summers, Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton makes an appearance, yeah, with her brother, yeah, or allegedly her brother. I mean, I guess Twitter's busy identifying these people, so most of them I think I recognize, but there's a few that I did not know. Woody Allen, thank you. Is Woody Allen a new face? I mean, it's not that surprising, right? Of all the people to find in the Epstein files, Woody Allen, not that much of a surprise. Yeah, Noam Chomsky's in there. I'm trying to remember, was he standing with like Steve Bannon or something like that? Yeah, Steve Bannon is the Segway dude, yeah. Are these new additions though? I feel like we at least knew about new Noam Chomsky. Maybe the Segway guy is new. What he was mentioned in his little black book, you think? Interesting. Wait, there is a black book? Like there's a whole thing about the Epstein files that's confusing is, you know, prior to the Trump scandal surrounding the Epstein files, right? Trump and many of his officials promising that they were going to release the Epstein files. Pam Bondi giving out these little like folders that had basically the story so far of Epstein to right-wing influencers, and then Trump, like, you know, and then saying there actually are no files, there is no Epstein list. Before, when she was asked about the Epstein list, she said, yeah, it's on my desk, we're just getting it ready, you'll have it, right? And it went from being on her desk to not existing. This is what's got people questioning Trump's narrative. Bill Gates is definitely in there too, yeah. And Larry Summers. You're gonna see Larry Summers in there. So I was looking at the pictures in the tranche, and so like what everybody's excited about right now are the pictures of Epstein with celebrities and stuff. But there's also a bunch of pictures from Little St. James. And I was kind of wondering why these were released, because a lot of them are pretty nondescript, right? Pictures of like it looks like a propane tank maybe, and you know, a bunch of like wiring. I was looking at this with Zara earlier. She knows a little bit about tech, and she was telling me that what she noticed about the wiring was that in addition to just like, you know, general like wires that you'd see in anybody's, you know, house that was like, you know, kind of wired up, there's a server, right? And then there are fiber optic cables, which these pictures, I believe, were taken in 2005. You know, some pretty fancy, high, you know, high grade equipment for that long ago. And one wonders, like, was this fiber optic system, you know, what exactly was it? Was it just Epstein making the house nice and connected so that, did people have Wi-Fi? I'm trying to remember, in 2005. I think so, right? Wi-Fi was a thing in 2005. But the real question is, like, were the fiber optic cables, I don't know, maybe to share, right? Like, so in other words, when somebody, so the thing that we've kind of ascertained about the meta of Epstein in terms of his potential blackmail operation is that he had cameras everywhere, right? So he invites rich perverts down to his island and rich people in general, and then he's got just, like, you know, the whole place is you know, cameras, right? And the parts of Epstein that haven't really been explored yet are twofold, right? We've got the finances. You know, how did he get so wealthy, right? We know a little bit of that. He seems to have compromised Lex Wessner in some way, and Lex actually gave him his house in New York. Like, that house in New York was apparently a gift. You know, the other thing that, like, the excuse, right, the explanation is that this guy is a great financial advisor, gives the most amazing financial advice that you've ever heard, right? Because his previous occupation was what, as a math tutor? And I don't think he was even qualified to do that. And then Bear Stearns, right? So where his money came from is kind of a mystery, right? As well as what his intelligence connections were. You had Wi-Fi at school in 2005? Okay, fast track private wire transfers. That's what I'm wondering, Rave. That's what, if he was working for a, you know, global power of some kind, like a world, like a, you know, if he was working with intelligence, right? Especially intelligence overseas, maybe the stuff that got recorded was, you know, was automatically transferred somewhere else, so that if somebody flipped out, like, let's say that somebody flipped out there after realizing that they had been recorded and tried to, I don't know, destroy the found the servers and tried to destroy them, they'd have a backup. I don't know if that was the reason, or... But yeah, we did see, like, a, you know, a server. Anyway, we'll get into that in a bit, right? That's the first thing I'll cover, and then we'll jump into Tim Pool and Candace Owens. There's so much going on with this, with Tim Pool and Candace Owens. Like, Tim Pool has been, I guess he's in a sad boy era. Would you say that, chat? Here, we gotta, I'm competing with vocals again. It's not ideal. Let's find something without vocals. Almost what I'm looking for. Oh, come on. I don't know. There we go. That's it. Okay, that's better. It's driving me nuts, chat. Seasonal affective disorder for Tim Pool. Yeah, he lives in West Virginia in a compound, I guess is the way to say it, right? He's got a big house. It's more than a house. It's a compound. It's got a skate park. It's got a little skating section, and yeah, it's got his studios and his house. And I think that at peak Tim Pool, Tim Pool's dad said "fuck y'all" in Lance's chat. Wait, sorry, who is Tim Pool's dad saying "fuck y'all" to? Not to Lance's chat, certainly. One of the previous IT guys had set up a dedicated CS server on the local on Epstein's network. But yeah, anyway, he's got this, what I'm trying to say is he's got overhead, let's just say. His operation comes with a lot of overhead, right? This guy made it big in the right-wing griftosphere, both in terms of like actual money that he was taking in. You know, every time he'd have like Alex Jones or somebody on, even if he wasn't biting on all their conspiracy stuff, he was still receiving the super chats for the people that were like hardcore fans, for the true believers in Alex Jones's conspiracy theory, right? When Tim Pool is hosting Alex Jones or whoever, right? The super chats are going to Tim Pool, and you know, he made a lot of money off of that. A lot of money off of advertising, as you do when you have a huge YouTube channel that gets lots of views, and you know, so he was taking in a lot of money, and I think it just like he just thought that it was never going to end, right? And based on that, he bought this giant compound. Basically, this is his dream, right? He bought his dream house, his dream compound, and just had this vision of like, yeah, and like all my cool friends and co-hosts, they can live in here, and you know, when I have guests on, they can fly in to West Virginia and stay here. And yeah, it wasn't just the house, right? If you remember some of the lore about Tim Pool, you know, he fancies himself a skateboarder. He wanted to compete in a local skate competition, and the venue that was hosting it didn't want Tim Pool there, right? They were like, no, thank you, thanks, but no thanks, right? And so vindictive little spiteful dude that Tim Pool is. He calls his fans Beanie Babies. Is that real? But vindictive little spiteful guy that Tim Pool is, he ends up buying the skating rink out from under these people in order to ensure that he can compete. And so he spent money on that. He apparently was advertising. I mean, you've probably seen one in chat. Have you seen Tim Pool's YouTube ads? Anybody seen those? Not convinced Tim Pool has been vetting the people he allows into his skate park and compound properly. Probably not. I mean, he is the kind of guy that feels like, you know, betrayed a lot, and there's a lot of that going on too, right? We're gonna try to get into just get a good swath of Tim Pool's spite. You have not seen his ads. Yeah, he pays for ads on YouTube. It's one of the ways that his channel grew so fast, right? And so, you know, he's paying for ads. He's also got ads apparently on, you know, like how NASCAR has ads? You know what I'm talking about? If you look at a NASCAR car, you'll see little logos on it and stuff. If you look at a NASCAR driver, their like suit that they wear has ads all over it, right, for different things because they get sponsored. I guess that's how it's monetized or something. Yeah, Tim Pool was you know, paying for ads on NASCAR, just really living kind of beyond his means, and that says a lot, chat, because like I said, in addition to the super chats, the ad money, you know, whatever kind of I think he had some kind of Patreon-like thing, or some, maybe even his own personal, you know, site that you could donate to support Tim Pool if you believe in what he's doing. But in addition to all of those revenue streams, he also had Tenet Media, right? He was getting paid by a strange gentleman named Edward Gregorian that if you ever looked into this guy's, like publicly available information about Edward Gregorian, his contact point at Tenet Media, it should have looked suspicious, right? But Tim Pool wasn't skeeved out by it, probably because when somebody's paying you money, do you really want to be skeeved out by it, or do you just want to take the money? I think Tim, like most people, would rather just have the money and not worry about the ethical concerns whatsoever, until he got busted and it got released in reporting. Constantly seeing Tim Pool ads on YouTube, probably because they often come up when I watch videos dunking on Tim. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, I've seen it like on the Majority Report. I know exactly what you're talking about, Kalia. In fact, I got an ad on Hassan today from some weird, oh God, I don't know. I think it was like a Tradwife podcast or something, Tradwife YouTube channel. It was so weird, right? Because like I think the idea of some of these ads is that you're watching like political content, analysis, and then they just kind of come in with their own. And like I think the idea is that maybe you don't know that this isn't like, there's a lot of people, I don't know, one in chat, if you sometimes listen to YouTube videos, right? You're cleaning, you're doing things around the house, you're like I was this morning taking a shower, and you have YouTube on in the background, and you're not necessarily seeing that. Yo, is that a Diorio wiggler? What is that? Exactly the obvious, obviously serious and respectable. Yeah. It's not, I don't think it's a Diorio one. It's not a Queemon one either, actually. I don't know these, I don't know this emote. But yeah, we haven't seen Wigglers in chat in a little while, so yeah, Wigglers in chat. Post them if you got them. How many people have Wigglers? I don't think we ever came out with a Wiggler. Oh no, the Weasel. The Weasel is a Wiggler. That was our Wiggler. Right now you're listening on just audio. Stop to take a shot. Like are you hunting, or you mean like a shot? I'm expecting Comrade Senpai to say, I'm hunting wabbits. That wascally wabbit. What's a Wiggler? A Wiggler is like an emoji. Here, I mean, post it again if you want to, or like post a bunch of Wigglers if you want to, Jill, just to show them. I don't know if it'll animate it, because sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Whoa, YouTube. What is going on YouTube? Narwhal by Nature with the 10 gifted memberships. Oh my gosh, that's a lot for me to read out. Let me see if I can do this, right? Sufair Wolf B, you just got weaseled. Me, Natalie Marie, you just got weaseled. Joshua Keller, 634, you just got weaseled. Queen B, 1111, you just got weaseled. I am Mare. You are Mare, and you are weaseled because you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing, right? Xiao Chongshu, 8676, you just got weaseled. Iron Fawns, you just got weaseled. Well, is Iron Fawns like, I'm not thinking Fonzie, but he's like a badass martial artist, maybe. Like Fonzie, but he's in Kwamate. What is it called? Kwamate? What is that thing called, chat, in Bloodsport that they go to? Kumantine. I'm saying it wrong. Cormantine? No, what is it called? Kumite? Is it Kumite? Is that what I'm trying to... Mecha Fonzie? That could be it. Yeah, that could be it. It's a very modest Denims Wiggler. Oh. Wait. Oh wait, I bet I can't post them. I was gonna try to post them, myself to get to see if I could show off the Wigglers to YouTube chat, but I think you have to be a Denim sub to do that, probably. Yeah, there's some cute emojis from Denim's chat. Damn. Who's gonna say they don't listen to YouTube in the background in this day and age? Okay, so it's a pretty common thing, but yeah, I think Kumite. It's Kumite. It always makes me think of that the dude from Persona 4, like the guy that's like a teddy bear, but then he opens up his head, he unscrews his head, and there's like actually a guy inside. No, that's Kuma. That's Kuma that I'm thinking of. Okay, we got some denims. Are they showing up on screen? I don't know how it works, chat. Maybe only my emotes show up on screen. Oh, maybe stream elements. Wait, something's popping up on stream. I guess they're doing it without the animation on screen, but I don't know. Sometimes it animates, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, a wiggler. If you've ever watched Queemon, there's a great example. We probably don't have a lot of Queemon fans in chat. You're probably either a Queemon fan, Queemon, Qman, whatever his name is. You're either a fan of him or you're a fan of me, right? It's probably one or the other. But anyway, he when he's not on camera, he'll usually have like it's a little like cutesy little emoji, and then it's animated to move back and forth like that. It's just it goes permanently back and forth, right? Back and forth forever. Didn't Keffels pioneer the Wiggler? I think so, but I don't know. I don't know. You like cumin? Cumin and coriander. It's a pretty good combination. The Capagen is throwing them around, but not animated, at least. Yeah. Oh well. I'm not gonna worry about that too much. First was the first one I saw. Me too, Woody Red. So as far as I know, Keffels invented the Wiggler, and everybody else just pirated it. But yeah, Queemon did this thing for a while where like every like bigger channel that he would dunk on, every bigger channel that he would do drama about, he would like take a piece of their iconography, of their branding, and he would add it to his avatar, right? So when he took when he was making fun of Nux Taco, he put like a little Nux Taco mask on on the character. So it's almost like Queemon's like, I don't know, like a war trophy or something. Anyway, Queemon's back again, talking about Lorex. Does everybody remember Lorex? I promise, chat, the last little bit of drama that I'll talk about, and then we'll get into the, what we're covering today, the stream, and the bonus content, and all the rest, right? We'll. Oh, also, I want to let you know, I've got a blast off tweet today. All right, I'm trying something new. I think I posted, wait, did I post oh, I didn't, chat. I did not hit. Okay, but look, I normally do a Blue Sky blast off. Today I did a Twitter one because it feels like Blue Sky just does not have a lot of motion. I'm not sure when it's gonna get that motion, and that maybe we're better, bringing people in as bad as it ever is from the Nazi hell site. But anyway, if you if you have Twitter, if you use Twitter, if you have a Twitter account, feel free to click the link on the pinned, right? That's the blast off tweet, and you can be part of blasting the tweet off and bringing people who would otherwise not even know that I'm streaming into the stream. For better or for worse, I guess. But there we go. I went ahead and posted one on Blue Sky too, just because I know there's some people that look for my go live message on Blue Sky before clicking in, and we need everybody that we can. We're rebuilding, chat. Queeg Aman. No, he's like a commentary guy. Actually, the lore is that he's like the illegitimate child of my channel and Chud's channel. But that's fake news. Like, what is the Michael Jackson line? The kid is not my own or something? Like, Billie Jean's not my lover. The kid is not my son. Anyway, the kid is not my son, chat. I'm gonna go on the record saying the kid is not my son. Not. Oh no. This is not. I don't know. I don't know if I have rights to this. Let's roll it back, just to be careful. But anyway, it's just kind of a spin-off channel from Chud. He's somebody who used to be in Chud's community before doing his own stream, and it's kind of popped off at one point, and then he disappeared for a long time. But anyway, the news about Chud and Quimon is that if you remember from a year ago or more, right, there was a guy named Alec Gunter. Alec Gunter was trying to be, I don't know, like a new Xanderhall, a new Vosh, a new BreadTube debate bro, like the last thing in the world that BreadTube needs, another debate bro, right? But this was, you know, Alec's plan. He got himself on Jubilee. He said some weird stuff about black people. This is the thing. He's supposed to be progressive. He's supposed to be a BreadTuber, but he just keeps on popping off with the opposite thing of you know, what that audience wants to hear. And you know, he was friends with Tipster, another commentary channel named Larix, who was like, let me just like see if I could describe Larix, right? Larix is, you know, a commentary channel, was a commentary channel like anybody else, but maybe, I guess people say Larix looked a little bit, you know, feminine, like wasn't trying to be like a femboy or anything, but just like, you know, just had that like, you know, look. And so when Larix made fun of Tipster and Alec Gunter, you know, watched that video to kind of clap back on him, he got homophobic, right? He looked at Larix being, I guess, a little bit, you know, feminine looking, and yeah, Carposy did say wop wop wop on Alec Gunter. But the whole thing about Larix is, from what we knew, they were just a Chud and Quinoa Man. Yeah, not these are not real names. They really are not. So Larix, I mean, that's just the way that he looks, right? He's not, it's not a sign of you know, being LGBT or even being progressive. It's just another commentary streamer. And Alec Gunter could not help but like saying some really weird stuff about some stuff that like bordered on like sexual harassment about Larix, right? That's kind of where it went. And then Alec Gunter, you know, people started doing videos on him and just being like, wow, this like progressive BreadTube guy, kind of homophobic, right? So Alec Gunter like disappeared from the internet for a while. I think he's tried to make some comebacks. I don't know what this current status is. But Larix is who we're talking about. I guess Larix has recently started to get irritated with the way that the commentary community, for instance, people in the commentary community, they'll use gay as like an insult, right? This is gay, that's gay, stop being gay, right? And they're not trying to be homophobic, even though they probably are a little homophobic. They're just using it as a pejorative, the way that a freaking, you know, middle school kid would, right? It's just dudes, grown dudes on the internet acting like middle schoolers, right? And Larix started to get bugged by this and let one of his friends know that like he didn't appreciate it, and like just basically like you kind of sound like a chud when you do that. And this was like, whoa, wait a minute, you're not supposed to mind when I call things gay. So Larix maybe moving a little bit to the like left, maybe a little bit less of a commentary channel in the future, more of a channel with at least some degree of a social conscience. And the other thing about Larix is that I think he's doing like eyeliner now, right? So, you know, that's cool. You do you know, growing, changing, learning, and being yourself. These are all great things, right? These are all great things, but this has caused Chud Logic to start to transvestigate, to start to hypothesize that maybe Larix is trans, and maybe Larix is trans. I don't know. That's not my business, is it? Right? If Larix is trans, Larix we'll let people know, right? If Lurix wants to come out, or as anything, like that's, that's for them to, decide, right? But no, instead we got Chud Logic trying to do it, amateur mommy detective to try to figure out, like Candace Owens style, to try to figure out, yeah, Chud is the new Candace Owens, I guess. So I got my eye on that. I don't know if we're gonna cover it. It's kind of pathetic, but these are people that I've covered in the past. Maybe I'll cover them in the future, but chat, what we'll cover for sure in the future, right after I get my goal straight. We're at 33 right now. What I will cover in the near future, as it says right over here, is the new Epstein leaks. Yeah, we're gonna do those. And we're also gonna cover the right-wing griftosphere civil war. Who will inherit Trump's sweaty jockstrap, right? Everybody wants it. If Quimon gets it, chat, he'll probably wear it on his face, like a face hugger kind of thing, where the jockstrap like takes over his personality. I don't know, turns him into Trump, right? Quimon will do an excellent Trump impression for all of us, because Trump will be possessing him. No, it probably won't be Queedman. It'll probably be like Candace or Nick, or I mean, those are the, if you're the poly market probably has those are the bets that I would guess are up on poly market, right? Candace or Nick Fuentes, they seem to be doing the best in the right-wing civil war. Benny Johnson not doing great. Erica Kirk not doing great. Tim Pool not doing great. Ben Shapiro is about to be disappeared from the earth. And that brings us, chat, to our bonus content. So every day I give you a chance to keep me on a little bit longer and let me cover some more topics with you than what I have. Like, I program the first half, and if you want to, right, it's totally up to you, you program the second half. You decide if we get like a fun half, right, of this broadcast, in which case I stay on a little longer and I cover 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 different topics. It's all incumbent on the bonus meter, which you can see right here is 33 out of 100. That is fully 1/3 of the way there. So we're making good progress towards at least getting one bonus item for today. It's keeping me on a little longer than I normally would be. Erica Kirk reminds me of Kenneth Copeland a little bit. Yeah, Erica, actually, she reminds me of Kash Patel. You know how Kash Patel, whenever he's giving a speech announcing like a new crime that has been discovered and pledging to, investigate it and get to the bottom of it with the FBI, he has this weird way of always looking like maybe he's guilty of the crime, right? Just his, demeanor, right, chat, makes him look guilty. And Erica Kirk has this thing where when she publicly grieves over the death of her husband, which I'm sure she's, I'm sure she's dealt with, real, emotion over that. But she has a way of looking like maybe she's not really grieving. Maybe she's insincere. Maybe she is secretly fucking JD Vance behind the scenes, right? She's got this way of just not looking like a, looking like somebody who's sincerely grieving the death of her husband, like 2 months ago, right? And that's really not just hurting her, it's hurting Turning Point, and it's hurting the whole pantheon of establishment Republicans, right? If you want to know the kind of inside and outside of the Republican Party these days, the people that are platformed by Turning Point, right, which is situated right in between the Nick Fuentes Groypers and the Tim Miller Never Trumpers, right? That's the mainstream Republican Party. They're mostly supportive of Trump, although they might, disagree or from time to time, like Charlie started talking about the Epstein thing and only stopped when Trump said, hey, shut up about Epstein. There's nothing to see here. He got back in line. But yeah, that's kind of, so yeah, Turning Point represents like the inside of the Republican establishment. And then outside of that edifice, you've got the likes of Candace Owens, you've got the likes of Nick Fuentes. Now, the thing about MAGA is it's not an inside operation, right? It's not an insider, let me put it that way, operation. It is a operation of outsiders. When Trump started, he was on the outside. There were a lot of people being like, is this guy even a Republican? Is this guy even serious, right? But, Trump was like head and shoulders over the other shitty Republican candidates in the debate. And it turned out that was what people were hungry for. So by virtue of MAGA's, I guess, outsider bias, the insider status, right, to what's become a Republican establishment is maybe not beneficial to them. It's maybe not a good thing, right? You don't think that JD has the riz for Erica? Yeah, possibly. I was on a plane once reading a book by David Cross, and one chapter was shitting on Bill O'Reilly. I looked to my left, and a woman sitting next to me was reading an O'Reilly book. Oh my gosh. Hey, what a conversation starter, right, Joshua? And not the number of YouTube members being 88. Oh no. Well, at least the Twitch isn't like, 140 or something. That would be bad. Yeah, either way, because Erica Kirk is now the replacement for Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk, I guess, I don't want to say he's charismatic, but he was on top of stuff. Yeah, Narwhal got us to 89. Thank you, Narwhal. Thank you for the gifted sub too. Who got that? Priceless Rebelus, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Oh, speaking of which, I need to get this up and going. So let me pop out the chat. Anyway, yeah, so the battle lines have been drawn, and they're not as clear and concise as you'd think. Like, I'm telling you, like, the inside and outside of it, as far as the Republican insiders, who are not necessarily the ones winning. They're not necessarily the ones that are with the motion, because like I said, MAGA loves outsiders, right? It loves far-right outsiders. It loves outsiders who aren't afraid to openly embrace fascism, racism, etc., right? So in a lot of ways, the lay of the right-wing landscape actually favors people on the outside like Nick or Candace. But that might lead you to believe that Nick and Candace are on the same side. And if you look far enough back in their careers, you can see that they did collaborate at some point. I don't think it was a friendly collaboration. I don't think, they're not, what I'm saying is there's even a little beef between Candace and Nick. Because like I said, they're both competing for the reins of what is going to be the new Republican Party after Trump either dies, is impeached, resigns, whatever happens with Trump, or just, we get to 2028. That's what they're fighting over. And, so Nick and Candace are not necessarily friends, even though they're both on the outside. They're both kind of fighting over the same thing. So that's what we're dealing with in the terms of the right-wing civil war. And that's the main topic for today. Obviously, the other topic that we'll cover first being the Epstein leaks. And then, oh yeah, the bonus goal. So like I said, you got the chance. Wait, let me update this. I think we're supposed to be at 36. Is that correct? We at 36 out of 100. So anyway, we're making our way towards at least one bonus topic, right? What are your options today? Well, you can look and see the poll on YouTube, right? So I made a poll on YouTube. 32 of you have voted already, right? If you haven't voted already, feel free to jump into the YouTube chat and make your voice heard there, because that's where that's where the poll is. Even if you're on Twitch, feel free to come over and just vote, and then just go back and watch on Twitch. Anyway, yeah, I've got 4 items for your perusal, right? 4 possibilities as far as bonus content. We got Anna Kasparian, Young Turks hopes. I keep on wanting to say formerly of the Young Turks. Someday, chat, it will be true. Someday it will be true. Someday she will leave Cenk Uygur high and dry, and move on to greener, more obviously right-wing pastures, right? But yeah, she appeared on Bill Maher Club Random, and like, look, most people when they go on Bill Maher, he drinks the, he sets you up, he brings you down to his basement, ugliest furniture you've ever seen, horrible setup, right? And then he's got like all these like bottles of alcohol, everything for mixed drinks, ice, right? Whatever you want to do, you make yourself whatever kind of drink you want. He's also got like joints and all kinds of cannabis on the table as well, because these are the things that Bill Maher likes to partake in, right? And he's inviting his guests, at least in concept, his guests would be partaking too. So, the same way that Rogan will offer people weed, Bill Maher kind of does it as well as drinks, and he just wants people to get all loosey-goosey and let their freak flag fly, I guess. Most people don't take him up on that offer, because you're going on Bill Maher, you're going on to promote a book, you're going on to promote a tour, you're going on because you're running as a candidate for something, right? You're promoting yourself. You don't exactly want to be stoned, you don't want to be crossfaded, necessarily, right? You want to put forward a good, a good face, right? So most people don't take him up on this. Anna, at least, was, I think, nursing a drink. I don't know if Anna busted out the 420. I don't know if she joined him in a blunt or a joint or anything like that. But yeah, no, she was playing his game, at least as far as the drinks go. So that should be interesting to see. I don't know if there's gonna be fireworks. They disagree on Gaza. That's about it as far as I know. The new rules. Yeah, that show. Is that the new rules theme song? I don't even know. Maybe that's just the real-time theme song. But we've got that going on as an option, right? These are the things you can choose as bonus content, right? You can vote for them right now on YouTube, as 34 of you have, right? We've got a new Jose video. Jose has got a video called The Fall of Ben Shapiro. It should be called The Satisfying Fall of Ben Shapiro, because Ben Shapiro is a smug little butthole. And it's satisfying for a lot of people on the left, and probably, honestly, a lot of people on the right too, to see this guy fall from grace, since he was the kingmaker probably before Charlie Kirk's astroturfed career actually took off. And Daily Wire, kind of fulfilled that role that I said about defining the inside and the outside of the Republican Party. I think it really, like, Daily Wire played a big part of that prior to Turning Point, right? So we got a video from Jose, who does excellent video essays on the fall of Ben Shapiro. We should watch that at some point, so I'm offering a chance to watch that today. We also have Sam Cedar of The Majority Report on the I've Had It podcast with, I think he's on with Pumps and Jennifer. Can anybody confirm? I know they've been trading off on taking Lonely Market Studios pretty much at TYT. I know that IHEP has been trading off on taking vacations, like Jen was on vacation for a while and then Pumps was. But I'm guessing they got, both of the I've Had It ladies who have, I think, well, at least Jennifer has moved to New York. I don't know if, I get the feeling Pumps is too, right? Their podcast has blown up in the past year, and they're getting the fuck out of Oklahoma. Wait, is it Oklahoma? Nebraska? It's Oklahoma, right? They live in Oklahoma, I think. Am I right about that? Now I'm questioning myself. I don't know. They live in the Midwest area, and I think are relocating to New York, and doing that makes it so much easier to have a guest like Sam Cedar on, which they did for maybe the first of many times. Anyway, that is another option that we have, seeing what Sam and Pumps and Jennifer got up to on the I've Had It podcast. And then we have what most people are choosing right now, which is the battle between Chris Kunstler. Somebody said earlier he's serving Kunst. I don't know how many people know that Kunst is German for art. Yeah, no, he makes an art out of deconstructing Loner Box and Ethan Klein's bullshit, and we love to see it, chat. We love to see it. So and we from what Vadim has told me, the second half of that video is actually pretty interesting. We'll take a little look at that if we end up choosing that. Again, that's all dependent on whether we get to 100 out of 100. We're at 36 out of 100 right now on the bonus content, and dependent on what you vote for. in the YouTube chat. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. Get your votes in. I want to hear your voice, hear what you want to see, and we'll tabulate it at the end and see what we got. If we get to 100, I'll stick around a little longer. I'll do the top scoring item in the poll. Now, a little caveat about this, right? Oh wait, let me just, okay, so the other goal that we've got is a butterfly goal. All right, I have a butterfly and I'm not afraid to use it. All right, I'm not afraid to put the butterfly in my hair and rock that accessory, right? But only if we can get 10 teal super chats. I think what makes it teal is being above $3 and some change. It's technically 100 Thai baht that will get you there. So yeah, it's like $3.33 or something that makes it turn teal. If we get 10 of the teal or higher variety super chats, I will put the butterfly in my hair. Right, the other caveat I've got is about the bonus content, right? So in addition to voting for the bonus content, when you donate, if you donate, you have the ability to put your thumb on the scale just a little bit, right? You can let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see, and I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is by adding it as a percentage, turning your donation into a percentage, adding that percentage to the topic of your choice to maybe push it over the edge. Maybe, give it a few extra points and make it win when it's not winning. That's a possibility. And if that sounds wrong to you, if that sounds bad, if that sounds a little bit like money in politics, the, fucking scourge of the United States is supposedly democratic system, right? Then you could also donate and say, hey, I'm not telling you what we should watch. I'm going to say Vox Populi. And when you say Vox Populi, you're saying, I want the voice of the people to decide, right? And so by donating and then saying Vox Populi, you're actually making it, you're making the donations count less and you're making the votes count more. So if you're, the principled kind of person that wants people to get exactly what they want and you don't want to put your thumb on the scale, you can always say Vox Populi. The other thing you could do is if you're a gaming frog, if maybe you watched me play a little Soul Hackers yesterday and you didn't get enough of it, you want to know what's going on with Spooky. When is she gonna rescue Spooky, the leader of the Spookies, the leader of our hacker collective from the late 90s, right? And what's going on with Kinop, right? What's going on with this Ghost in the Machine speaking to us from Paradigm X, right? What's going on with Urabe? Why was Urabe killed? Who were these evil corpos that are, they killed Urabe and they've captured, they're kidnapping Spooky, right? Then you can say video games and I'll add your, I owe you a video game stream anyway, because I feel like yesterday's was just too short. But every time we get 100 on the video game, because that one rolls over, rolls over to the next stream, right? So whenever we get to 100, points on there, then that means I owe you a video game stream. So if you want me to owe you more video game streams, if you want to see more of Soul Hackers, which was what we're playing through right now, Atlas, Atlas is the publisher that does Persona and Shin Megami Tensei and a whole bunch of cool JRPG type games. This is the whole title is Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner Soul Hackers, but really Soul Hackers is its own thing. It's more of a hacking kind of early 90s, like a Matrix, right? Like how Neo was in the Matrix, right? That's your character in this game. So you could always say video games, right? So those are the possibilities when you donate and the way that you can affect the poll and the way that you can put a butterfly in my hair. I think I've explained it all, right? Oh, other than the fact, what makes the dono goal go up? All right, so if it's not clear, right, it's any kind of donation. So if you do a super chat, if you do a super sticker, speaking of which, I've got to get Narwhal's, if you get yourself a membership, or if you gift memberships to others on YouTube, that counts. That makes the bonus meter go up. Like I said, if it gets to 100, then I stick around and cover one topic. If it gets to 200, I stick around and cover two topics. If it gets to 300, that's one long stream, but yes, I will stick around and cover 3 topics with you. So that's all on you, whether we do bonus content at all, and if so, what bonus content we do. So yeah, it's a super chat, super sticker, getting yourself a membership, gifting membership, supporting me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or signing up for my Patreon at patreon.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me on Twitch, right, which you can do for free using a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, you've got a free sub to use on Twitch towards the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you'll get all of my emotes, and you'll also be able to rewind my stream. That's another benefit that not many people know about. Yeah, if you've got a sub to a channel on Twitch, you are able to rewind the stream. Say you come in late and I've already covered what you're interested in, you can roll it back. Or I refer to something from earlier in the stream, you can roll it back. So that ability is, YouTube or Twitch has made that sub only now. So that's another benefit towards becoming a sub, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. You can also get yourself a sub. It costs $6. That's twice the amount as a YouTube membership, but I guess it comes with some cool animated emojis, so people like it. And then, yeah, obviously, if you gift subs to other people, which is a very generous thing to do, considering how expensive that is, and how not a lot of people cannot afford to get themselves a sub. So, you know, if you're gifting subs, that's a very nice thing. That's a very nice gift that somebody's gonna really appreciate, right? So any of those things make this number go up. If the number goes up to 100, we do 1 topic. If it goes up to 200, 2 topics, etc., etc., etc. I think you know the deal. I mentioned Patreon earlier, and if you subscribe to my Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out. Let me reload this to make sure that I am reading the most up-to-date list of my Patreon. So yeah, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. Since we're close to the beginning, let's go ahead and do those. Shouts out to Tracy Eva, shouts out to users, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix, shouts out to Direful, saw Direful earlier in chat, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Foul, shouts out to Oral to Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noit, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules Cage, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Sherry Saphira, and a fancy oh my gosh, I'm sorry, hold up, and a fancy shout out, that's double the fancy. Chat, that's fancy squared, all right? Fancy squared shouts out to Sherry Saphira, to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zero Xerix. All right, with that being done, chat, I believe it is time to get going. We got to get going on this Epstein case. We are on the case to find the truth behind the Epstein matter, and probably when we do, chat, if we find the real truth about Epstein, it's just gonna be like Urabe. We're gonna get assassinated, right? Anybody see South Park this week? Here, I'm gonna move us on to what we're doing today. But anybody happen to catch South Park this week? Oh god, I don't want to spoil it. There's a reference to Epstein. There's a reference to the mysterious circumstances surrounding Epstein's untimely demise in South Park, and yeah, actually pretty nice how the whole season came together. But yeah, we're gonna get into that now. Let's bring out my playlist. This one.
The administration.
That's not right. This one.
I stepped out of public eye back in January. I needed peace, a fresh start. Wait, what?
Kyle Rittenhouse? This is the MAGA Civil War. All right, I'm gonna put on some MSNBC coverage of this. to get us started? Because I have got to use the bathroom. Yeah, I know. Like right as soon as the stream starts and she goes to the bathroom, but it can't be helped, unfortunately, chat. So I'm going to take care. I'm going to answer the call of nature, and I'll be back as quickly as I can. We'll get started with some news coverage of this Epstein thing first, and then we're going to look at the files themselves. We're going to look at the leaks from the House Dem oversight, or the what is it? The House Oversight Dems with their 92 new pictures. Actually, chat, I'm going to show you 89 because 3 of those pictures are of sex toys. All right. 3 of those pictures I can't show you, but they're icky. Let me see if I can describe them. There's one that is a glove, a rubber glove that seems to have ridges on the fingers. All right. So yeah, there's I believe some beads that go where the sun does not shine. There is it's called a jawbreaker. Oh my God, what is it called? The gag. Yeah, like a ball gag that's called the jawbreaker for some reason. It's just gross shit considering who Epstein is, right? But I took that out because I don't know if YouTube will be okay with it. I don't know if Twitch will be okay with it. So you're missing 3 of the new pictures, but I'll show you all the rest. Give you my best interpretation, my best guess of what this is telling us. But first I got to put Ari on, and I gotta leave you in the capable hands of Waluigi.
Released evidence. These are Jeffrey Epstein photos that are coming to light for the first time today. They feature powerful politicians, including from both parties, and some of the world's richest men. Now, this is part of 95,000 images that were lawfully provided under these further transparency pushes.
That's not it.
And these came from Epstein's estate, from his computer, emails, and other documentation under, as I mentioned, a lawful subpoena from Congress, specifically the House Oversight Committee. These are newly coming to light. We're going to give you context as you see them. It is one thing to read about and hear about some of these relationships. There's Steve Bannon, Trump ally with Woody Allen. Another thing to see them with your own eyes and make your own judgments. House Democrats released about 85 images. Some include Trump. One includes former President Clinton. Trump surrounded by women who are in, Hawaiian leis. Their faces redacted by the committee. Another one shows Trump with an unidentified woman. We don't know, without further context, why the Epstein estate had or saved these, what Jeffrey Epstein's interest was in them, whether or not they relate to something that Trump's own cabinet official has called alleged blackmail. The answers and context for that kind of question, those kind of issues, would come up, of course, when we get the fuller Epstein files, which DOJ must turn over with a looming deadline. I'll get into that shortly, but the estate did not have written context with these images. The mirror selfie, now seen round the world, shows what you see here. Very simply, sex trafficker Epstein holding the phone next to, close to him, flanking him, longtime Trump ally, former White House official, Steve Bannon. Now, we've reported on their extensive relationship, including their furtive secret efforts to, according to Bannon, help rehab Epstein's reputation. That included during a period where Trump was not having known contact with Epstein, and yet here was his ally helping him. And I have more on that later this hour as we dig through the context of some of these photographs. Here's a photo of President Bill Clinton, signed. You can see Epstein and his now convicted and imprisoned associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Jimmy Buffett, and his widow, we should mention. Now, one thing that's important about these photos, and anyone who's followed any type of journalistic investigative reporting where you have, say, one person accused of wrongdoing or convicted in the case of Maxwell and then other people, is being in the email, in the photo, or at the event, depending especially on the size of the event, does not tell you whether the other people are part of the alleged criminal activity. And that's an important distinction both in law and in fair journalism. And many of the prominent people listed here had been previously tied to him in some manner. They have denied wrongdoing connected to Epstein. Several have said they didn't know about the extent of Epstein's now convicted crimes back then. The White House says that the Congress is cherry picking these photos. The Democrats on the committee made what they view as, quote, random redactions, and all of it is to, they allege, quote, try and create a false narrative. Now, one point on that. I want to show you, of course, what the White House is saying, because that's part of the story and the reporting. And they, like other entities and individuals caught up in this, have every right to respond and explain the context. But when they say that releasing the evidence creates a false narrative, that is, of course, a contradiction with Trump's own claims. He spent 2024 vowing to release the files. That includes written files, photographic files, video evidence, includes all of it. And so he claimed he would do it. He failed to do it. And then, as you probably know, if you follow the news, was forced into doing it by signing that law with the deadline looming. So for his own White House to come around and say they're against the thing that he claimed he would do, then recently signed a law to do, is at a minimum rich. And it raises questions of its own. Will they comply with the new law they signed? And of course, why are they afraid of all this evidence and video? As for a top Democrat in the committee, he says there's more to come.
Our plan is to demand that the president release the files, and we'll see what he does on the 19th. But I think, again, these pictures, some of these photos are really disturbing. And I know we've put some out today. There are many others. And some of the other photos that we did not put out today are incredibly disturbing.
That's an assessment from a lawmaker who has seen more than anyone because they got the materials under subpoena. We also have reporting that a source who knows where the House probe is headed says, quote, fewer than 1,000 images actually contain any nudity. That's from MS Now reporting. And again, if that makes this sound less salacious or exciting, so be it. But we want to fact check some of the claims and vows we've heard with what others say could be less than an explosive cachet coming. MS Now has obtained the cover letter from Epstein's estate. It said it was unable to confirm whether they were taken at the property owned, rented, operated, or used by Epstein. Now that matters because Epstein is dead. Those lawyers have a legal obligation to comply with subpoenas and tell the truth. Of course, you're always on the lookout for any potential cover-up, but that information could be helpful to some of the people pictured. Because again, as I mentioned, in fairness, if you are at an event in New York randomly or Miami or LA randomly that's not the Epstein estate, and you're in one photo, that could be different than flying out to meet him. Some photos we can identify the location. And if you're at a very small group gathering or intimate thing, that again could be different from other elements of how he lived his life. And in fairness, it is clear there are some people who seem to very clearly know about what he was up to, the birthday book incriminating for that reason. There are others who, in passing, may have been at these fancy events and been at wrong place, wrong time. It's easy to go on the internet or a podcast and paint everyone with one brush. The harder work, but the work that does matter to get the case and the story right and deal with accountability, is for the government, the investigators, as well as other investigative journalists, and try to determine what is the truth. The photos are a piece of that. Now, the DOJ faces the big deadline Friday. If you remember when this law was passed, well, time keeps ticking on. You see on the calendar, the Epstein files deadline is Friday, December 19th. That is because they gave them 1 month to comply from when it passed in November, putting huge pressure on the DOJ and the Trump White House to comply with the law they signed or be caught in another Epstein debacle of their own making. I'm joined by contributing writer from the New York Times, Molly Jong Fast. Welcome to you.
Super chatted $10.
If you look at, say, here's a Bill Gates photo.
I'm so sorry,
which
I
does
was
not
wrong.
have a date.
That wasn't Hillary and her brother. It was Jimmy Buffett and his late wife. It's wild they look just alike. I think I need to go to the eye doctor.
Philanthropy. Woody Allen, who has his own long history, seen here. The House has obscured the woman's face at that table. What does a picture worth 1,000 words mean with evidence like this coming public for the first time tonight?
Well, what I think is really important, Ari, is what you said. Again, a picture can mean any number of things, and none of these people are guilty being in a picture, right? We just don't know. We don't have enough information. One of the things that I think is really important to remember about this is we're getting this information because oversight has really been doing its job. And Robert Garcia, who you showed before, is the ranking member of oversight. And I have to say, like, I've been really impressed. You know, they subpoenaed the Epstein estate and got these pictures. These are not part of the law that Donald Trump signed, you know, into law. That stuff will get released, you know, legally should be released by Friday. Again, who knows? But I do think it's really important to see that these photos are coming out. It doesn't necessarily mean anything about the people in them, but it also is, you know, obviously they had some kind of, you know, even very peripheral relationship. And the truth is that, you know, there was a lot, you know, when I think we'll see more information in these photos. And again, Garcia talked about how, you know, they are very worried about keeping a lot of this redacted and not injuring the victims. And that should be where everyone's mind is at. And you'll see, you know, a lot of those photos are redacted. Maybe they don't even need to be redacted, but they've been very careful, which I think is good. And I think they're really trying to be careful about what they release. And I just want to push back on what the White House said. You know, the White House said, well, these are partisan pictures. But, you know, they did release a picture with Bill Clinton, who is known to have been a Democratic president.
Yeah, I was almost tempted to say the same thing. There's one picture of, oh my God, what is it? Like, I'm trying to remember here. We might as well just get these out. See if I can find it. All right, so just gonna really quickly go through all the pictures. Yeah, a lot of these are, you know, the House Oversight Committee didn't bother to rotate these, but you know, I guess like for veracity, these are how the pictures were originally taken. We'll get into the meaning of some of this stuff, the servers, the wiring, etc. Because you know. It believe it or not, it does potentially tell us something. Let's get into the. God, there's a lot of the. Yeah, there's 92, well, 89, I guess, pictures. Absolute nightmare, right, chat? From what I can tell, look at these masks, right? I don't know where these masks come from. They look like they're made to be of somebody, of a person. But you kind of can't tell, which makes me think that maybe like he had his victims making the mask as some kind of like chat. This place feels like a demented like summer camp or something. Like the way that he would bring his underage victims to the island. Let's see. Oh my God, I didn't realize. I should have gone the other way because I think it's one of the later pictures. Oh no, jump scare. Jump scare. It's Epstein in a bathtub. No. The Trumpkin Epstein's. Wait, I'm trying to remember which one this was. Larry Summers and his wife. Woody Allen, Richard Branson. Oh wait, that is how the picture looks. That's Donald Trump. Wait. One of these pictures was cropped in an interesting way. Yeah, that's Noam Chomsky and freaking Bannon. That one, right? So I was gonna say, like, yeah, who's on the other side of Trump there? But yeah, we also have, yeah, there we go, Bill, and that is actually Hillary Clinton right next to him. You might not recognize her. This was a long time ago, probably the early 90s when this was taken, and that's Hillary Clinton and her brother there with Bill Clinton. But yeah, just so in case anybody thinks it's partisan, they showed the Bill Clinton picture. Anyway, we'll get to those in a second, but was that just a dresser? I mean, you know, we'll look through it with a longer. Wait, no. I like Nick Mullen's QAnon Little St. James Island theory about the buffet, that the songs were code. Wait, what? Oh my gosh, we need to. Wait, I don't think, was this on Seatown, Sasha? Check the super chats. Check the super chats. And oh my gosh, actually I've got a few of these to read. So yeah, Narwhal donated 11 memberships altogether, getting YouTube back on track and then making sure they weren't at 88. Narwhal says, I'm sorry, I was wrong. That wasn't Hillary and her brother. It was Jimmy Buffett. No fucking way. Chat, I gotta call my dad. My dad loves Jimmy Buffett. My dad's gonna be so fucking heartbroken. Jimmy Buffett, the only things I know about him in politics is I think he was a Democratic supporter. He was like an environmentalist. Yeah, I mean, like, he's a goofy guy that wrote a bunch of goofy songs that people get way too drunk to. But as far as like, you know, he seemed like an okay guy, you know, from what I heard growing up. Thank you so much. That was Jimmy Buffett. Jimmy freaking Buffett. That's wild. Wait, that wasn't Hillary and her brother. Okay. I guess they were standing next to Bill Clinton. Yeah, Jimmy Buffett, big Bill Clinton booster. So I guess it checks out. And who knows? Maybe, look, hermit horologist, maybe Buffett just, you know, maybe he was there for Bill Clinton and he just, you know, didn't know that this was in the 90s, right? Not a lot was known about Epstein in the 90s. Maybe he's innocent, maybe he's not. We don't really know, but thank you either way for the super chat, Narwhal, and thank you for correcting the record on that. We're up to 46 right now. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I really like you know, that is kind of what Hillary looked like when she was younger. They don't understand how they both look alike. I don't know. Maybe Jimmy and you know, Bubba had similar tastes in women. I don't know. Sleazeburger in Paradise, possibly. Yeah, we'll look into it. But anyway, so yeah, it's not partisan. They got Bill Clinton in there too. I was wondering who was on the other side of Trump. Now, I don't think they necessarily, because I think that, you know, thinking about it, right, I don't think they would crop it themselves, right? I think these were the photos that were on, you know, some camera that they took a bunch of pictures of, you know, this is all from the Epstein estate, right? And so they probably didn't crop it because that would look suspicious. I'm guessing the picture was just taken like that. But you know, one wonders who's on the other side of Donald Trump in that picture. Obviously, a lot of these names and faces are redacted. They said that they probably veered on the side of caution in terms of redacting faces, right? They don't want anybody who might be a you know, a victim or not involved to be like implicated or to be, you know, shown. But I prefer Coconut Pete to Jimmy Buffett. Who's Coconut Pete? Is that like a Jim? That sounds like a Jim Carrey character, or am I thinking of? Isn't that like one of the Masks thing? Coconut Pete. Oh no, Cuban Pete. It's Cuban Pete, which I think was I don't even know, chat. I'm gonna speculate here. So wait, Cuban Pete. Let me just look this up. I think somehow it was like an old movie or something. Cuban. I'm trying to just remember what the fucking reference is. Cuban Pete. Nickname of a mambo dancer named Pedro Aguilar, aka Cuban Pete. Song is performed by Mantovani and his Típica. Oh, famous mambo song. Oh yeah, it is. It's a Desi Arnaz film, right? Desi Arnaz, the husband of the late Lucille Ball, and song written by Jose Norman became iconic through Arnaz and was later popularized globally by the Mask. Originally recorded by Mantovani and his Tipica Orchestra in 1936. Louis Armstrong did a version in 1937. It became a Latin jazz standard. There's a film, 1946, starring Desi Arnaz, and then anyway. Wow, I don't know how we got on Cuban Pete, chat, but that is what happens when you watch an ADHD streamer. Anyway, let's get back to Ari.
That's not.
True, and this involves how you release material as you get it. The ultimate cache in the files will be voluminous, just like the emails were. It really comes down to order. I mean, we live in a culture now where not everyone finishes the article.
We live in a society even.
Length, set of Epstein files. So they did release, for example, those early emails, and there was a lot of discussion that the first ones mentioned Trump, but we got all the emails. I have more to remind people about the Bannon relationship because we got the emails that blew the lid on things. They were in email saying, let's keep this a secret, private entrances, cloak and dagger. Now we have the selfie photos. So I have more on that later tonight, but to the point of selectivity, yeah, you get more of it. The deadline looms, and it is interesting that the House is trying to sort of say, if you play games on this, we already have some of this stuff. So these photos and more can come out. And it's not going to work. That dog won't hunt, as they sometimes say, to over-redact. Obviously, they're a fair redact.
Who says that? I feel like that's a Bill Clinton quote.
I think any honest person can agree with that. To your point, and we can show again, there's a photo where women's faces are redacted. I'll put that back up. From an investigative view, it wouldn't be fair to just list all these women's faces if you don't know whether this is a case where some are alleged as victims, some are alleged as sex workers, others might be bystanders. So you don't just put someone's face out on TV and the internet and half the audience thinks that they fit a category. That's not fair to them. And this case shouldn't resolve with transparency that smears women. I don't think that's additive. I don't think that's what honest brokers would do. I want to play a little bit of Republican Massey talking about the deadline. Take a listen.
If DOJ doesn't release the files it has by next Friday, is there anything Congress can do to compel that to happen?
Well, I mean, it's a crime if they don't. It's not like they're in contempt of Congress because they didn't respond to a subpoena. This is a new law with, criminal implications if they don't follow it.
That's some of the heat they're putting on. The truth is a bit more nuanced. You can go back to Watergate. There are fights about evidence where even a lawful subpoena or a law from Congress signed by the president takes a lot of time if the executive chooses to fight.
Wait, what just happened? Okay. I hate how they cut these clips. Can I say it? I'm sure there's a reason, right? Like if you cut him where he wrapped it up nicely and he was like saying, all right, well that is, like people tend to click off videos when it sounds like they're wrapping up. So I know they don't want to get that out anyway. But whatever. MSNBC, the failing MSNBC. Let's look at another video. Who is this?
These pictures, some of these photos,
Chris Hayes.
are really disturbing. And I know we've put some out today. There are many others. And some of the other photos that we did not put out today are incredibly disturbing.
Today's batch of Epstein photos were secured by the House Oversight Committee, even though, like all House committees, right, it's under Republican control. The Republican majority's hand has been forced to some extent, both by the toxic politics of Epstein and quite deft maneuvering of the Democrats on that committee, including ranking member Robert Garcia of California. And Congressman Robert Garcia joins me now. It's good to have you in the program. I want to just follow up with the thing you said this morning, which I think has been haunting all of us all day, about some of these are very disturbing. And I wonder if you can just elaborate what you mean by that, about disturbing, because we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein here.
Right. I mean, look, I think first what's important is obviously we received, this was just yesterday, 95,000 photographs from the Epstein estate. We were able to put out so far probably about 75 to 80 photos throughout the day today, many of which you've seen, a lot of the public has now seen, which is incredibly important for transparency. And our intention is to put out as many of the photos as possible while protecting, of course, the survivors. Including in the photos are many photos of women and many photos that are disturbing and that need to be redacted and that we need to think through very carefully in how those are presented to the public. Because at the end of the day, the most important thing is that we protect the survivors. And I've personally met with numerous survivors, both individually and in groups, and this is critical to the investigation. But make no mistake that beyond what folks have seen today, Jeffrey Epstein was a sick man. Ghislaine Maxwell was a monster, and the harm and abuse that they have caused women and children needs to be exposed, and the powerful men that did that harm need to be exposed, and there has to be justice.
I want to be clear that from my perspective, I agree wholeheartedly, right? That there's no transparency prerogative here that would override the protection of those who have been abused here. But I just want to get a clearer sense from you. Like, are you saying there is documentation of these abuses? That, like, in the photos, there is documentary evidence of some of the things that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell are accused of or convicted of doing?
There is, in the photos, there is clearly photos of women, a variety of different, there are hundreds and hundreds of photos that we've already seen. And as a reminder, we've only seen about 25,000 of the 95,000 batch. So we've been going through the whole production in batches. But of the 25,000 photos that we have seen, there are hundreds and hundreds of photos of women, of which some of those are very disturbing, and of which some of those are horrific in nature and certainly sexual in nature. And so that's the work that the team and the research team right now is focused on, and we're going to ensure that the public gets transparency, that we get the information out, and we're being very thoughtful about protecting those women. And again, we just got this yesterday, but we are committed to transparency and the truth will get out. And right now, there is one person in the United States that has the power to bring justice to these women and to get the truth out, and that's Donald Trump. And he should release the files today.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for being a little clearer there. I really don't want to be prurient here. I don't want to, what you're saying is really true, but just, I think there's some sense, right, that people have that was any of this documented? Are there videos or pictures? And that's a horrific thing to contemplate, but also is part of the story here in terms of what this individual did, what the people around him may have done. We don't know. In terms of these files, these came from the estate. Now, I want to ask you something that was raised by my colleague Lisa Rubin in the first block of this program, which is, she seemed to indicate that your committee has a lot of files and only a small sliver of them have been made public, that there are bank files, there are other things, and I can't tell how much those are affirmative decisions being made by the chair, Jim Comer, how much those are working your way through production carefully. Like, how would you describe why we have seen what we've seen and why we haven't seen what we haven't seen, if that makes sense?
Absolutely. Look, I think first what's really important here is that every single document, photo, video that...
Thank you for resubscribing. That is 59 months for you. Meow. Meow indeed. I'm trying to see if we can bring in shorts on this. I'm not sure. I'm having... YouTube's changed some things. We'll see if it works. That's why I'm quiet. Or quieter right now. Usually I'm, having the other problem. Yeah, but thanks, Vamps, for getting us to 52. We are now, we broke 50%. So yeah, if we get the other 48%, we will be sticking around for some extra bonus content after the normal streaming time. Here, I'm going to put this back on and see if I can get us up and going on shorts
that we have is because we have fought for them on the Oversight Committee as Democrats. And Republicans, every single step of the way, have tried to block the release. They try to stop our vote on the subpoena. Donald Trump brought in members of Congress to the Situation Room, tried to stop the vote from happening on the floor. And so Republicans, Mike Johnson, James Comer, at every single turn have dragged their feet and participated in this White House cover-up. Of what we currently have, we have one batch of documents from the DOJ. All of those documents were essentially already public record. So that was already given to the public. So there's nothing new there. Of the other documents that we have, much of what we have either is already in the public record, Democrats have already put out as a committee, and we still have not put out yet fully are the bank records. And I'll tell you why. We're working right now with our partners on the Senate Finance Committee, in both the Senate and the Financial Services Committee in the U.S. House. And we are carefully going through a complex system of documents, ledgers, bank statements that connect money laundering, we believe, possibly, and also information about who was paying who and where Jeffrey Epstein was receiving all of his resources from. And I'll note this one other thing, which is important. The Republicans only decided to subpoena two of the banks, Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan. We've asked for over 20 banks.
I've never heard anyone call it Deutsche Bank. That's amazing. Yeah, Deutsche Bank is how it's pronounced, but either way, it does have an E on the end of it.
To be subpoenaed. So we need Republicans to join us and subpoena the 20 other banks where we want to get information from. All of that is going to be critically important in the weeks and months ahead. But I'll tell you, Chris, we're making really, really good progress.
So if there are images here, I mean, one thing that's striking to me is something that Andrew Weissman said earlier in the program. And this pertains to, say, the birthday book, right, which in some ways I think kicked off a lot of this. The Wall Street Journal is reporting about that. Am I right that nothing from the estate has ever come into the custody of law enforcement? That everything being turned over by the estate, including the photos you got, like this is the first time U.S. government representatives or anyone has gotten this information? Is that true?
We're actually not sure what representatives of the government or the DOJ may have that the estate also has. There's certainly a lot the estate has that, according to some of the DOJ, they do not have. Look, the birthday book, Donald Trump spent weeks saying it didn't exist, as we remember. Right. There have been comments from members of the
It didn't exist. He doesn't doodle. He doesn't draw. All kinds of shit.
Token owner, super chatted $6.66. Good to see you back. I'm unwell. ATM solidarity. Love to you and chat.
Oh my God. Yeah, Choki, I've recently come back from the world of the, barely living. So I totally, feel your pain on that. I hope you get better. Yeah, a lot of my friends are seem to be going through some health challenges right now. So I hope you feel better. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for getting us to, what is it? Looks like 58. We are at 58. So yeah, moving towards bonus content. Sorry, I'm a little quiet right now, chat. I'm still trying to figure out how YouTube wants me to do the wait, that should work, right? Anyway, I'm just having trouble getting the short stream to go live. They keep on changing it, I think, to make it easier to stream. And the problem for the rest of us is, like, we've already figured out, like, the weird way that the dual streaming works on YouTube. And it sucks to have to, relearn it every time they, you know what I mean? It's just, anyway, we'll,
the DOJ and
we'll get there.
That they weren't aware, obviously, of some of what the estate has. And so that is likely true, that there are documents and photos that we're releasing to the public, including possibly ones that we released today, that are not in the possession of the DOJ. But I also want to be very clear that what we've released and what we have is a tiny amount of production compared to what the DOJ has. From what we understand from talking to folks at the FBI as well as the DOJ, there's an enormous enormous amount of documents, of records, of photos, of videos, and other materials in the possession of the Department of Justice. And so if we really want to solve this investigation and bring justice to the survivors, the DOJ is where the information is. And now we're going to collect it. If they choose to redact information or if they choose to not give us full information, we're going to get to the truth, even without the DOJ. But they need to do the right thing right now and release all the files.
All right, Congressman Robert Garcia, who sits on that oversight committee. Thank you so much. Very busy day, and I appreciate you coming by.
All right, so I don't know exactly where that happened, but you know, it seems like there's not a lot of coverage of this. The mainstream media in general, I don't know. Anybody else feel this, that like they're kind of downplaying the Epstein files? They feel like dirty about covering this, or more likely, you know, people in power at the networks might have people that they are protecting, maybe people that are innocent, right? In some cases, right? Maybe people that had a, like I said, in the 90s, I don't think many people knew what Epstein is up to. As we, you know, get towards, you know, his first, you know, the sweetheart plea deal, and certainly the second prosecution of Epstein that never went through. You know, people have less and less of an excuse, but you know, people either innocent or guilty that they're protecting, and don't want to, or people they don't want to piss off, including the president himself. Here, I'm gonna give you some Hassan.
Kept meticulous details about,
and I'll see if we can get I'll see if we can get the, I really want to, I feel like Shorts would love this. I am struggling. It's not intuitive at all. But I'm working behind the scenes to try to share the stream with more people. We'll see if it works.
You know, the people that they were, right? And it's the same with like Jeffrey Epstein, where he was just like detailing every aspect of his life. And I guess like for him, it makes a lot of sense because like this is part of the job, right? You were doing that. You were filming everything because you wanted to have blackmail, or people like myself consistently covering Jeffrey Epstein's connections to the state of Israel, and people are seeing it. And then New York Times rarely covers it at all, if they ever offered any coverage. It's marginal, and it's a buried lead in the background of a story about some other shit related to Jeffrey Epstein.
Breaking news. In the last few moments, further files relating to the pedophile Jeffrey Epstein have been released in the US. Well, we can show you some of them now. Now, there are 4 pictures we can show you as part of there's overall 95,000 being looked at. They've been released by the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. As you can see, Donald Trump features in this one. Looks like several women there as well, but their faces have been covered. Let's bring you the next one. This features Steve Bannon, the former advisor to Donald Trump, certainly during his first term, in an office there with Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein on the right there at a desk and with his computer.
Yeah, for the record, very interesting. I don't know what's going on in this frame picture, by the way. This is very strange, but this is something that I've talked about quite a bit. Steve Bannon's association with Jeffrey Epstein. If you recall, Steve Bannon actually did a deposition for Jeffrey Epstein, and he still has hours and hours of deposition footage and recorded conversations with Jeffrey Epstein. When Jeffrey Epstein was slated to go. When Jeffrey Epstein was under legal scrutiny again, and when people called him to question this association, they were like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein? He turned around and he said, I was just like shooting a documentary on Jeffrey Epstein in a negative way. Okay? We have yet to see the full tapes, and I don't think we will ever see the full tapes. Okay? Why was Steve Bannon hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein like this? Recent TrueAnon Eps go deep into the Bannon part of the oversight dump for curious chatters. Yeah, TrueAnon's all over this. Yeah, Steve Bannon and Epstein posted up for a fit pic together. What's up with that? Does this look like a negative association with Jeffrey Epstein? No. Because it wasn't. It never was, by the way. He tried to present it as such after the fact, after he got caught, because he was doing a trial run for Jeffrey Epstein. He was trying to do PR for Jeffrey Epstein. But they were boys.
Computer. And we can go to our US correspondent, David Blevins, who joins me now. David, a lot of people have been pushing for this kind of thing. The Democrats have released, well, there's a handful we're showing, but there's a huge tranche.
Yeah. In a late-hour bid to restore his reputation after Miami Herald and other stories question his plea deal, Epstein engaged Steve Bannon to help prepare him for a major PR push. That is precisely what this was, okay? Make no mistake. Steve Bannon claims that this wasn't the case now, but that is absolutely the reason why he was connected to Jeffrey Epstein. That's the reason why he linked up with Jeffrey Epstein. This photo is, I assume, of a victim, maybe? That's why it's censored, because like the only faces that are censored from the Oversight Dems is usually like the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. And I can't tell what this looks like. I don't know if it's like, yeah, it's a framed pic. This dude has some freaky ass shit too. Like he just has so many freaky ass photos all over his house, dude. It's just so nutty, so disturbing. It looks like a foot with the sock brand cut out. What? Yeah, the bar is over their face. That's a person. That's the reason why it's censored. The only people that are censored on these in these photos that they're releasing are people who are not like implicated or are victims. Okay. In any case, let's get to it.
Of something like 95,000 as part of this latest dump.
Yes, Matt, let me try to explain what exactly has happened in the last few minutes. The Democrats on the House Oversight Committee, that is the committee on Capitol Hill investigating crimes carried out by Jeffrey Epstein, have received, they say, 95,000 images from the Epstein estate. They have now released 19 of those images, and they are striking. 3 of them are images of the President of the United States, Donald Trump. Also, there is a picture of the former Prince Andrew, now known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. There is, as you said...
All right, chat, I'm going to try to... It's weird. You see this image right here? Like, this is the most damning image of Donald Trump. You see Donald Trump here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 victims. The version that I downloaded from the Dropbox that the House Oversight Dems released, it's this image, but it's fucked up. It's you can't quite tell it's Trump. It's just like it's granulated in a weird way, right? And I don't know why that was, because I swear to God, when I first looked through it on the site, it looked like this. When I downloaded it and tried to upload it to Twitter, it was all fucked up. And now when I look at my version of it, it's fucked up. I don't know why. Anyway, we'll get to that in a minute. I am still struggling with the tech here.
Say a picture of Trump's former advisor, Steve Bannon, and others among those images released. But I think it's really important to stress at this stage that just appearing in a picture that has been released by the Epstein estate is no indication of wrongdoing. NBC, our colleagues in the United States, has reached out to each of these people for comment. None of them has been accused of wrongdoing, and all of them have repeatedly denied any knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. But I think there will be much focus on the 3 photographs featuring Donald Trump. He has, of course, in the past indicated that he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein in the 1990s and the early 2000s. Each of them owned a mansion in Florida, and they were filmed together, for example, at a party, because the American financier and convicted offender Jeffrey Epstein really partied with the rich and famous a lot. You're looking at a picture of him with Woody Allen there, because he cultivated relationships with influential...
Of course. by the way. Of course, Woody Allen was all over this.
Yeah, one of the least surprising. I don't know if the Woody Allen, if this is the first we've heard of Woody Allen with Epstein. I haven't heard a lot of it, but yeah, it makes sense given his record. For people who don't know, Woody Allen was a much respected, idolized, I'd say, like filmmaker in the 60s and 70s and 80s, and he was in a relationship with a woman named Mia Farrow. And something, oh my God, I'm trying to remember how it went. She had a daughter maybe before she married Woody, and he ends up in a relationship with his stepdaughter, right? For years and years and years. And, you know, yeah, there's a lot of sus stuff about Woody Allen, right? So that's what Hassan means when he says least surprising thing ever.
Horse, dude.
People, politicians, academics and celebrities. And so there was much shock in 2008 when he was convicted of procuring a minor for prostitution and served a controversially lenient jail sentence. And then in due course, we know that he was arrested on federal sex trafficking charges, accused of exploiting and trafficking numerous underage girls. So these pictures will...
Bro, what the f*** is this wash coverage? They acting like it's surprising rich people hang out with other rich pedos? Come on, dude. It's mainstream media. They can't be like, of course. Köpek hala arkada orospu evladı. Evet, çok kötü durumu köpeğin.
Be scrutinised heavily. We've now had a statement, I should say, from Representative Robert Garcia, who's the ranking member on the committee from the Democrats. And this is what he's had to say. This latest production contains over 95,000 photos, including images of the wealthy and powerful men who spent time with Jeffrey Epstein. Images also include thousands of photographs of women and Epstein properties. Oversight Democrats are reviewing the full set of photos and will continue to release photos to the public in the days and weeks ahead. Committee Democrats are committed to protecting the identities of the survivors. 19 photos can be accessed here. And he goes on to say, it is time to end this White House cover-up and bring justice to the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and his powerful friends. There's
something so strange about these guys is like, the same with Nazis, right? They like kept meticulous details about, the people that they were killing, right? And it's the same with like Jeffrey Epstein, where he was just like detailing every aspect of his life. And I guess like for him, it makes a lot of sense because like this is part of the job, right? You were doing that. You were filming everything because you wanted to have blackmail, But one of the things that I find somewhat strange, if I'm being a little cynical here, I think that the actual meat and potatoes beyond the famous celebrities and beyond the pedophilia allegations, or which celebrity was actually engaging in like a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein specifically for the pedophile sex trafficking stuff. There's also a shit ton of financial crimes that were taking place, money laundering and the like, and that every day that the media talks about like the most interesting angle from the public perspective, the pedophilia stuff, is a day where they're not talking about the financial angle, because there is money laundering that took place. There is a tremendous there is an unlimited amount of paper trail, okay? And for some reason, we just don't talk about that stuff at all. The media never talks about the Israel angle. The media never talks about the weapons trafficking. The media if at all, talks about the financial aspect of this. Let's be real. Nobody cares about the financial angle. I care about that. That's the most significant part of this. Beyond the pedophile sex trafficking, like that was the most consistent thing that he did. It's crazy that we still don't know how Jeffrey Epstein made billions of dollars. Like is that normal? Also, I am a firm and committed believer that like that was overlapping. Like the blackmail and the sex trafficking and the weapons trafficking went hand in hand with the espionage element And the proof, in my opinion, is in the paper trail. And that is the one aspect of this story that rarely ever gets mentioned, alongside the Israel angle, of course, especially in mainstream media. We're getting closer to where Epstein's power came from.
Chad, I'm going to try one last thing that might... Oh my God, no, it can't. Oh my God. YouTube, I'm sorry. I can't. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Anyway, they fucked me. They fucked me, chat. YouTube has absolutely fucked me today. Like their implementation of new features, which could be pretty cool and pretty useful and probably should have existed previously, is breaking the is breaking my ability to use the workarounds that I found to be able to use those features, despite the fact that YouTube didn't do a very good job. So I'm probably just going to give up on it for today, even though this is the exact kind of stream that Shorts would love. It's just like, you know, it's a constant struggle.
From, although we're not all the way there yet. But this is also how he became a powerful shot caller with his own office at Harvard. Wexner paid tens of millions to fund a public service program for Israeli officials there. New leaked emails show that Jeffrey Epstein sat at the head of a powerful financial empire, built to funnel money to promote Israeli interests in the United States. Epstein had power of attorney over the fortune of billionaire Les Wexner. For those of you who don't know, the founder and owner of L brands like Victoria's Secret and the like. This is how he was able to accrue billions of dollars.
Anyone want to tell me what the fucking L brand is?
Right. Even his New York mansion was basically gifted to him by Les Wexner. This is stuff that we do know. But his emails reveal he was also a shot caller in his powerful philanthropic foundation, which has channeled hundreds of millions of dollars to Israel-linked cause in America.
Just for anyone who misunderstood what Hassan said right there, he said shot caller, right? Some of you might have heard shock collar, but like as in COLLAR, right? He said shot caller, somebody who calls the shots.
Over the past several decades. So this aspect of it was suspected, and yet the Wexner Foundation had actually said that Jeffrey Epstein had no decision-making power at all at the Wexner Foundation. This is a lie. The emails actually show that he was making unilateral decisions at the Wexner Foundation. The Wexner Foundation has claimed that internal reviews show that Epstein was merely an absentee trustee that had no meaningful role in the
Did you see him kind of reach off screen when he said that? Yeah.
Foundation's budget or finances. But correspondence from Epstein's Yahoo inbox show that he acted as a de facto chief financial officer for the foundation, making major decisions about the taxes, lines of credit, large fund transfers, and politically sensitive grants. The Wexner Foundation is one of the most powerful Israel lobby groups in the U.S. between 2003 and 2018. After Epstein resigned in 2007 and before his death, the foundation gave over $128.4 million to pro-Israel cause in the U.S., making it the third largest donor to such causes during that period. This is, of course, another piece from Dropsite News from Ryan Grimm and Murtaza Hussein. Ask Jeffrey. Epstein ran Wexner's pro-Israel philanthropy machine, emails reveal. Contrary to what the Wexner Foundation had claimed in the past, this trove of data that came from Jeffrey Epstein's personal email account reveals a totally different reality.
You know, Dropsite News, I don't know if they're involved in the latest, what they've been doing with the latest tranche. Right. Dropsite News has broken a lot of the Epstein story. But something interesting about Dropside News that I don't know how many of you noticed. Let me know, one in chat if you noticed this, right? Steve Bannon apparently complimented Ryan Grimm's journalism. And Ryan Grimm went on Bannon's show. Considering how involved Bannon is in these, in these Epstein releases, I'm a little bit I don't know what's going on. I don't know what, honestly, I don't know what's in it for Ryan, right? Because it wasn't just like he went on to like, he's going to argue with Bannon about things, or they're right. It was to push back on, I guess, somebody that had attacked Steve Bannon. So he's kind of going on Steve Bannon's program in a friendly way now, right? Which is disturbing and should be disturbing. That being said, I don't see Dropside or Ryan like backing off of the story, hopefully even when it comes to Steve Bannon. But yeah, that was a weird thing that happened.
There was a front-facing side that was acceptable, like Victoria's Secret and the stuff in the background. He had the opportunity in an acceptable society and immoral society. I think Victoria's Secret was used to promote young girl women as desirable, pretty gross. I mean, it's the fashion industry, because the fashion industry definitely is in a gray area with like what Jeffrey Epstein was doing that we consider to be immoral. They do it with regular frequency. That is the reason why he was able to work within the confines of the fashion industry with ease, because most people saw it as like, oh, it's the same thing that people are doing. It's just more of that. It's basically like a lighter version of sex trafficking, right?
Disturbing photos raise even more questions about Epstein and his relationship with some of the most powerful men in the world. We will not rest until the American people get the truth. The Department of Justice must release all the files now. I think it is worth, again, reminding people that these are not the Epstein files, so to speak, that we've been talking so much about in recent months, following a decision by the House of Representatives and subsequently the Senate, and then the signature of the President himself. Senate. Those files, some 300 gigabytes of them, will be released in due course. But right now we are receiving just some documents from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee, documents which we would expect to feature in the overall files, but they are striking. 19 photographs, 3 of them photographs of the current President of the United States.
David, as you rightly point out, these are not the files, but Donald Trump did say in advance of returning to the White House that he would release the file.
Chat. These are not the files you're looking for. These are not the files. These are not the files you're looking for.
And the Democrats are trying to push him to do just that, but as yet, that hasn't happened.
Yes, again, I think it's worth reminding people why the Epstein files have become such an issue. During the election campaign, Donald Trump repeatedly pledged that he would release these documents. Once elected, his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, said they were on her desk and ready to go. She then released a small amount of material and said there was no list of Epstein clients. And that fueled, I think, further conspiracy of cover-up. They had
Ryan has odd takes on his has had odd takes on interviews. I think he's not very kind to trans people. What's funny is they just let go of somebody on Breaking Points who was a straight up transphobe, who had brought on TERFs, who had done, he was a marginal figure for Breaking Points, right? A guy named James Lee. You might have seen him. He's kind of like a Jimmy Dore orbiter. He's what the Vanguard would have become if they hadn't realized how full of shit Jimmy was. And cut ties and really, done a lot to expose Jimmy. But yeah, he's there's one strange video on Breaking Points where James Lee brought on a TERF to just basically do cut transphobic content. And look, Breaking Points is not a left-wing outlet. It's not a right-wing outlet, right? They've got people from both sides, and most of them are dissident right, dissident left, right? They're not the establishment figures. They're the voices crying in the wilderness, and some of the right wing figures like what's her name, Emily? Can't remember her last name, but some of the right wing figures have surprisingly good takes on certain issues, right? Or even Sagar occasionally, you know, is he's definitely not like on board fully with MAGA at the moment, right? Other viewpoints he has are disgusting, but anyway, they cut ties with James Lee, not because of the transphobic content that he was doing, but rather because he did a interview with, oh my god, chat, somebody help me out here, Elisha. I'm gonna have to type this in. James Lee, Elisha, something or other. James Lee, Elisha what? Elisha Schaefer, yeah. Who is, you know, to my knowledge, a far-right fascist, right? And it wasn't even that he interviewed a far-right fascist, right? He interviewed I think somebody who's under like he's getting sued, right? By somebody else on the right, and it was because I think of the legal jeopardy that would have put breaking points into, like if they run the interview, which they chose not to. And then I think after they said, no, thank you, we don't want your interview, he's like, oh, come on, I got the scoop. Like, right, this is a big story, right? Because he fucking loves fascists, I guess. That after he talked a little shit about them, I think that's when they cut ties with. So now he's going on Jimmy Dore saying, breaking points, the Israel lobby, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Got to them, and that's why they've distanced themselves. Oh god, it looks like Jillian Michaels had him on at 1.2. This last October. But anyway, that was like somewhat encouraging, because at least, you know, I know that, like, you know, the one really vile piece, and look, you know, Sagar, he's, like I said, Sagar can be vile, right? Sagar, you know, despite being heterodox and not being like a you know, orthodox MAGA kind of person, he's pretty far right on some issues, right? But when you see a vile, you know, when you see something vile on breaking points, there's usually some pushback, right? And this video that James Lee did was like the exception. So I was kind of encouraged to think that maybe they were, you know, that they had decided that there were just certain, like, you know, ideas attacking people's identity. Maybe they weren't gonna platform, but I don't know. With this Bannon thing, it's hard to tell. I probably should watch the content itself first. Going in on Jimmy Dore and Jillian Michaels. Yeah, you incredible, bro. No, I mean, James Lee's a joke. He's absolutely a joke, and it's on brand for Jimmy Dore and that kind of content. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm still distracted by my inability to overcome the tech hurdles that are in front of me. It's so frustrating. I'll figure it out at some point, and we'll get back on shorts.
Really lit a fire that they were unable to put out. Republican Congressman Thomas Massey then raised his head above the parapet. He tabled a bill to release all the files, and 3 other Republicans supported him. You will remember that one of them was Donald Trump's longtime ally, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and that really developed into quite a split in the MAGA base. So under pressure at that
or Marjorie Taylor Brown, as we call her,
point, Donald Trump did a U-turn, and he urged Republicans to vote for the bill to release all.
I gotta say, I think Trump's losing his touch, right? The fact that he used to be good, at least at tagging people with nicknames that would stick. Marjorie Taylor Brown is some of his laziest work, so. You know, maybe the sign of a mind entering its dementia era.
The files.
It's just like, I think if the Trump admin or the Trump campaign in general hadn't leaned so heavily into like the pedophilia conspiracies and stuff, which is like, some of which is a conspiracy, some of which clearly is not a conspiracy theory. and just like a real thing that was taking place. But if they hadn't leaned into like QAnon so aggressively, if they hadn't kept up with like the latest and greatest in that realm, I don't think this would be as consequential for them. But because they did, obviously because they like consistently offered their base, their most loyal fans, red meat over and over again, this is something that they are going to continue demanding. This is a promise that you made and a promise that you're not keeping. And it's quite weird. It's quite strange. If you are known for promises made, promises kept, people are just going to turn around and be like, why aren't you keeping this promise? And they're going to start assuming that the reason why you're not keeping
and look, of all the promises to not, there's a lot of promises that Trump hasn't kept, right? Starting with affordability. He won on, basically on that issue, right? This was Biden's big vulnerability, and it became Kamala's vulnerability based on her refusal or inability to distance herself from Biden. And so they've already kind of, that's another bad promise to break. But the Epstein thing is the worst of all. It's so fucking transparent what happened, right? And the fact that they let this go forward, the fact that Trump could not control the people that he was going to want for his administration. I'm talking about Bongino and Kash Patel, and to a lesser extent, J.D. Vance. These are all people, in his administration. J.D. Vance is his vice president that went on different platforms and said, yeah, we're going to get those Epstein files, aren't you? That's another great reason to vote for Trump, right? He campaigned on it. People say on the right all the time that Biden had 4 years in which he could have released the Epstein files too if there was anything damaging in them. And by their kind of stereotyped vision of Biden, he was going on a full court press of lawfare against Trump. And so they interpret the fact that Biden, never used the Epstein angle as exculpatory. It's not. It's absolutely not, right? Biden never campaigned on it. This wasn't an issue for Biden. There was a mysterious death of a high-profile defendant while in custody, and to most people it looked pretty weird. To the the Trump administration that was in power at the time and the Biden administration that was just about to take over, they were just like, yeah, no, this guy hung himself. Like, that's the end of it, right? Biden never even touched it. What makes this suspicious is that Trump, said he was going to expose this. Pam Bondi said she had the Epstein files or the Epstein list or, something real juicy, something to give us new information on other people who might have been, involved in criminal conspiracy to do who knows what to children with Epstein on her desk, right? And it turned from it's on my desk to it doesn't exist. That is exactly why they got themselves in this position. And, they can't, for them to try to back away from it now is really telling. What it says is that something stinks to high hell, right? What it says is that there's something that Trump does not want to come out. And so that's why this isn't going to stop, right? This is going to follow Trump for the rest of his presidency, certainly, and the rest of his days, if we're being real. His dad had Alzheimer's, probably in the earliest stage. Trump's dad.
Promise is because you yourself are deeply implicated.
And all but one Republican on the Hill did just that. And since then, we've been waiting for the Epstein files to be released. As I say, there are hundreds of thousands of pages, digital records and other media related to criminal investigations into Jeffrey Epstein. The Epstein files, that's really material that has been collected by law enforcement, FBI and the Department of Justice. And according to the Department of Justice, the archive includes over 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence. So really, the material that has dropped this morning is literally a drop in the ocean. And 95,000 images. The Democrats on the Oversight Committee say they have received images, including one you're looking at of the former President of the United States, Bill Clinton, alongside Jeffrey Epstein and his girlfriend and co-accused Ghislaine Maxwell. Between those two men, there is also pictures, as we've seen, of the current President, Donald Trump, a picture of his former advisor, Steve Bannon, and one, we understand, of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
I will never forgive the Democrats for leaning into defending Bill Clinton instead of just like dumping boatloads of this data, or at least like leaning into the suspicion that, Jeffrey Epstein was deeply tied to Donald Trump during the election. Okay. It's just so, Nope. They had to defend Bill Clinton. Okay. So they couldn't touch the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. They had to protect Israel. They had to protect Bill Clinton. They couldn't touch the Jeffrey.
Interesting angle there from Emily French. My theory, Trump thought a completely cleansed version would come out. Bannon promised it would, and Bannon tricked him. How did Bannon have that kind of insight, right? Into, I guess, top secret files from the Justice Department is what we're talking about here. I mean, at least in terms of the Epstein files themselves, right? When we say the Epstein files, we're talking about stuff the DOJ had in its records. And listen, if an investigation goes on and it concludes, right, like say that the person in question, the person being investigated, dies, and so the investigation ends, right, and there's no leads as far as other people that might have been in conspiracy with him, then it's not appropriate to release the the little ins and outs of the investigation, right? Because they're going to be talking about other people, and just their mere presence in those files is going to implicate them in some ways, right? And if you don't have, enough to indict them, then you probably shouldn't release that. With Epstein, it's a little bit different because there's something really fishy going on here, right? The DOJ may have concluded, but the rest of Americans aren't done with this, right? And they shouldn't be. There's definitely more shoes to drop here. But the idea that Bannon might have turned on Trump is kind of interesting. There is a possible reason, right, that Bannon would have turned on Trump. It does seem like Bannon is somewhat on the outside of MAGA, and from time to time, you'll hear what sounds like criticism, and I think especially surrounding Epstein. But yeah, like that Bannon somehow had inside knowledge. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I don't know anything that supports that aspect of it. The Dems have never supported victims, not with Biden, not with Clinton. No, you're exactly right. They remember how they attacked, or not remember, but for most of us, you've probably heard of how they attacked Monica Lewinsky when she, revealed that that Clinton was, pursuing extracurricular activities with her.
Epstein stuff. And now that they are out of power, they can chirp about it nonstop.
Again, I'm going to stress that just being pictured with Jeffrey Epstein or having your picture released by the Oversight Committee or members of that committee does not indicate wrongdoing. NBC, our colleagues in the United States, have reached out to each of these people for comment, but they have previously denied any wrongdoing and any knowledge of Epstein's crimes.
David, they've only released 19. We're showing a handful of them now. Clearly, some people's identities have been protected in these photos, others not. We're looking at that one of Steve Bannon with Jeffrey Epstein now. But 95,000 to work through. Are they working through these and holding them back because of decency or privacy issues? What would be the reasons for not releasing more?
Also, look at this one, dude. This dude is straight up in the cut, producing movies alongside Woody Allen. If we didn't already know enough about Woody Allen's background and how strange of a person he is, this would come as a surprise. But Just fork found in the kitchen, I guess, at this point.
This point in time.
Legal reasons and political reasons. There has been a legal change just in the last couple of days in that judges have ruled, for example, that material which had previously been sealed could be unsealed. That was grand jury material relating to prosecution.
Bro, even Cheryl Hines, dude, RFK Jr.'s now wife, every single person, dude. What is going on?
Of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, for anyone who is on...
That's not Cheryl, it's a Victoria's Secret model? Oh, really?
Familiar with the judicial process in the United States.
Bad.
Material goes to a grand jury, and it is...
How can you tell that Cheryl? That could be any white woman on the planet. I mean, chatters are correcting me. I thought it was her. It does look like her.
They who decide if there is enough ground to proceed with a prosecution. That grand jury material has been unsealed.
Look at Steve Bannon again. Alex Jones was right. Every person in power is a reptilian pedophile. Yeah, except Alex Jones now, at the peak of his career, he should be the one who's like going, see, I told you so, over and over again. Okay? Whether it be shit that he said about Israel, whether it be stuff that he said about like reptilian, pedophilic, vampire style societal elites, has now, like, this is his moment, okay? It's like if I, at the tail end of my career, finally, we have like a proletarian revolution, a dictatorship of the proletariat is implemented. And I'm over here being like, actually, this was a horrible idea. This was so bad. No, it's not. You don't want this. Actually, meritocracy is real. And the wealthy people need to continue consolidating wealth and power at the top. The working poor don't know how to control themselves. You know? This is Alex Jones's moment. He made his entire career off of talking about pedophilic vampires. And now that it is in the forefront, where the average person also kind of recognizes that there's this like pedophilic elite conspiracy, he has to sit around and, because he's Daddy Trump's biggest fucking booster, he has to sit around and be like, oh, actually, this is not real. I mean, it's kind of real, but like it's not real at all, actually. Donald Trump's not implicated, and you should look the other way. You should look at different things. And of course, that is a part of the reason why Candace Owens is popping off, because she has no reason to defend Donald Trump. She is truly independent in that sense.
Yeah, they're actually very fine reptilian vampires, and they are pillars of the community. Thank you very much.
You are a full-blown grifter. You can take up that space that Alex Jones would normally have, the space that Alex Jones should be occupying in this moment as the number one conspiracy theorist. It's crazy.
In relation to both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. So legally there had been a delay, but I think that will lead to the release of some more documents in due course. And then politically there have been hurdles to overcome as well, because this had to be brought about through a bill on Capitol Hill, which was ironically brought by a Republican, Thomas Massie. He was the person who tabled the Epstein Transparency Act. He had all of the Democrats on board, obviously, but the pivotal moment came when three other Republicans...
Like, people forget Alex Jones literally on the morning of 9/11 was like, this is Israel. Israel did this, okay? The morning of 9/11, while it was still happening, he was like, Israel did this. I can't believe Israel did this. He was anti-George W. Bush, and then Obama one-shotted him, okay? And then Donald Trump basically brought him in to, like, acceptability by really pushing the boundaries.
Yeah, the frogs aren't actually gay. They were just going through a confusing time in their life. Since then, they have all found partners. They have gotten married. They are going to church, and they are no longer gay. They are no longer gay because gay is not real. Since Tucker Carlson cannot understand the concept of being gay, or can he, or does he understand it on a visceral level? Perhaps, I don't know. Chat. If you've noticed, Tucker Carlson has become obsessed with homosexuality, and we got to dig into that sometime too, sometime soon too. I'm just overwhelmed right now with technical flaws in the anyway, I'll figure it out.
Donald Trump actually, when he was running for president, went on Alex Jones' show on InfoWars. A lot of people forget, back in 2016. And then he won. And then Alex Jones was seen as like a normal, I guess, somewhat of a normal part of the, at least for the right, somewhat of a normal part of the commentariat. And now Alex Jones is basically defending the Trump administration and trying to get people to look away from the Epstein stuff to the best of his ability, or he's trying to manage. He's trying to do.
It's just like, look, you can't look at the man behind the curtain. All right, whatever you do, do not look at the man behind the curtain.
Clean up with what remains of his credibility in the conspiracy world. The last remaining shred of credibility that he has in the conspiracy world, he's basically using to defend Donald Trump.
Republicans crossed the aisle, so to speak, and voted with him.
Sweeping for him.
That pushed the bill through, and you may remember, remarkably, it was swiftly rubber-stamped by the Senate without even a debate and landed quickly on the desk of Donald Trump, who is himself now pictured in 3 of these pictures, which have been.
Yeah, here's Alex Jones one day after 9/11, not the day of 9/11.
I don't support the Palestinians either. They're all hyped up and psychotic. But Israel's going to get us nuked, always backing them up like this. Israel.
They're hyped up. That's how you would describe the Palestinians, right? They're hyped up. I don't know.
Israel calls the Palestinians goyim or cattle or dogs or subhuman. They keep them on concentration camps. I got video of them taking Palestinian women's tomatoes they grow and breaking their water containers and stealing. That's why you have.
Remember, the greatest conspiracy theorist, kernels of truth, especially extra points if it's like a truth that you're not allowed to say, okay? Or a truth that you don't actually encounter in the mainstream at all, okay? That's it. That is the most effective way to be a conspiracy theorist. That's why Candace Owens.
I'm supposed to keep you apprised of the butterfly goal. We got 9 minutes left. Oh my God, I'm glad. Well, I should have checked it earlier. Look, we're 2 super chats out of 10. We're 8 super chats away from being able to put a butterfly in my hair. If you care about that sort of thing, you got 9 minutes to try to scramble, to try to scratch together 10 teal super chats. Otherwise, we're just gonna have to wait till maybe tomorrow for that. We're at 56. Is that correct? Do I have it correct? 58, sorry. Out of 100 as far as the bonus goal goes, as far as sticking around for content after the Epstein. Oh my God, I should have changed this. After the Epstein and after the Candace Owens Tim Pool, we could stick around and cover one of these topics up here, but only if that number that's at 58 right now gets to 100. So we got our work cut out for us.
We'll talk about
but yeah, I mean, you notice okay, listen, I just got to say it in case anybody doesn't know this. The things that he's saying that Israel is I mean, this was a long time ago, right? But the things that he's saying Israel's doing to the Palestinians track. But when you hear people talk about the goyim, right, as if it's this horrendous, racial insult, right? It just means Gentile, right? It means not Jewish, right? Goy means not Jewish. It's a Yiddish word, and people always try to make more of this than it is. Just like Elon Musk banning the word cis as if it was a slur, to say that someone who is not trans, chat, and if you're a chemistry student, you know this already, right? If something's not trans, it's cis. If it's not on the opposite side, which is what, trans means in chemistry, then it's on the same side, which is what cis means on, there's no fucking insult there. There's no slur. There's no reverse transphobia or anything like that. and generally people that make a mountain out of the idea that there is a, you know, phrase, that there's a word in Yiddish to refer to Gentiles are, you know, it's generally a marker of anti-Semitism. So yeah, he was, you know, he was accusing Israel of 9/11 right when it happened, and you know, saying some prescient stuff. Maybe saying the right things in some cases, but for the wrong reasons, for a you know, out of actual anti-Semitism. So it's really funny when Kanye West or Nick Fuentes come on Alex Jones's show and they go so mask off in their anti-Semitism, and he's like, "Whoa, I don't endorse that. I don't believe that. I'm not agreeing with that." Right? It's pretty clear that at some point he, you know, he had all the he collected all the anti-Semitic Pokemon at some point.
MK Ultra and all these other like different things that the CIA has done. That's why Candace Owens is so popular right now, because when we watched her commentary yesterday when she was talking about like Barry Weiss, she's like, Barry Weiss is basically an agent of Israel. And that is the reason why she got a job at CBS News as the editor-in-chief. This is not far-fetched at all. It's just like she's saying something that is objective reality that you can see if you read if you read beyond the bylines and you read beyond the headlines in a lot of these articles, because the media will cover it and they will say like, oh, Barry Weiss is actually, you know, or Larry Ellison or David Ellison is purchasing CBS News, and the only reason why it was sold is because like the Redstone family finally said that, like, you know, post October 7, they couldn't deal with how anti-Semitic CBS News coverage was, blah, blah, blah, all this stuff. And that's the reason why Barry Weiss of the Free Press was brought in to do editorial control, to, you know, change the direction of CBS News to be more right-wing and to be more pro-Israel, right? So when Candace Owens says that, it comes across like it's a conspiracy theory, but it's not. It's just the truth. And then she also packages that up with a whole bunch of other nonsensical bullshit, but it doesn't matter. That statement in and of itself makes people believe in her, because they're like, well, this is something that I can see with my own two eyes and no one else is talking about it, so you must be like a truth teller, right? Or when she turns around and says, like, Barry Weiss is a great example of someone who is an abject failure, uncharismatic, and is only in a position of power because she sucks up to billionaires and millionaires.
This crap, and our children are going to die. We're going to get nuked because of this. Iran's got the nukes now. Syria, we're going to have nuclear war because Israel likes to go around bombing everybody. I'm sorry, it's just the facts. And Israel absolutely is beside itself with joy right now. They are talking about how they're going to blow everything up, how they're going to attack everybody, and guess who's going to get bombed because of it? I have been supportive of Israel for many years. When I found out what they do, shooting little Palestinian children in the genitalia and laughing, it's on video. Little 10-year-olds walk around throwing rocks at tanks. The guy sits off a half mile away and blows their testicles off. They call them goyim. They call them dogs. They call the Arabs cattle. And then the corrupt Arab governments that are in league with this government, it's really a sick Hegelian dialectic, order out of chaos.
I mean, look, are there slurs that are used towards Palestinians in Israel now? Yeah, absolutely, right? 100%. But I think the slurs that they use are more like conflating all the implication is to conflate all Palestinians with terrorists, right? Like that's the kind of thing that you hear in Israel.
Chaos, bringing the world crises, bringing them terrorism, so we'll accept a highly dictatorial police state regime.
Yeah, OG, dude, there's a reason why I'm such a big Alex Jones fan in general, okay? Even with his newer
Santa's still got the Riz. Santa's still got the mojo, chat. Apparently that Santa Hassan says that the batteries are going to run out at some point, and he'll stop doing that. It's just a motion detector on it. So when Kaya walks behind, you see Santa move. Anybody know the story? I feel like there's more lore behind the Santa that I missed out on.
Newer version of Alex Jones. He's like still a very entertaining figure. It's just that like there is a fucking reason why Alex Jones was seen as like a very unique part of American political discourse, and was in Scanner Darkly, and was in all these other movies, like playing a version of himself, right? Like he's a fascinating character. Oh yeah, Waking Life. Yeah, he was in Scanner Darkly. He was in Waking Life. Yeah, a known.
He was a fixture of Austin, Texas, right? If you know Scanner Darkly and Waking Life, these are Richard Linklater films. He's a famous, film, highly regarded filmmaker, and so those movies are not so much as Scanner Darkly, but definitely Waking Life, Slacker. All of Linklater's older movies are centered around Austin, Texas. And so that's why Alex Jones is in those movies. He is like, he's the weirdo on the radio in Austin, or at least he was at the time, and had not. So to track Alex Jones's progression, you hear him back then, post 9/11, making some kind of, borderline anti-Semitic commentary. And but also, saying some things that are true, kind of mixing it in with some things that are actually true and disturbing about Israel. But he was at the time mostly a critic of the Bush administration, mostly a critic of the war on terror, and somewhat liked on the left, right? In fact, a lot of people looked at him as being a like almost like a Michael Moore figure, right? And then at some point he tried to snuck into Bohemian Grove. Didn't really show anything that was shocking, but tried to make implications that they were like sacrificing babies or something, even though it's a bunch of rich people that get together, and yeah, there are probably some orgies that go on there. That's what Bohemian Grove is, and the scandal there is that the rich and powerful control so much of our world, not that there's some kind of baby eating going on in Bohemian Grove. But yeah, when Obama got into the White House, that's where you see Alex Jones turn from being assumed to be on the left, which I don't think he ever really was, right? I think he's a conspiracy theorist, or before anything else before then, to being a fixture of the right, and pretty much captured by the right. And it goes on. What Hassan is pointing out is very true, right? Alex Jones always implied that there was something really going on, really fucked up going on with the rich and powerful. There was something really scary, really fucked up, really monstrous going on with the rich and powerful. And finally, when this Epstein stuff is revealed, this should be his day to say, see, I was right. The only thing I got wrong was the side. I was saying it was Clinton. I was saying it was Hillary. I was saying it was Podesta and all these people. And it turns out, no, actually it was Trump, right? But he can't do that because he's captured. There's no going back. He's so tied to MAGA that for him to be, he has been critical of Trump to a small degree, but for him to, he got pushback when he did that, right? He literally can't go back. He won't have a career if he becomes critical of Trump over the Epstein stuff. So he's got to, just shut up and sit down, and it's almost sad. I think I hate Starmer more than Thatcher. Oh, geez. We've had 3 PMs since the Queen died. No one talks about Bojo. He's never in the news, just in the fantastical minds of Americans who see the Trumpian hair true. Thatcher gets mentioned every day. Thatcher casts a long shadow for sure. Metaphorical of what happens to the powerless. He got Omega Star, thank you for D5 gifted memberships. Subs over on Twitch. Alice on Fire, you just got jellyfished. Bad Brain, good jellyfish. Bad Brain, you just got jellyfished. Just Vibing 420X, you just got jellyfished. Stubadub, you just got jellyfished. And King Ashant, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And thank you, Omega Star, for getting us most of the way. Look at that. Most of the way towards the goal. We're at 88. Oh no, chat, 88 again. So I'm just saying this because people noticed when the YouTube membership was on 88 to the point where Narwhal was just like, you know what, I'm gonna put one more on there just so we can be at 89 and not you know not be doing dog whistles over here. But either way, thank you so much, Omega Star, and hey, enjoy your subs, right? If you get a sub on Twitch, that means that you can rewind the stream. So that's one of the benefits. The other benefit is, of course, the emojis, which I think go pretty hard considering that, look at that, 122 Twitch subscribers. That's more than the YouTube memberships, which cost half as much. Ponder that, if you will. Ponder that. Anyway, let's finish this.
Figure in the Austin community
get on
for
to
years
Tim
and
Pool
years.
and Candace.
He was always like he was always the anti-establishment conspiracy theorist. Some of the things that he would say came out to be true, mass surveillance by the government, and then he would package that up with a whole bunch of insane shit, right? Like interdimensional space vampires or whatever the fuck. He connects the dots in all the wrong ways and actually makes it harder to see reality. Yeah. Anytime he comes near, anytime he would get close to like unearthing a unspoken truth, he would just quickly fucking snap it into like a totally separate direction, totally insane direction. Which is part of the reason why I would always say, like, I think he's a government agent. If Alex Jones is not a government agent, then the government would create someone exactly like Alex Jones, because he so perfectly would belittle. He would so perfectly belittle like all of these things as like silly conspiracy theories. Richard Linklater said he was just a funny random kook. Didn't think he was harmful at the time, but definitely picked up on his charisma. Yeah. But it's that same Alex Jones that would also say, like, there's a lot of pedophiles, the pedophilic elite, they're doing sex rituals and they're doing sacrifice. And now, in this very moment, that's in the forefront. Like, that's something that people are seeing with their own two fucking eyes. And Alex Jones is nowhere to be seen. In the moments where he does talk about this shit, he spends most of the time talking about how he's actually fighting the deep state still. The current president, Donald Trump, who's my friend, is fighting the deep state. He's a white hat pedophile. Kimi kızdırdıysan artık buradaki forumlarda bile 2 aydır falan linç kampanyasını yürütüyorlar. Oğlum siktir et, ne olacak amına koyayım. Yani ne yapayım? Yürüsünler. İsrail. Kimi kızdırdım diye soruyorsan. Cevap İsrail. Okay? Oh, he did a 28-minute video. Breaking. Democrats launch massive Trump Epstein hoax by editing already public photos to make the president appear guilty. Alex Jones breaks down how images released are designed to implicate criminal behavior with no proof and use innuendo to wrap public perception. See, like, that's what he's doing. Boş ver abi, İngiliz uşaklar onlar. Aynen öyle. The new Taylor Swift documentary.
It is a strange new world that we've entered where Alex Jones is the one pushing back on perceived conspiracy theories. But in this case, right, whereas with QAnon, it was fantastical contrivances made up out of whole cloth. If I'm let me see, QAnon, Pizzagate, right? What did that come out of? I think that Hillary Clinton had an email server in her house, which she wasn't supposed to do. It got hacked and the emails got released. And a new little innovation that took place when that happened, or actually it's not new, right? ClimateGate. If anybody remembers ClimateGate, right? There were emails that from climate scientists that were hacked and then presented out of context and cherry picked in a way to make it look like, without really any there being there, that maybe there was some kind of conspiracy amongst, environmental climate or like climate scientists to to push the theory of climate change on the public, right? Then after that, you get a similar thing. I think Pizzagate is very similar to that in that you got emails that get captured. Now, here's the thing, like, right, if you capture somebody's emails, if you hack the emails or you receive hacked emails, right, and the emails are just like, hey, y'all, it's a pretty late night. We're all working late at the office. Anybody want to order pizza? What would you like? I'd like cheese. I'd like pepperoni, right? mundane shit. But if you, in the minds of QAnon, they're like, oh, the pepperoni is code for they want to do whatever to little boys, right? And the cheese then must mean girls, right? And they just construct this whole ass thing out of emails about ordering fucking pizza, right? So I mean, there was no substance to that. There is a lot of mystery to this. The explanation, the public explanation, does not make sense. The fact that the guy that potentially, you know, has the ability to drop the dime on the rich and famous and the powerful all around the world, is, you know, found to have hung himself in his cell, is you know, something to look into. And Alex Jones is like, he's playing, Chud Logic would call it gunt guarding what he's doing. He's sweeping for Donald Trump at this point. And that's gotta be, considering, you know, everything he always pretended to be about, that's gotta be somewhat of an embarrassment. If the guy even has any shame like left in him, that should be a cause for shame.
Already mentioned Israel and people are mad.
We've been here for like 4 or 5 hours. We've spoken to people from like Scotland and England and Israel. I feel like what's happening right now.
That's not even like a big mention. What the fuck? The Israel mention, not even 30 minutes into the documentary, felt intentional to say the least. Taylor Swift, can we be so serious right now, girl? What the fuck are we doing? I'm no way defending, but you're in these comments saying you need to watch Zootopia, and that's why you have Disney Plus when the actress who plays Judy Hobbs, the heavy Zionist. No, that's completely fair. I can't stand her, but the movies and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think Stan Twitter is going maybe a little nutty over this, like, but that's, I mean, cool, I guess. You know, whatever. This is literally Zionist propaganda. What the fuck? Anyway, free Palestine, fuck Israel, and fuck Taylor Swift too. God damn. 135K likes and another one. You're not powerful if you don't use your voice for the greater good. You're a narcissist when everything is about you and your career. Being silent equals cowardice and complacency. Forbes names Taylor Swift the most powerful female artist in the world. 135,000 likes. Y'all are mad because Taylor has fans globally in every country. Calling Israel a country, hashtag I know what you are, is so funny because most famously in Israel, before all the stuff, literally was that a Swiftie with a very famous Taylor Swift account was inactive for months. And then she came out and said, hey guys, sorry for being inactive on the Taylor Swift updates account. I was in prison. And then people said, I got arrested. And people said, why did you get arrested? And she said, I refused to serve in the IDF. So the most famous like Swiftie in Israel was unironically an anti-Zionist conscientious objector. So it's kind of crazy that Taylor Swift cannot outflank her fans on this issue. Not lying, I think about her once a week. No, she's dope. She's amazing. Yeah, update is most of you know I haven't been very active in the past couple of months because I was in prison. I'm back now though. More Taylor Swift updates coming soon. OMG, why? I refuse to join the IDF, Lamau. Yeah.
You know, chat, not all heroes wear capes. All right. It's funny, there's no flexing of that, you know, like this was, yeah, you know, if you're gonna this is you know, where were you? Oh, I was conscientiously objecting against a genocide perpetrated on the Palestinian people, and I spent, you know, X amount of months or years, I don't even know how long, in jail because of it, right? That's crazy.
Yeah. From the 2nd of April, 2019, this Taylor Swift stan took a stand in solidarity with Palestinians. Today, 2 years ago, the 19-year-old Israeli girl behind Legit Tay Updates was released from prison, account suspended now, by the way, after refusing to join the Israeli military. During her 2-month sentence, she's
2 months in Israeli prison. And like, I'm guessing that if you're a conscientious objector, in Israel, you might get treated a little worse than other people in jail in Israel. Not worse than Palestinians, right? You know, because that's, you know, right now, chat, there's Israelis. Do you know about this? Like, there's a movement. They're wearing these little badges. They look kind of like the yellow ribbons that were about, you know, release the prisoners, release the hostages. In Israel, a lot of that agitation was against Netanyahu, who was perceived as having the ability to negotiate to get prisoners back, which is true. Hamas absolutely would have negotiated, tried to negotiate, and you know, Netanyahu didn't want to, right? But they look kind of like that. But these are actually little yellow ropes. They're little yellow nooses. And what they're agitating for, what they're advocating for, is to execute Palestinians in Israeli custody. And we're not talking about terrorists, right? I mean, there may be, you know, some people that have been caught, you know, doing violence, you know, and are in there for that. But a lot of them, there's no, you know, they don't see a judge. They don't have a trial. There, you know, might not even be charges against them. They're just, you know, fucking prisoners. And, you know, just like the rape riots where people advocated for not prosecuting, you know, Israel IDF, you know, personnel who had raped Palestinian prisoners, right? Now there are people advocating to execute innocent Palestinians. So, yeah.
He still gave updates from the update. I'm still in prison, Lamau, but I asked a visiting friend to post this. Can y'all stop making comments on Taylor's body? She'll let us know when/if she's pregnant. Calm down. I love that.
Yeah, absolutely, Magenta. Hostages is what they are.
Israelis with bare minimum moral compass are touted as heroes, while the actual resistance remains consistently demonized even by leftist condom hummus. Okay, but why are you fucking bringing that up in here when I'm called a terrorist every single fucking day, and still to this day, people say I'm a deeply anti-Semitic terrorist because I don't do that. Okay, I do both. I understand that every person plays a different role in this process. So I don't know why you're coming in here and doing it to me when I'm trying to do my very best to fucking destigmatize resisting militarily against a fucking apartheid state that's conducting a goddamn genocide. Okay? You're not wrong with the overall point, though. You're not wrong about the overall point, but this also kind of feels like you're minimizing the impact of people who are conscientious objectors doing the very most they can do within their own, you know, their own personal development. Like, it's not like
okay. Well, I mean, I can see, you know, I mean, it's interesting stuff, but Hassan's, you know, kind of veering into other subject matter. The other thing I wanted to cover. Okay, so there's the pictures. And we'll go over these before we're done with this segment. The other thing I wanted to cover is the fact that all this time that Hassan is covering the Epstein releases, Donald Trump is due to speak. And at some point, Hassan realizes that Trump is late, and it keeps on getting later. It's kind of like NCC, you know, when is the stream gonna start? And you're just like, wow, she's never been this late before. Where is she, right? But this is with Trump. Trump doesn't have a mysterious tropical fever like I did as an excuse. Let's see, late, related, slated, late hour, latest dump, latest production, lateral, latest, related. What the fuck? Too late. Latest tranche. 90 minutes. Okay, so I want to show you this part, right? And it's just because Hassan was he's live while you know, this comes out, this Epstein tranche, and the president is late. So what happened is the Democrats released this shit like right before Trump was supposed to speak. And it seems to have caused him to be about 2 hours late by the end of it.
Anyway, yeah, Trump is now running an astounding, even for him, 90 minutes late for his scheduled 3 p.m. bill signing event. I wonder why he's been. He's being camera shy today.
David, as we've been spelling out.
I will say, tactically, releasing information like this right before he goes live is actually awesome. Okay, tactically releasing more Epstein connections to Donald Trump right before he goes live is a fucking.
Joshua Keller, be careful with the spoilers. I don't know if anybody's here is like South Park viewers, but Hassan do be yapping, or I'm tired. It's 4 a.m. A little bit of both, and I'm frustrated. OnlyFacts. I just got fucked over by YouTube. YouTube's added some new features, changed some things around, and absolutely caused me to have to relearn how to dual stream in shorts and wides at the same time.
Incredible move by the Democrats. They normally suck, but this is one of those instances where
it's okay. You didn't, Joshua. You didn't give context. I think people still maybe be confused.
They're actually popping off
here. It does show the connection, the breadth of Jeffrey Epstein's network, and also we've seen others in there as well. Ghislaine Maxwell, of course,
yeah, also,
who is currently
on the other
incarcerated.
Side, yeah, on the other side, you have the low-level Jeffrey Epstein, Andrew Tate, offering fucking dating advice to Barron Trump. Okay? I was going to talk about this as well. A new report from the New York Times reveals that the Trump administration and some members of the president's family may have been involved in a larger movement in conservative circles to support Andrew and Tristan Tate, right-wing influencers charged with rape, human trafficking, and other crimes.
Rare Democrat win, true.
Like father, like son, I guess. New York Times did a huge investigation into this. I'm going to be talking about that as well. But, that's another thing.
In the
Barron Chad Weiss now, Hassan? No, dude. Barron is a Aiden Ross fan and an Andrew Tate fan.
the U.S.
He's cooked.
As well.
Every time people say Chad Weiss, I think they're talking about bro tips. I'm like, no, don't bring bro tips back. If you don't know, bro tips was Hassan's cringy alter ego. It was supposed to be parody, but it just wasn't very funny. And the idea was like a frat bro, creepy, predatory guy giving advice to, other guys of his ilk, right? And, obviously Hassan wasn't saying that, like, the humor was supposed to be, you're supposed to laugh at bro tips, right? But when shit like that isn't funny, it falls. Like, I mean, you saw some of you saw the attempts at humor on the Twitch Streamer Awards, the QT Cinderella Streamer Awards. Trying to just some of the jokes went awry, and there's a rule about humor. All right, the more edgy, the more potentially offensive a joke is, the funnier it needs to be. Now, obviously, this doesn't sit, I'm not saying, you could make a joke that the point of the joke is like, white supremacy and like, it's not like that. But, if you're making a joke, even like at the expense of something like white supremacy, it has an element of ick or yikes or whatever to it, it better be damn funny. Otherwise, it's going to look bad. And that's what happened. Why would he need dating advice? He's tall and he's rich. It's fucked up. I maybe incel culture is so appealing that even somebody, he's tall, he's rich, and he's famous, right? Just his connections alone should, make it really easy for him to get Chad Weiss recently. Oh no, Chad Weiss is different. Yeah. Chad Weiss is not the same thing. It's just like, it sounds, I don't know, I get it mixed up. Oh my God. Okay, sorry, we had a little, do we have an F there, chat? I saw everything froze on screen for a half second.
Well,
And Matt, let me just tell you that we've now received a statement from the House Oversight Committee. They are not always terribly impressed, it has to be said, when Democratic members of the committee release this material. This is what the statement says. Once again, Ranking Member Robert Garcia and Oversight Committee Democrats are cherry-picking photos and making targeted redactions to create a false narrative around President Trump. We received over 95,000 photos and Democrats released just a handful. Democrats' hoax against President Trump has been complete.
Yeah, but they also released a Bill Clinton photo too. So what of it? Release them all then. You know? Let's see it. Let's see the truth. Let the photos do the talking, you know? If you don't want a one-sided revelation, a one-sided release of photos, then release them all. Don't threaten me with a good time here. This is some of the crazier photos I've seen from his house. Another one of these fucking dentist chairs. He had dentist chairs all over the house. I don't know why. It's just so freaky. And these like...
I can answer that. One of the girls that Epstein was pursuing was studying to be a dentist. I believe she lived in the EU or the UK. She lived like overseas somewhere. And so the idea was to try to get her to spend weekends at his house by creating, and I don't know, I think it's just one dentist exam chair that is there, you know, there's multiple pictures of it, but I think there's just one. But anyway, you know, the idea was for her to be able to, you know, practice dentistry or whatever she needed to do for like her practical exams while she was there, so that Epstein could have access to her more often. I think, right? So that's what the dentist chair is doing there. I think she was of age. I think she was in college, but maybe I don't know if she was in age when Epstein met her.
Masks on the walls. I'm browsing through them, and I'll show you. Oh, here's an even crazier image of all the masks. Yeah, I know there's like sex toys in some of the images, and this is the...
Okay, yeah, the masks, right? Like now this is one I'm not sure about. We'll take a look at these ourselves. I've got the same files that Hassan is looking at. I got the, you know, I made a little what do you call it? A screen slide is it called a slideshow? Anyway, of those, but like my best guess, because like what, okay, so here's the deal. They look like, they look like they're supposed to be people. They look like they're supposed to be certain people. I'm guessing like famous people, maybe even the regulars at Little St. James Island. That's, you know, I guess my guess. They don't look that much like, it's hard to tell who they're supposed to be though. So that makes me think that whoever made those masks was not like a professional mask maker, right? Which means that maybe Jeffrey Epstein, you know how I told you earlier about the weird like arts and crafts going on?
At 0mega_star, super chatted $9.99. It comes across as eyes wide shut, fearful face.
It comes across as eyes wide shut? Oh my god, I think I've seen that movie at some point. I don't remember. Were there were like masks in that movie? That's really scary. But yeah, it feels like, if I was to guess, it sounds like Jeffrey was like, hey, you want to make a, you want to, you know, go to the, like he's got some kind of like arts and crafts room or something, and he's having his victims like, you know, hey, you want to make an Alan mask? Here's what Alan looks like. Oh yeah, that looks kind of like Alan. Yeah, no, good job there. I don't know, right? Because again, they look like they're supposed to be particular people. They're not just generic masks, right? But you can't really, or at least me looking at them, I can't tell, like, this one's Dershowitz, this one's Clinton, this one's Epstein, this one's whoever. So, I mean, that's my best guess. Yeah, they are very creepy.
New one that they just...
thank you for the super chat.
This is the new one that they just dropped, and I'm going through them. It's just like, it don't make no fucking sense, dude. It's out here looking like a real eyes wide shut moment, okay?
Okay.
I feel like I should tell you, I caught up on every dispatch volume.
Yeah, Hassan was thinking along the same line as you were, Emily.
The last 3 days, so I could watch the Finland
and
stream live. So you
and Megastar.
better not debate us. Yeah, I won't. Don't worry. Clip from CNN.
Do you have pictures of?
Wait, for real? One looks like Hitler, and the others look like one other looks like Lenin.
People engaged in.
Are they historical figures?
Sexual acts as part of this?
Notorious ones, maybe?
As part of this release, yes, there are pictures of people engaged in sexual acts.
Oh my God.
Okay, so
Jesus Christ.
There are pictures.
We've got 92 pictures minus 3 to go over today. The 3 are the pictures of sex toys that I won't show you. I've described them to you. One is a glove with ridged fingers. One is a ball gag that is called the Jawbreaker. Is the brand of ball gag. And what is the other one is like some butt plugs and some beads that go where the sun does not shine. There's the there's the pro algorithm. Yeah, those gloves are super creepy. These are some creepy stuff, but like Epstein's a creep. You already know that. I don't think that showing the sex toys is necessarily useful. I can describe them, but yeah, we got 89 pictures to look at from the Epstein compound on Little St. James, as well as with on the plane and with celebrities, and then I think there's like 90,000 some that are like sort of unsorted. I can't really watch that with you yet. I've got to sort of be able to, like, I had to kind of parse through the 92 pictures in the Traunche this morning. I'm going to need some time to look at that before I can and I think a lot of people are going to be looking at it and trying to interpret it, right? But those are coming up. There's more information. I have had it all in their video without any redaction. My favorite channel is UHF. Isn't that a Weird Al Yankovic movie?
Of men not Jeffrey Epstein engaged in such acts?
We're going through that. Again, the last time there was a big production, what we tried to do was release all the files, trying to be selective about what we release now. And so in this case, we're not really quite sure yet who is who. Certainly, there's a lot of people.
Truth nuke.
People involved, though, in some of these acts.
Okay, I'm almost sorry I asked. Point on that. Do you have
little Stephen's Hawking about to get revealed? I don't know. It could be any number of different people. That's the craziest part. It's probably most likely it's got to be like Prince Andrew's. I feel like he was the most connected. He was the one who was always constantly getting fucking photographed and shit. So who knows?
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. All right. But if there's any sweat in the video, it's not the Andrew formerly known as Prince. All right. Because we all know famously Prince Andrew does not sweat, or at least he didn't sweat back then. Maybe he sweats now.
He beating around the bush, so who's in some of them. Probably maybe Bill Clinton. I don't know. It is pretty. This is a crazy fucking day, man.
Completely debunked. They say.
By the way, pour one out for the pro-Trump guys. Okay, they're probably not having a good time today. Shouts out to Asmongold. He's probably, this is going to be quite difficult to hit a based over. Based. I don't know what kind of talking points you need to download to make this make sense to a pliant audience here. I guess what will happen in this.
I mean, he's going to do what Alex Jones did and try to make hay over the Democrats releasing this selectively, right? He's going to talk about how Biden had 4 years to release this and he didn't release it then. You'd think he'd want to release it before the election goes down so that Trump doesn't win. And he didn't do it then. So, and then he's going to say that they're, cherry picked and they're doctored and, all this kind of shit, right? That's what we're probably going to get from Asmongold.
Situation is they just have to hit the pedophilia is actually good route, right? Like,
They got to hit the Megyn Kelly route. Is what they got to do.
The day. Nah, pedophilia is in. They don't care. Only if there's pics of Trump being gay. Yeah.
Nothing in the documents we've received shows any wrongdoing. It is shameful. Representative Garcia and Democrats continue to put politics above justice for the survivors. So very strong words from the Oversight Committee. They are not impressed that the Democrats have chosen to release at this point 19 of the 95,000 images they've received from the estate of the late Jeffrey Epstein. Among those 19 pictures, 3 of the President of the United States, Donald Trump, though we know there is one of the former president, at least one of the former president, Bill Clinton. There are others featured there too, but I'm going to state what we've been stating repeatedly, just appearing in a picture that's been released from these documents is no indication of wrongdoing, and these people have repeatedly stated that they had no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes.
Maybe actually it's a phebophilia route. That could be one route.
Key figure in the Trump.
At some point, that will be their refuge, right? They will make the point that, in fact, I feel like I heard this from somebody else. Wait, maybe it was in this video. It's Quentin Tarantino, I think, and he's getting asked about, hey, why do so many people in Hollywood like still venerate Roman Polanski, even though he was, I think, what was he? Was he accused? I don't remember if he was accused, indicted, or convicted on he abused a 13-year-old, right? And Quentin Tarantino's response was literally that, well, that's not real R word, that's statutory R word. Is it 15? I thought it was 13. Bill Gates was divorced, according to his ex-wife, over his proclivities and Epstein activities. I don't blame her. I don't blame her for not wanting to. Yeah, I mean that's a little that's a little telling in and of itself that his wife, who maybe knew more than the rest of us, knew that, or did not want to stay with him. Weirdest picture is Chomsky being extremely friendly with Steve Bannon. Yeah, there's a lot of strange bedfellows here. Like I told you before, in that I think it was an email where Larry Summers talking to Yanis Varoufakis, and he's trying to explain the insiders and the outsiders to him. I touched on this dynamic a little bit earlier, right? But that you could be an insider, you can have access to like all the information, you can have access to all the connections, right? But the only rule to stay an insider is you can't talk shit, and you definitely can't, give information about anyone who is an insider, right? So you're pledged to kind of ride or die for each other, unless somebody on the inside just becomes a liability for everybody, and then everybody just throws them under the bus, right? That's the insider game. The outsider game, which I think Larry Summers is implying that Giannis is playing, is where you can say whatever you want. There's no strings on you, but you're cut off from that information, and you're going to be opposed by the entirety of the inside, and it's a lot harder to organize and show solidarity from the outside than it is from the inside. But yeah, just some like why was Giannis talking to Larry Summers in the first place, right? If you don't know, Yanis Varoufakis is kind of a leftist, leftish. I don't know if he's leftist, but economist from Greece, and was he involved in Syriza, the left-wing party that took power temporarily in Greece? I don't remember. But he was definitely fighting the rising tide of like the Golden Dawn and their fascism in Greece. But strange bedfellows is a big theme of this Epstein stuff.
Administrations.
Some along those lines. Here, let's see what CNN is saying, because there's like new stuff coming out right now. Ezra Klein tomorrow coming out saying Donald Trump did pedophilia.
Noam's gonna conveniently get full-blown dementia. Yeah, he's just gonna, when they ask him anything, he's gonna be like, I do not recollect. I do not recollect.
Pedophilia the right way. No, that was the funniest Ezra Klein take when he just went out for no reason and was like, do I think Jeffrey Epstein is a pedophile? Yes. Do I think that he had a lot of famous and wealthy friends in financial elite, in the financial elite? Yes. I think those two things were totally separate from one another. One of his greatest takes of all time. Okay. It's right up there. Is right up there with Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way. Because it's one of those things where it's like, you have no reason to say this. Okay. There is no reason for you to come out and try to hit a Jeffrey Epstein's pedophilia centrism line, okay? But he still did it. He
strange bedfellows,
still did it. There's just something about the mind of...
I mean, the ultimate strange bedfellows are Trump and whoever the hell Bubba is.
Liberals where they just have to be like, the reasonable position is always in the middle, okay? I will find a way to just make everybody upset, find a way to, this is the massage therapy system that he had, I guess. And this is the famous,
massage therapy system. I think that's just a fancy vibrating massage head, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I don't know what the fuck a massage therapy system is, right? If you want a massage, go to a massage therapist, right? They train for a long time. They're highly skilled. Over their careers, they practice on many bodies, and they're able to, with all of their knowledge and experience, they're able to, help you either therapeutically or maybe you're just going in for a relaxing massage, right? They're good at both of those, right? You don't need a vibrating head. You don't need a special chair. These things are overrated, and they will not do for you what a licensed massage therapist or licensed massage practitioner is able to.
Photo of him in the fucking bathtub looking real freak like. You think they'll try to blame the pics on AI? I'm terrified of that excuse being weaponized. I mean, it seems like they're talking about the top armed services Dem on his meeting with the admiral in charge of the double tap bow strike on CNN. Let's see what Fox News is talking about. Probably anything but this. And we are currently waiting on Trump to go live. He was supposed to be live an hour and 30 minutes ago. So do you think they'll reveal photos of his egg-shaped penis? I hope not. I don't know how to answer that. Yeah, he had like some sex toys. These are PG-13 enough to show, I guess.
Nope. No, they're not. No, they're not. I don't know, Chad. I mean, apparently I had put them in their video, and it looks like Hassan's about to show them. I don't know if Twitch is okay with that. I'm just gonna, discretion being the better part of valor. Let's change topics. Let's switch topics. All right. So yeah, I will go back to covering this, and very likely if I can figure out how to dual stream. I really need to get this on. I really need to do like a short stream on this topic sometime. So anyway, what do we got next? We got right wing. Do I have enough room for right wing civil war? Maybe not. Yeah, no, if it's okay. So look, we're watching Hassan Light right now. I got a video. I don't know what this is. Hasnabi World. He's talking about the MAGA Civil War. Let's see what he's talking about here before diving into Tim Pool versus Candace.
I stepped out of public eye back in January. I needed peace, a fresh start. Wait, why did Charlie have
Kyle Rittenhouse? Jeez.
The fuckboy Zoomer cut? That's crazy. When the fuck did he have why didn't he just roll out with this? This looks like a joke. He shouldn't have posted this, man. This is
like Richard Spencer crossed with Mark Zuckerberg.
It's crazy. We're still on Charlie Slop. God damn it. I mean, brother.
With a touch of a little touch of gyno, probably from Probably from trying to do TRT or something without lifting. I don't know.
Brother, what the
they kind of both got that sort of bod.
fuck? He had the broccoli cut. And it's crazy because his widow's peak is so severe. His widow peak is so severe. His nipples protruding. Very disrespectful.
Okay, now look, I don't want to step on any toes here, right? But I've always thought that the broccoli cut was like the purpose there is to make it look like you got no forehead, right? When I see like Luke Beasley or I'm trying to think of who else has got that cut, right? It's that their bangs just obliterate their forehead in an effort to make them look like the forehead doesn't exist. So yeah, like Hassan's saying, if you've got a hairline that's receding at all, it's not going to look right. It's not that it doesn't work with that particular cut.
Like, man's is 2 months late. I didn't know he had the broccoli cut like that. Good thing he didn't get God with that haircut going on. I don't see a difference to your haircut, by the way. You can't see a difference between what my hair currently looks like and what Charlie Kirk's hair looks like there.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk getting his forehead to go away. He's like, that man is 90% forehead. Like, right? I mean, not just 90% forehead, but like, what am I trying to say? He has a small face. That's what I'm trying to get across.
Do you have eyeballs in your head? Are they attached to your brain? Can you comprehend visuals? He mogs you, bro. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I stepped out of the public eye back in January. I needed peace, a fresh start somewhere far from the constant noise and chaos. That decision changed my life. I met and married my best friend and found more peace and purpose than I ever thought possible. Then came the unthinkable, the brutal assassination of my friend Charlie Kirk. Bro, it's December 10th, 2025. Why the fuck are you posting this now? This post would have done LeBron numbers, LeBron 2018 numbers 3 months ago. Now it just looks like you want attention. It's called mourning. In that moment, I realized something important. This fight for our future, for our freedoms, it can't wait. It doesn't pause when you want it to. What's he gonna do? Go out with an AR-15 and start shooting people again? This is what I don't understand. Because like Kyle Rittenhouse's claim to fame is he was like, oh man, I'm gonna go and get a couple legal kills here at the Black Lives Matter protest. Like that's what it was. And he's still on that timeline. Like this is his entire personality is like, hey, remember when I shot and killed people at the Black Lives Matter protest? How crazy was that? And then the government basically said it's legal to do so. My wife looked me in the eye and said, if you're going back, I'm with you. So I'm back, not quietly, not halfway. I'm coming back in a big way. More to come soon. Stay tuned. It's like he's posting he's posting about how he's back. And it's like, who the fuck was demanding this? You know what I mean? Who the fuck was out there being like, you know what? You know who we really need right now to save us? Fucking Kyle Rittenhouse. And it's awesome because it's awesome. Let's be real. Because they are so ass. Like conservatives are so ass. They are such horrible, monstrous grifters in general that they are eating each other alive. This is what I've been talking about for the past couple of days. And I think like this is the new meta. A lot of other people are, tuning into this. They're paying attention to it. But like there is a real, very open knife fight happening right now amongst these conservatives for who will take the top slot, who will replace Charlie Kirk, who will be his guy, who will. Oh yeah, he's going to speak at the signing ceremony after the Epstein files, new Epstein photos were released. We're obviously going to talk about that in a second. Thank you to Macy's for the playlist. But it is so clear to me that they are just actively shanking one another. And the person who is dominating the most is the one who is saying this is Israel the most. And that happens to be Candace Owens. So much so that she's even eating away at Nick Fuentes' audience, because even Nick Fuentes' audience is like, hey, Nick, what the fuck's up here? Like, why won't you say it's the Jews that did this? Like Candace is saying, we're moving over there because she's giving us what we need. You know it's bad when Milo is back. I mean, Milo's been trying to be back for the longest time, but that's right. All of the old guard in the conservative sphere, some of the newer content creators in the conservative sphere, they're all fucking fighting one another right now actively, and it's awesome. is awesome. I am enjoying the fuck out of it. Okay. I low-key also kind of like that the number one primary motivator amongst the base is like how much people will be anti-Israel, basically, in the right-wing Thunderdome, and like whoever's the most anti-Israel wins, which means, if I'm going to look at this in a positive way, which means that like even the Republicans are looking for anti-Israel commentary. Of course, the problem is with the Republicans, they're not just looking for anti-Israel commentary, they're looking for anti-Semitic commentary, but there is literally no left-wing left. All they have is each other to fight. I mean, I've talked about this before, right? Republicans, when they reach a level of success in general, like both in the cultural sphere or in politics, realize that they have no vision in the affirmative for a better future, right? And because of that, they just when they've dominated all of their enemies on the left, or what they've perceived as enemies on the left, they just have nowhere else to go but fight one another. And yes, the clips out of Turning Point USA this week is going to be fucking spectacular, right? Or not this week, sorry, next week. Turning Point USA has a sold out AmeriFest 2025 tour. Watch MFest live on Rumble. I mean, you got so many Jeffrey Epstein affiliates here, okay? So many of them. And it's awesome. It's great. And partially because like the Republicans are currently in charge, because Republicans are dominating, and it is, all red from the White House down to Congress. Every single thing that takes place, Republicans have to take ownership over. They can't just simply turn around and, yell at the libtards, right? They can't yell at the libtards. So that's the reason why they're fighting amongst themselves currently, because technically every awful thing that's taking place right now is directly in the hands of the Republicans. So now Republicans have to assume a woke position, because if someone is criticizing the current Republican Party and Donald Trump, or Donald Trump's FBI, or Donald Trump's inability or lack of interest in, releasing the Epstein files, things of that nature, then all of a sudden the Republicans have to be the woke moralizers. Because under different circumstances, a Turning Point USA tour such as this one would draw a lot of animosity from liberal outlets, the Media Matters of the world, people who are like, hyper focusing on whatever kind of like insane thing that they're going to say on this tour. Because like, remember, it's like Jack Posobiec is like a 1488 style crypto fascist, right? All these people. But now they have to present this like weird tightrope where they have to be the woke ones, because the 1488 posting is now hurting Donald Trump's the 1488 posting and the anti-Semitic memes are now hurting Donald Trump's unconditional loyalty to the state of Israel. In the past, you could have just kept that away from the public eye, but now everything is tied back to Israel, including when Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, right? So they can't just do like the right-wingers that used to do like Nazi shit as a way to be like, see, I'm one of the guys, can't really continue doing that, because now the crowd is actually demanding you do that, and they're demanding things out of that, right? Before they could just be like, oh, you're so edgy, I like that. Now it's not just that they demand the edge, but they want things in return. They want to yeah. It's so cold outside. Fuck Israel. That has 238,000 likes, dude. Yeah, back in the day, they just wanted the edge. Now they want the edge, but they also want that knife to be used. Okay? Who knows where this will go, but I will enjoy the show nonetheless. Okay? We are currently waiting on Trump to go live. He was supposed to be live an hour and 30 minutes ago. So, do you think they'll reveal photos of his egg-shaped penis? I hope not. I don't know how to answer that. Yeah, he had like some sex toys. These are PG-13 enough to show, I guess. They're not like, it's a weird way to describe it, but you know what I mean. Like, it's not the jawbreaker gag, terms and conditions, disclaimer, warranty, and this freaky glove that he has that I guess is like a dildo glove or something. And then a bunch of, I'm not going to show you what the other ones are. Here's a photo of Jeffrey Epstein. with a book.
Candace going on her francophobe arc. Yeah, no, she can't decide who to blame. Right? Is it the I don't chat like look, that glove is for plumbing, clearly, right? That's how I interpret it, right? That's not a glove, that's a plumbing tool, right? You know, you got a drain that's all stopped up, you know, a toilet that's all stopped up. You can use that to clean it out. I'm pretty sure that's what that glove was for, not for any sort of illicit purposes. God damn it, I would call him Stung at this point. Wait, Sting is such a center. So wait, what's the deal with Sting? What's the deal with Sting? I just realized. That I haven't shown you the Traunche, right? That glove haunts my fucking dreams. Yeah, that glove looks that's that glove is crazy work. Um so anyway, speaking of plumbing, here's the Traunche released by the House Oversight Dems, much to the consternation of the rest of the House Oversight. You could use it for HVAC. I actually had HVAC people over just the other day. In fact, that's why you didn't get a stream on Tuesday, chat, was because it turns out you can't stream. I thought I was just gonna be like, you know, like I thought I was just gonna be like doors open, have them come in, and you know they were just gonna do their thing, and maybe you know maybe it'd be a little loud and I'd have to mute, but that was gonna be it. No, dude, it's a whole ass process. It's a whole ass process, right? They were just like, you know, yeah, there was no way it was gonna be too loud, and also they needed the space, right? They had to like they had to clean out the inside parts of the air conditioner as well as the outside parts. But hey, on the plus side, I don't Sting the band. I think the band is the police, right? Oh my god, chat! I can smell that the sugarcane burning. It is burning season here. Maybe I should have the window shut. Oh great! Now there's like a wind coming in. Like thank you. I don't know how many people I've explained this to, but you know, Thai agriculture, and in fact all of Southeast Asia has certain seasons where certain things are done, and you know, we have the we have the like, you know, the harvest season, which I think is like in the like early summer. We have the rainy season, which is like what, June until October, right? And then we have now, and now is the dry season. And because it's the dry season, people like to burn their fields, right? This is how you remineralize the soil here, I guess. If you got sugarcane or rice or anything like that, you're like burning the fields in order to, you know, try to get the minerals back in the soil. And when that happens, Southeast Asia becomes, you know, and Southeast Asian cities become some of the most polluted places on the planet. Sting the pro wrestler? Wait, was he a pro wrestler? Does Sting have a like WWE thing? Not Sting the sex god / musician. Wait. So wait, the wrestler is a centrist? Imagine you were inspired by the Queen Mother? Wow. I mean, little charflakes are frustrating. I mean, I guess wearing a N95 kind of keeps it down, you know, like it keeps it, you know, like it's kind of protects you while you're out. But I really should be getting a air filter, right, for the apartment. Apparently the smart thing to do is to leave your windows closed. Even though what sucks, chat, is just the one time a year that that the air outside is not burning hot, right? It's like 85 right now. It's very humid, apparently. 25 Celsius at the moment, right? So, you know, it's the time that you want to have your window open, but maybe you shouldn't have your window open. Anyway, let's look at the Traunche. What do we got here? We have a bathroom. All right. We have a cabinet in the bathroom, which actually looks pretty humble considering it belongs to like a multi-millionaire. Again, a pretty normal looking bathroom. Very fluffy towel, so they're definitely, you know, throwing down for the towels. We got some Q-tips, some cotton balls. Hard to type with wet paint on your fingers. Don't do it. Don't do it. Like, right? It's like if there's one thing that you could do for yourself is when you get your nails done or when you do your nails, like if you can somehow have like other people do stuff for you, right? Like if you've got to get a drink, like have your friend or your sweetie like hold the, you know, the smoothie to your lips so you can drink and then take it away and just take 2 hours. Just take 2 hours. Let that really settle in, you know, get like a blower if you've got one. Cause it's so hard. I struggle with this, right? Is towely in there? Yeah. Oh wait, I didn't think to look for towely. Yeah, we got it looks like we got towely. There's towely. Ended up at the Epstein, ended up as a hand towel at Epstein's. Poor towely. But my problem is like I go to get my nails done and I never think to like, you know, what I should be doing is like getting the money out ahead of time so I can just like, you know what I mean? It's cuz like it's when I go into my bag to pay for getting my nails done, that's when I ruin all the beautiful work they did. And it's sad. Okay, so wait. Does that look like a water heater? Kind of. So I think that's just a water heater, but then this right here is not a water heater. That is a server, right? And this is 2005, to my understanding of when these two pictures were taken, meaning that it's probably not like a, what do you call it? Like a media server that some people have? I don't know. Does anybody have this? Does anybody have like their media on on a server that they can like play anywhere in their house kind of thing? I stayed with one friend of mine that had this kind of setup, but she was a huge tech head. But anyway, this is most likely not a media server or anything innocent. You can see the cables going into it, which Zara was telling me look to be fiber optic, right? This is probably collecting what we know are is video from a house full of cameras. Probably a regular SSD in 2025. So I'm guessing that whatever gets recorded in the Epstein compound, it gets saved here. And but the other thing that I was wondering about the fiber optics, right, is are they just like, because it just seems weird to have like, you know, it doesn't seem like something you need to connect your cameras to. I'm wondering, is this video going somewhere else, as in, you know, to intelligence organizations that Epstein might have a relationship, might be working before. So that's what I thought when Zara said she thought she saw fiber optic cables. And then a lot of this stuff, I think, yeah, is maybe trying to show the wiring more than anything. Okay, that's that one. I said it. I thought it was a water heater earlier, attached to another. Oh no, attached to the wall. Okay, yeah. So you're seeing more, wires everywhere. And now we get into like, I think we're to see some landscaping. No, not yet. Okay. Yeah, look at that bird's nest of wires, right? I think that's an air conditioning unit, but those wires are not for the air conditioner, right? These are, yeah, so there's like wires all over the place. There's I don't know, is it called conduit or something, or like PVC pipes that are being used as conduit to route the wires, and then you see this like kind of like this, the wires are sort of wrapped there. And like it's hard to see like at this level, and again these pictures are kind of grainy, but there's a ton of little wires coming out of that like larger cable, which yeah, again makes me think of like, there's like, they're going to each of the cameras in the house. Oh, there's a closer up look of that cable. Ceiling. And again, a lot of these are kind of rotated. Yeah, it's starting to get into liminal spaces here. Maybe some work being done in that area, or maybe that's just where they store the paint. So it looks like a propane tank. And then we see more wiring above. I think that's what they're trying to show more than the, like, more than the tank or anything else. Is that a propane tank, Chad, or is that like I guess it could be like, what is it, like a sewage tank? I don't know. Oh, there's one of the masks. So people are saying that they kind of look like they might be historical figures. This is the dentistry exam chair room. Now people like, there's a lot of these pictures with the dentist chair. I'm thinking it's all in the same room, maybe. Right? Yeah, this looks like the same room. Kind of looks like. Hard to tell. Is that the same room? Kind of looks like it. Yeah, it's the same room. Baskets again. View from behind the dentist chair. Okay, so now we're outside and we're gonna see what looks to be maybe some landscaping being done. Some these like beds for either garden or decorative plants. The stuff is so damn disturbing to me. Yeah, it reminds me of like it's got like this weird backrooms feel. Okay, so there's the massage therapy system. I think we saw that earlier on Hassan's stream. It looks like just like a glorified massage head. I mean, I guess like the only thing I'm noticing about this one is maybe you could use it with oil or lotion. But again, you know, like while vibrating massage heads can provide maybe some temporary relief, it's better to go with a professional. You can actually make an injury worse or make it more painful by like if you think you're just gonna like vibrate it until it stops hurting, a lot of times that doesn't work. So but anyway, this might have not have been for massage. It might have been for because I'm getting the feeling that this thing, whatever it is, vibrates pretty hard. So maybe not specifically used for massage by Epstein. And there's the jump scare. Could he possibly look any creepier, chat? I don't think so. There he is again, finding a book about him. I guess it's like a book that puts him in a negative light. Filthy Rich by James Patterson. There's the Trumpkin, Make Halloween Great Again. I don't know if that's just something that Epstein saw and took a picture of or something that he had. Some construction at Little St. James. And then this one's weird, right? What do you think's going on here? His lip is swollen, it looks like, right? His upper lip is swollen. Did he get stung by a bee? Did he maybe catch an elbow while he was assaulting somebody? Like what's the story with the swollen lip? Twitter has identified a bunch of these people. I think one of these guys was a bigwig from the UAE. I think it's this guy maybe. We got Steve Bannon and Epstein plotting out. If you don't know, Steve Bannon was actually very close to Epstein and seems to have been from the emails and from what we know. He seems to have been kind of like conducting almost like war room operations, right? Like trying to conduct like information warfare on behalf of Epstein. There's also a documentary or something that Steve Bannon was shooting. Nowadays, he will claim that was, to expose him in some way. But he hasn't released much of the video from that, which leads a lot of people to believe that maybe this is, that he was indeed trying to help out. A lot of baskets. What is this photo on the PDF on his desk in the gray frame? I think I can't really see it very clear, but somebody who was looking at it earlier said it looked like a young girl. Like, is it on his desk? Oh, the gray frame. Yeah, I don't know. Can we make it a little bit bigger, maybe? Let's try. Yeah, what is that picture? Did he have kids? I don't think so. The temple is a miniature version of a Turkish bathhouse in Aleppo, Syria, called Haman Yalbuga. Here is Jeffrey Epstein on the scene of a Woody Allen movie that is being shot. The Trump condom. Okay. And there's Larry Summer and his wife and Woody Allen. Richard Branson, Jeffrey Epstein, and I'm told this guy is the inventor of the Segway, if anybody remembers those. The red frame looks like a child next to him. Yeah, I don't think he had kids. I guess it could be a niece or a nephew. All right, this is the one I was talking about that's fucked up. It's Donald Trump and like 6 victims. Look at my version of it. What the fuck happened? Right? I saw another version of this that was clean. This has got some weird texture on it. Yeah, unsurprising to see Woody Allen involved, for sure. There's Epstein. Oh my god, wait, who is this? The inventor? Are you serious? The inventor of a Segway died on a Segway? That's wow. Or did he really? Or was he murdered? Did he know too much? Maybe. Yeah, all these people look like they could be could match the profile of people with common interests with Jeffrey Epstein. Is that Woody Allen? I don't think that's what. Is that Woody Allen? If it's Woody Allen, he's put on some weight, but I guess it could be. When did Woody Allen die? Donald Trump. Now, Hassan thought this was Cheryl Hines. It's not. This is a Victoria's Secret model, maybe? Yeah, her face not redacted here. Again, Victoria's Secret owned by Les Wexner. That's the connection there. Les Wexner basically gave, I think, what was it, power of attorney to Epstein? And a lot of Epstein's wealth seems to have been accrued through being given just like control of Wexner's assets. I think, is he still alive? I thought he died. Okay, what are we looking at here? What? Oh, the pictures maybe. Okay, so faces covered on some of them. I can't tell. There's one face that's not covered. Anybody know who that is? It looks like it's a picture of a man on an airplane. Still alive. I thought I heard about Woody Allen dying. Maybe I'm just like thinking of somebody else. Bill Gates and Andrew. And who's that in the background? I'm not sure if I recognize him. Yeah, Bill Gates on the left, Andrew on the right. But who's behind? Who's in the, like standing in, maybe an employee? Oh wait, could this be like the doorman? Remember the emails mention like the doorman? Like it was like I thought it was Epstein saying something like, well, they should talk to my doorman. My doorman knows that Bill Clinton came over to hang out with like underage girls or something. Yeah, that's Gates, but who's in the background? You see Gates is in the foreground, right? There's a guy standing in the background behind, I think, Gates, and then like I'm guessing, is that, yeah, Andrew? There we go. Chomsky and Bannon. Wait, Larry Summers and Bill Gates. Wait, is that Larry Summers? Or is that Maybe it's not. He's doing the, huh? I don't think, like, look at his shirt. I think he may be like a pilot. I don't think that's actually Larry Summers. Bannon and Epstein again. You see a lot of Bannon in this one. Gates is in the photo on the wall. Oh, that's Gates. Okay. This one. Dersh and Epp. Woody Allen and Bannon. And the UAE guy again, Donald Trump, and somebody who's redacted. Now chat, look at this. All right. I thought, because we had Epstein, Ghislaine. This is an old picture, right? Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Bill Clinton. I thought Hillary Clinton, based on the proximity to Bill. But when you look at the face to the left of the woman that I had thought was Hillary Clinton, she looked kind of like that. Maybe in the 80s or 90s. But that is actually Jimmy Buffett. On the far left, that's Jimmy Buffett. I'm told, right? Jimmy Buffett he's a country singer who somehow gravitated towards Florida, got really into sailing and taking small planes around the Caribbean, and kind of traveled, I guess, a lot. He became a billionaire, right? Based on his, not so much his music, but his merch. Because Jimmy Buffett had a loyal fan base, of whom my dad was one of, and he had a lot of just products, and there was a bar that he owned called Margaritaville. Like, he used the fame of his song to create a successful chain of bars. There's one in Florida and Universal Studios. They're like, kind of scattered around there's a YouTuber a few years ago who did a video of going to every single Margaritaville. Yeah, a lot like the Grateful Dead, but with a little bit more country and a little bit less like overall roots. One of his bands, when he started really getting into I don't know, the Caribbean, it started to incorporate instruments like steel drums into his music. His band was called the Coral Reefer Band, right? So Coral Reef, of course, very tropical themed and environmental themed, like, I don't know, what do you call a coral reef? Like and then but reefer is old school parlance for weed. And yeah, the parrot heads, they like to smoke weed, they like to get drunk, but most of them were like upscale, like white suburban people with a lot of disposable income, and a lot of that disposable income found its way into Jimmy Buffett's fortune through, books that he wrote, through products that he brought out, all kinds of merch that you could get at a concert, or but yeah, there he is with his wife. I think that's Jimmy Buffett's wife, Bill Clinton, and Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. These are two people, Clinton, or even three people, Clinton, Maxwell, and Epstein, that you maybe shouldn't bring your wife around. If you know anything about like the way that like Clinton and Epstein used to do, sometimes cheating with other people's wives was like a game to them, right? So I don't know if that's a smart move for Jimmy there, but there he is nonetheless. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Wait. Fuck. I can't remember who this is. Somebody told me earlier. The owner of my husband's company is a parrot head. Yeah, I mean it's like really popular. Like a lot of baby boomers, maybe a lot of Gen X too, are fans of Jimmy Buffett. If you don't know, like, his songs, let me like mention a few of his hits that you probably have heard. If you've ever heard a song called Cheeseburger in Paradise, um, profoundly silly song. Just it's literally about Ehud Barak. Thank you. It's Ehud Barak. Okay, yeah. I knew he was in here somewhere. But anyway, there's the there's the Israel connection. If you so yeah, it's literally a song about how Jimmy Buffett likes to eat cheeseburgers, right? That's all that's to it, right? Another famous one is of course Margaritaville, a song about a man who lost his love, lost his girlfriend, became depressed, and just went into this terminal like Groundhog's Day of drinking margaritas and wasting away in Margaritaville. I'm trying to think, what are Buffett's other famous songs? That belly looks unhealthy? I don't know. But let's see. We got yeah, the lost shaker of salt. That's the sacred item, the sacred artifact of parrot heads everywhere. No, he's got multiple songs, right? Cheeseburger, Margaritaville, Come Monday, considered yacht rock. It sounds like it. I don't know. I've never been invited on a yacht, so I can't say. Oh, what's the song about sharks, right? You got fins to the left, fins to the right, and you're the only bait in town. I don't know. I think I mentioned most of his famous songs. Margaritas have special salt. Oh, you're not supposed to use regular salt. It's a genre. Kenny Loggins is part of it. Kenny Loggins is considered yacht rock, huh? Oh, and we're back to the bathroom. All right, so that's it for the Epstein tranche, and I'll cover this as there's more interpretations of the images that came out, and maybe even more information released. This is not the end of it. Yeah, I wanted to listen to Jenny Loggins. That sounded cool. Anyway, instead we're gonna have to listen to, oh my god, chat, I've already given you like a full stream on what was supposed to be I was supposed to just hit this really quick and move on. But no dice, right? All right. Let's have Tim Pool explain to us why Candace Owens is evil. Let's try that again.
You're doing air quotes, like I didn't survive it. It would all. There's an article that came out recently.
Hopefully this is going to be somewhat in order. I don't know. It might be out of order. Oh, wait, let's start with Majority Report. just kind of ground ourselves in this.
This is a not safe for work clip. We've been talking about how there's this right-wing crack up. And again, I'm not like following this. It's a
civil war.
In many, it's like there's like almost like 4 different parties fighting in this war, though. I can't.
It's like Yemen.
Honestly, I can't follow it.
This is what I was trying to get across earlier. It's not clear cut. It's not simple, right? Even though Fuentes and Candace Owens are on the outside of the whole TPUSA apparatus, they're not necessarily. Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub. Sundry Clown Car 295. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Tim is pretty repulsive. And what's winning so far? If I'm not mistaken, it's still I think it's still the Chris Kunstler loaner box, which is a decent sized piece of content in and of itself. Chat, I mean, I don't mind going a little long just to make up for lost time. I feel really bad about having been gone for streams so long. And I've missed you possibly more even than you've missed me. So I don't mind going a little bit long just for, are we yeah, no, it's 104 is where we're at, right? We're definitely gonna watch at least, it looks like the Chris Kunstler video. Or whatever is in first place right now. I should probably check back on. Boom. 104 is the fever that I had recently, right? Although it was an intermittent fever, which was interesting because, I'd feel kind of okay for like a little while. And then all of a sudden I'd start getting like a cold sweat and I'd feel, hot again. And yeah, no, I'm going to try to take care of myself. I'm going to try not to overdo it just in the future going forward. And I'm going to try to leave myself some time for America is a freak show. I agree with you, MCS. I don't know why you think it's a freak show, but I've definitely got my reasons to think you're right about that. Did you have ding? There's some chance of it. Yeah, I got a bunch of mosquito bites, which is wild because I haven't gotten the mosquito bites since like late spring, right? The mosquitoes have just totally disappeared from my life. They are pretty bad here, right? But I hadn't dealt with any bites until it was right before I got really sick. So there's some chance, yeah, it was a mosquito-borne illness, and dang is the most likely one of those to afflict somebody in Thailand. So yeah, it could. But if I did have dang, it was one of the milder, like they're so it can manifest as like, I mean, you can get dang where dengue, it's how it's pronounced, I think. You can get it where there's no symptoms. You can get it where there's some symptoms, which is I think what I had, or you could have severe symptoms where you got to go to the hospital, right? And luckily, I had the kind of symptoms that required bed rest and plenty of fluids. And I did that. I did bed rest. I got plenty of, like, I thought I was hydrated before, but I got super hydrated, I guess. And educated on Giardia and Ding purely because of this channel. Or Dingue. I think it's Dingue. But yeah, I did get some mosquito bites. Now, I don't know for sure. I also, right before I got really sick, I was working out in a small cardio room with like 3 other people. I just happened to show up to exercise at the worst time. And so I don't know, that's maybe, I got infected from that. But regardless, whatever it was, I didn't have vomiting. I didn't have like, going to the toilet every 2 minutes or anything like that. I just had headache, fever, and just like inability to concentrate, really. My old roommate was vaccinated. Yeah, you can get a vaccine. Oh wait, the side effects for the vaccine were bad? Huh. I mean, it'd be nice not to have to worry about it, but I'm not even sure what I got was dengue, or if it might have been something else. But yeah, like I said, chat, I'm gonna try, like, in the future, I'm gonna not go, like, we're not gonna do, I'm gonna try to shoot for, like, I don't know, 4-hour streams and then maybe an hour of bonus content. I'm gonna try to keep it like under, 6 hours, but because I've missed so much time, I don't, I don't have a problem going a little late tonight, because like I said, making up for lost time. So your roommate was weak as a kitten from the vaccine. Oh, well, did the vaccine work? Did your roommate like have to, like, I mean, I'm guessing the positive side effect of the vaccine is that you don't have to worry about dengue anymore.
I honestly cannot follow the various like sort of intricacies. The other day, Tim Pool had Milo Yiannopoulos on. Milo claimed on that show.
I gotta know, is Sam really incapable of pronouncing Yiannopoulos, or is this his way of disrespecting Milo? Because it's like, there's got to be better ways. And honestly, it's like, it's giving, like, it's low-key giving anti-Greek, right? Yiannopoulos is not a hard name to pronounce, right? This is like booking Stavros and being like, yeah, we got Starvos Halkadalkias on today. Yeah, we're gonna have George Snuffleupagus. Oh yeah, Trump does that to Stephanopoulos, right? Hep A is on the right. That was another thing I thought of too, right? Because I'd been in Vietnam. Yeah, like if I was a doctor doing a differential diagnosis, like there's like 3 items in my like patient history that would have led me in different directions, right? The mosquito bites. Welcome, Spice Lord. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, Raiders. Good to have you with us. We're about to find out more than we ever wanted to know about Tim Pool and Candace Owens, starting with the Majority Report's reportage. Vadim is here with a new. Is that your new username on YouTube, Vadim? You got to check out the recent Pisco Hutch debate over the morality of. Oh God, that's a great subject. That's a great subject, because like so many times we get stuck like covering the legality of Ethan's lawsuit, which, like, yeah, I mean, it's legal and there's some chance that it'll be successful, right? Based on the fact that there's fuck all in terms of precedent for the lawsuit against against Denham Scroggins and Casey Tron, but Casey Tron has gotten a settlement. Frogan looks to maybe be doing the same, and then it looks like it's going to come down to Denham's versus Ethan. And I really don't know which way that lawsuit is going to go. Pisco's convinced that that Ethan's got a really strong case and that Denham should not take this all the way to the settlement, to the judgment, right? But I really think it's 50-50. I really think it's up in the air. I think it really depends on the judge that they get. But that's great that somebody's finally arguing the ethics, because that's the real thing, that doesn't get talked about, and I think needs to, right? Especially considering the massive hypocrisy of Ethan basically pulling a bold guy. If you don't know, early in Ethan Klein's career on H3H3 Productions, this is the channel that was big prior to the podcast. He got sued for reacting to a parkour pickup artist, right? I kid you not, named the Bold Guy, who had videos like, where a parkour girl would be out doing parkour, and then she'd run into a parkour guy and like doing weirdly provocative stretches right in front of him, and then like she was like, yeah, I bet you can't do this, and then she'd go do some parkour and he'd come and like chase her And it seemed like that they were rivals, that they were like parkour rivals, but somehow they get all hot and sweaty, and by the end of it, they just couldn't keep their hands off each other. Denham's has a stronger case, in my opinion. I think you're right about that, Joshua. I think you're right. A dose of Irene. Yeah, good to be back. Hey, I'm glad that I can be. Sometimes I am the medicine. What am I saying? No, I'm just glad that I can bring, a smile, some laughter, and some vibes to, to people's lives, right? That's all. But yeah, the Vadim and Vadim came in letting me know about there's a debate between Pisco, former friend of the VOD, also former DGG's lawyer, hopefully on a redemption arc. Seems to be on a bit of a redemption arc. We love to see it because Pisco was a friend and collaborator of mine back in the day, and I always liked having him on. And it looks like he's going to be debating Hutch on the morality, or really lack thereof, of Ethan's case against Casey Tron, and how this puts him in the position of the bold guy, of the guy that tried to stop him, didn't like that Ethan made fun of his video, and tried to come after him with copyright, with a copyright claim. Ethan won that case, and it wasn't precedent setting in a huge way, but it did provide, it's really like the only bit of like jurisprudence around this issue, because most people don't take these cases all the way, right? And so, Ethan may very well undo the bit of good precedent that he set with this vindictive, really, swipe at Hassan. He's doing the comic book villain thing where, he can't get at Hassan, so he's trying to get at people that he perceives to be friendly with Hassan, like in order to, you know what I mean? It's just classic comic book villain behavior. Did Ethan win one of his cases? No, young Bogler. Sorry, I thought you were a blogger. No, young Bogler. He did not win one of his cases. What he did was settled outside of court with a streamer named Casey Tron. And you could chalk up the fact that he was able to make Casey Tron say some pretty whack stuff in her statement that apparently was part of the agreement, right? So you could say it's a win in that sense. But no, the case didn't go to trial. All right, it was settled. But yeah, very likely Casey had to pay Ethan some amount of money, and obviously had to read that statement. So if you take that as a W, that's your what is the word? Prerogative. Yes, that's your prerogative to do so, right? We're all coming from different parts of the internet. We're all seeing this through different eyes. And, some people just think that Casey Tron, Denims, and Frogan are the fucking devil. And so, anytime you see somebody putting the hurt on them, it makes you happy. But you should think about what about that really makes you happy, where that comes from, and how that can maybe obscure your ability to see. And we're talking about like the legality on one hand, right? And Pisco's discussed that. I've discussed that. I think the legality is kind of up in the air due to the dearth of case law on this matter. Pisco seems to think that Ethan's got a very strong case, very likely to win. Yes, even with Denims. But what's more interesting to me is what Pisco and Hutch are discussing right now, which is not so much the legality, but the morality of it, right? Is this a ethical thing to do for Ethan, or is this maybe a little bit hypocritical, maybe a little bit vindictive, and maybe even, call me an SJW, but a little bit misogynistic? But we'll find out. Maybe I'll cover that. I've got so much to cover, but apparently there's one more debate. Let's get through Tim Pool, Candace Owens as much as we can. I will come back to this. There's more of the right-wing Civil War, more of the crash out to cover. There's a Nick Fuentes angle. There is an Erica Kirk angle. There's so much to cover, chat, and I have so little time. But I love to be able to talk to chat, because for a couple of maybe more than a couple of weeks there, It feels like for a lot of this last month, I was unable to. I was not well, and loving feeling not sick anymore. It's great. We're just talking about this stuff. Why? Wait, my prerogative. Yes, that song. Yeah.
That Charlie Kirk was gay.
And everybody else.
In response to Candace Owens saying that Charlie Kirk was looking to get a divorce, I guess somehow.
I'm sorry. When did Charlie Kirk become gay? How did we get to gay Charlie Kirk? This is interesting.
Can't follow it.
Okay, so he's trying to follow the case, and yeah, it's challenging. True.
I honestly cannot follow the various sort of intricacies. The other day, Tim Pool had Milo Yiannopoulos on. Milo claimed on that show that
again, it's not that hard to pronounce his name. I think this is just how Sam Cedar disrespects Milo.
Charlie Kirk was gay.
And everybody else.
In response to Candace Owens saying that Charlie Kirk was looking to get a divorce, I guess.
Wait, ask Milo? Are you saying Milo? Ask Milo what about Charlie being gay? Look, I believe Milo when he says that Benny Johnson's gay. I'm not sure about Charlie Kirk. I don't know what his evidence is there. Is he really saying Charlie Kirk is gay?
Somehow.
Okay, I mean, I'm glad we watched this then. I didn't know this. This is kind of getting in more to the Benny Johnson, Milo Yiannopoulos, George Santos stuff that we're gonna get into this soon. We got to, chat. We got so much to cover. I've missed so much, and this sucks. And I hate it when a story slips through the cracks.
Implying that Erica Kirk was in some way happy that
he pronounced it wrong. Yes, he did.
Charlie was taken out of the picture. Then Yiannopoulos went on to say that Benny Johnson.
I feel sorry for Charlie. I don't know. I don't know what Charlie Kirk even would have to offer. I don't know. Is Charlie Kirk attractive from a gay aesthetic?
Was gay, and everybody knew that. And George Santos was like, wait, aren't you afraid of getting sued? And Yiannopoulos was like, I don't care.
I'm sorry. Does Sam mean to say Benny Johnson and he's saying Charlie Kirk instead? Is that what's going on?
They knew that. And George Santos was like, wait, Yiannopoulos went on to say that Benny Johnson
okay.
was gay, and everybody knew that.
I mean, yeah, he's been pretty, Benny Johnson a long time ago posted something that he had seen in what was it, Military Times or something. He got an ad while he was looking at a website called Military Times for a gay cruise, and he posts he screenshots it, posted it, it's like, why are Military Times advertising gay cruises? I don't think that's appropriate, right? And it was a Google ad, which those come from cookies and your personal browsing history. So you getting, if you're Benny Johnson, a gay cruise ad implies that you've been looking at stuff on the internet that might have some relation to gay cruise ads, right? It was, porn, or maybe he's thinking about actually going on a cruise and he looked it up or something like that. But anyway, kind of a self-report there, from Benny Johnson. Also, there's people that have talked about he used to work at BuzzFeed, and apparently somebody there claims to have made out with him at a party. So there's a lot of evidence that Benny Johnson at least has some same-sex attraction. He's married now. He's got kids. He's trying to show the pictures of his wife and kids as some kind of exculpatory evidence that he's not gay. But Milo is coming back at him with, maybe you are not a practicing homosexual, but you definitely are a former homosexual as much as Milo, who now claims to be ex-gay, was, and that maybe you should just come clean and stop hiding, stop lying.
And George Santos was like, "Wait, aren't you afraid of getting sued?" And Yiannopoulos was like, "I don't care. I don't get sued because I've got the facts." And then Benny Johnson on Twitter said, "I have to protect my family." And then Milo Yiannopoulos went into
and said, "I look forward to discovery." And now things have gotten kind of
exactly. Like, right, if you know, like as much as like legal actions can be used to silence people, as I think they were against Casey Dems and Frogan, right? There's a limit to that, and especially when it comes to defamation, right? Discovery is messy. Courts, once they go into the discovery process, they can subpoena a lot of stuff that would have otherwise remained private. And if you're somebody with a lot of private stuff that you don't want to go public with, right? Maybe getting in a court case involving discovery is not the right move for you. So that's what Milo's implying, is that Benny Johnson wouldn't dare, because if he were to sue Milo, then Milo's lawyers can start to subpoena, private information, text logs, things like that from Benny Johnson. And, if there's any smoking gun there, they're going to find it, and they're going to use it as evidence that Milo did not, in fact, defame him, and that Benny has, a much reported same-sex attraction.
Quiet on Benny's end.
Benny seemed to quiet down, but apparently somebody took a shot, according to Tim Pool, at his compound.
He's very sensitive about the compound.
It sounds, though, like he has an idea of why they think they did it. It was because it had to do with all of this right-wing turmoil and about him, either like platforming people who are disagreeing with Candace Owens or disagreeing with Candace Owens or what. And then last night, I think this was last night or yesterday, Tim Pool just lost it.
Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. She is a degenerate. She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you told me?
You see that skateboard? It says uncancelable. By the end of this, like, Tim Pool is going to be so irrelevant that nobody wants to cancel him.
She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these fucking conservatives out there that send me these fucking messages have no fucking balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that. But don't fucking DM me like I did something for you as you cower, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which she's doing to me right now.
Yeah, that was
I'm done with these people.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no...
People were comparing Tim's crash out to Ethan's?
...barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. She doesn't give two fucking... No one's out for her. She's lying about all...
Do you think he might have Giardia?
You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a about her security. Meanwhile,
I love this fat shaming and the implication that a fat guy cannot provide you security. I think there's plenty of guys with, like, high on the BMI chart that provide security, right? What do you want a skinny guy to do your security? Come on.
Well, I get bullets fired at my property and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere, and I got strangers coming up to my house.
Wait, I'm sorry. When he says I have to go live in the middle of nowhere, is he he's not talking... Did he move from West Virginia? This is his compound, right? This is West Virginia. He might be Giardia? Huh. You mean he might be Giardia from H3? He might secretly be, what's under the beanie, Tim? What's under the beanie? Candace has tread the line a little if she fucks up, despite being married to an English lord's son. Black Americans don't do well in the UK. You can be one or the other. Wait, you can be black or you can be American, but you can't be. Oh, I didn't know about that. Could be Ethan talking about this secret housekeeper chicken chef. Well, I thought we established that Kaya was cooking Hassan the chicken, and if he doesn't like the way that she cooks it, flavors it, then that's when he uses the shot collar. Right? It's the shot. He's like, "That's bad chicken, Kaya."
In Maryland, breaking in, I got people showing up and beating up the residents.
In Maryland. Okay, he moved to West Virginia because the property was cheap. Yeah, he did the West Virginia though years and years ago. So he's got to be talking about something new. He's got to, and this is what wakes you up is Tim Pool. Jeez, I'm sorry, Joel. That's tough.
To live there. How the am I even supposed to sell this property? It's all lies. It's all hypocrisy, and it is for the purpose of making money. And she does not live the way other people live. And she claims she liked Charlie, she loved Charlie, and she is burning everything down that he built because she is evil. She is evil. And I'll say it again: this conservative movement is fractured. It's fried. Whatever it is. Okay.
He has a house in Maryland, but what is he when he says I've got to live out in the middle of nowhere? What's he talking about? I mean, maybe we don't know. Maybe he's got a secret. Maybe he has an undisclosed location that he tries to say safe. Supposedly there was a gun that discharged somewhere along the
At 0mega_star super chatted $9.99. Not our fault. Dim Tool moved to Bat Country Bat.
They told you, Dem. They told Omega Star told you we can't stop here. This is Bat Country. Yeah. What do you expect when you move to Bat Country? You're gonna deal with the Batman.
Republicans are on track to lose the midterms. They were actually trending in the other direction until Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Yeah.
And this is the point.
Okay,
isn't it?
pause it. No, you see, this is where what interests me about this clip. It is simply not
his West Virginia house, but that's he's had that house forever. Like he said that because of Candace Owens implying that he benefits from the death of Charlie Kirk, that he had to move out into the middle of nowhere, right? That makes me think that there's a third. And this is the thing. Tim Pool is not doing well. Tim Pool does seem to be having problems. And some of those problems may be of his own doing. Like I said, he's overextended. He made a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, right? Tim Pool, has taken in a lot of money, but he's, he spends it like a drunken sailor. And he may indeed be getting low at this point, right? Would rather have two fat guys guarding me. Yeah, right? It's when a very tiny dog is trying to bark like it's a wolf. He may be running out. Like remember his okay, so his music career, his compound, right? That's an expensive compound, despite the fact that it's in West Virginia. Still, a lot going on there, a skate park. He bought a skate park, apparently, because they would not let him skate in a contest. So he bought the facility. He is advertised on YouTube, a lot. And also apparently even bought ads on NASCAR cars. Has put the Tim Pool Show or the Timcast on NASCAR cars as a means of advertising, right? So with all that, and also the what do you call it? The vanity music career, right? He's paying for studio time. Studio time is not cheap.
not the case that Charlie Kirk's assassination hurt the Republican project. The Republicans were trending out. The big thing was the shutdown. I mean, you already saw a difference in the generic ballot where Democrats were trending better. But through the shutdown, it has progressed. And as Trump's policies progress, you can look at it in the disapproval numbers.
The Tim goes rar, says Omega Star. Thank you, Omega Star, for the 100 bits.
For specific issues, as that has grown, you have seen Republican chances in the midterms drop. And, this is part of it. It's like, okay, there's all this drama. That's all.
He didn't pay enough for a decent mixing engineer. You don't understand, Joel. All right. Tim laid down a beautiful track, right? He should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It was really great music that he did. But it was that evil man, Matt Lesh, Matt Leck, that put the shitty music filter over Tim's song, and he made it sound bad. But it was just because of the filter, right? It was really a good song, though.
Well and good.
The property value of the compound, yes.
Yes, all these things. But I don't care about the drama here. The problem is that, like, even this casual misstatement of fact about the Republicans' opportunities in the midterm is indicative of this entire world that they have built. Like, I honestly cannot quite follow what is going on here. Here's Mike Cernovich complaining Republicans in Congress have decided.
I'm sorry, that's a blast from the past. Mike Cernovich, is he relevant again? The gorilla mindset guy? You remember this guy? This is the guy that said that Sam's joke about Roman Polanski and how everybody in Hollywood was just like glossing over, his predation of that 13-year-old girl was, he tried to claim that was that Sam Sam made a, it's Sam's joke was like, well, if anybody was ever to do this to my daughter, I would hope that they had a great sense of mise en scène, right? Basically, ridiculing Hollywood for, but for saying that because Polanski, because Roman Polanski was like an artiste, because he was such a great director, that his, crimes against fucking kids did not matter somehow. Yeah, he's still around, right? Damn Sputnik. I was surprised too. Republicans in contra. Oh wait. Oh, Cernovich is saying that they're throwing it. Cernovich is implying the Republicans in Congress and the House and the Senate are actually throwing this one. Look, they look, are there some Republicans that are retiring that don't want to be part of a minority, a Republican minority contingent, at least in the House, if not in the Senate? Sure. But I wouldn't say that means that they're not doing this to, then Trump can be impeached again. Look, if they wanted to, right, they could impeach Trump over a million things. All it would take to get Trump impeached, would be, enough Republicans supporting that, right? And enough Democrats actually having the guts, which maybe that's the sticking point too. The Democrats are a bit gun shy still.
To toss the midterms, they want to lose their House and Senate majorities. Then Trump can be impeached again. This will create baggage for J.D. Vance and allow the chicken hawk warmonger establishment to take power back and do amnesty. And then Benny Johnson says this is exactly what's happened. A coordinated attempt to rip them
famously, there's nothing chicken hawk warmongers love better than amnesty. And famously, all the chicken hawk warmongers are in the Democratic Party. Certainly, there's no Venezuelan tankers being taken over and stolen, right? Certainly, there are no civilian vessels being bombed. There are no civilians being murdered around the coast of Venezuela, right? Certainly, Donald Trump is the president of peace, even though he's like low-key threatened, like what, Denmark, Greenland, Canada, Mexico, Venezuela, Colombia, right? That's definitely the warmongers on the left, right? And, that being said, there are too many warmongers on the left. When Kamala Harris said that we, bragged about the United States having wanting to make the most lethal military in the world, right? That was fucked up. But you got to recognize what they're doing. They're trying to be Republican light. They're trying to be like, we also believe in strong national defense, right? Because these are the same loser Dems that have just been Reagan bricked their fucking brains, and they've never been the same. They've always played like, second fiddle to the Republicans ever since. Right. So yeah, too much of that does exist. Famously, the Democrats, many of them opposed the Gulf War in the Gulf War in the 90s, right? The invasion of Kuwait, and lost their seats since the war didn't have very many casualties. It was received as a win. A lot of Democrats, were out on their ass after that. And so when the Iraq War came around in the 2000s, people like Hillary Clinton were, falling all over each other to support it.
Base from the inside. Okay, this is relevant because look.
What drugs does he say is coming from Venezuela? He claims it's fentanyl. Right? If there's any drug on those boats, it's probably cocaine. But there's very little evidence of any fentanyl coming from Venezuela. But it's a convenient pretext for Trump to do regime change, which seems like what he's trying to intimidate Maduro into just leaving.
Apparently, Tim Pool
we do have Anthony Scaramucci. Anthony Scaramucci makes the rounds on all the shitty, like, what is it called, the Daily Beast YouTube channel. Like he's on a bunch of British channels. Like he does still get brought on as a guest, and but yeah, he's just not he's not in any place anybody cares about.
Thinks that he is being attacked, like literally, because he is pushing back on Candace Owens. He is saying that he's getting texts from other conservative talkers that they're afraid to take on Candace Owens. Meanwhile, you see Benny Johnson and Mike Cernovich spinning this new conspiracy theory. My point being is that all of these conspiracies that they live in, all of this sort of like fictionalizing of reality. January 6th was just a tour, and then it was just patriots, and then it was just boomers, and it was just whatever. All of this, like the we're going to have a civil war. They're saying this like a year ago.
Trump might win 49 out of 50 states in 2020.
And that at least is like just a bad prediction. I'm just talking about all of this entire, like, we're going to bring InfoWars guys onto the show.
The alternate reality they live in. Yeah.
Like, they invented this genre. Yeah. I mean, going back to the John Birch Society. Mm-hmm. And it's certainly like you can find pockets of it across all ideologies. But the entire conservative, as he says, movement, their infotainment complex has trafficked in so many different conspiracy theories that there's literally like a war between conspiracy theories that are going on. Like, I can barely follow it. And so then the one shred of like relevant material it's completely wrong. Right. I mean, like, just you can look at the numbers and you can see this. And so they have built an entire house of sand.
Yes, and it's also in a way that tries to absolve Trump and appeases the cult of personality that has populated their audience. You notice that even Tucker Carlson won't take really direct shots at Trump. It's always some sort of subversion, or they'll look at an underling like Kash Patel or Pam Bondi. It's always someone that is hurting him internally, or there's a conspiracy internally within the party that's going to hurt their chances. And so it's exactly what you're saying, but it's also immensely cowardly and there to satiate the base that they have cultivated, because they are all a part of the cult as well.
And you talk about, Tucker Carlson. People forget this. When he left Fox, he rebuilt his audience by talking about how he was attacked by a demon in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Who woke up the next morning with scratches all.
Chat, the question is, was that demon a succubus? Or was that demon maybe an incubus? Tucker's got gay on the brain. Okay. My money's on incubus.
All over him, because this devil figure that is like akin to like what was it, like Saul and I just watched it. Oh yeah, no, Stranger Things, like one of those like what are those called?
What's it called, like Vecna or something? The Is it the Vecna's like the big bad, right?
I can't remember. I don't know. It's a kid's show.
It's not a kid's show. Come on. Is Stranger Things a kid's show, chat? I mean, it's like apparently a Zionist show, but lay off my incubi. Canis domesticus? It was his dog. He was in bed with his dogs at the time, so maybe, yeah, it could have very easily been. Those are my sex pest demons.
But I mean, this is their entire, you know, like even just Cernovich right here, just talking
can
about.
you put that back up, please? I want to see the Cernovich thing. Yeah,
it's all just about coming up with crazy ass conspiracy theories that provide sort of like pre-digested answers, ones where you need to know nothing, where it's all just like these fictional stories. And now it is eating itself. It is like watching the snake eat its own tail.
Yeah, and it's so disconnected from reality or anything material that they can't even address what's happening with the policies or the fact that
they can't even address the succubus in the room.
The Republicans are presiding over one of the biggest transfers of wealth in one bill with the one big ass ugly ass bill that's about to hit. The fact that they're kicking tens of millions of people off of their health care, whether it be the ACA subsidies expiring, allowing that to happen, or whether it be the gutting of Medicaid, and hurting Medicare as well. They can't even address the substance of it because they're living in a parallel universe. It's like what Naomi Klein spoke about with Mirror World. They are in their own ecosystem.
If we had a Democratic president, a Democratic Senate, and a Democratic House,
yes,
this show would be every day the driest MFer show that you could imagine, where we would be talking about different.
That was 2021.
This show has been that for probably a decade. At various times, but when they get power, they can't do anything because there's no policies behind it. Like, their agenda has nothing to do with making the country better in a way that provides any type of material support for the greatest number of people. It all becomes a culture war that you can only talk about so much. You can only talk about the lies about trans people ruining women's sports and taking over and changing it and gender stuff. You can only talk about this so much until people go like, we get it already. And then they have to just start spinning these conspiracy theories, weather machines. And that's the way, it's the way that Marjorie Taylor Greene made her name for herself and became the biggest fundraiser there. And then ultimately it just ate her too, because and she had to jump out. InfoWars, and then it just keeps spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning until they decide to get off, like Milo Yiannopoulos on some level.
And that's why they're mad at Candace Owens. And just to bring it back to, wow, he really dropped the hard C word with the T at the end, which is in the UK, maybe that's all right to say, but that's pretty harsh words for a woman. And I know that he enjoyed that. But
make MR boring again. That's during the first half.
That's why they are upset about Candace Owens, and
you gotta eat your vegetables anyway.
Saying she doesn't have a stake in this or whatever. She just has one fat guy. She's not really worried about her safety. Whatever. The fact that she's being critical of both the Republican Party, I mean, with her anti-Jewish hatred that also sometimes sounds like anti-Zionism, but also her critiques of the rest of the media ecosystem, it's bothering them deeply because it's aren't we supposed to be all on the same team? But with the Republican administration being this unpopular, someone's going to break off, and she did.
And if you look at what creates fractures within sort of our ecosystem, it is always policy or some type of strategy, or is it incrementalism? Is it rebel? This is they're just talking about these bizarre conspiracy theories that range from, and look.
Yeah, I'm just waiting until they start accusing each other of being literal witches, consorting with the devil, dancing with the devil by the pale moonlight, all that shit. They start just like going about. I saw Goody Owens consorting with a sex demon, Randy looking fellow about 6'4", and like I don't know, like they're just gonna start. They're gonna go back to they're gonna party like it's 1649.
We have this vacuum of information that the killer was supposedly arrested 3 months ago, and then all of a sudden everybody went radio silent when it became clear that they couldn't make sort of like anti-trans hay out of this or anti-liberal hay out of it. And then they were just left with like, okay.
No, but Candace is trying. As far as the anti-trans hate, if he's talking about the Charlie Kirk assassination, I'm trying to remember. Was it who did I hear say this? Was it Candace or was it somebody else that like was like, yeah, they're I don't know. They think that there's a conspiracy. They think that every trans person was in on it. They think that every furry was in on it. They think that every, like there's this like Trantifa that is like, this mega organization pulling all the levers and calling all the shots, right? They can't just let it be this, Tyler Robinson took his dad's gun or grandpa's gun and shot Charlie Kirk, right? Because he didn't like what Charlie was saying about trans people, right?
Now what do we do? And they're all in some type of grifty business, and it was just the first person who went there.
I mean, Cernovich can't even be honest with himself when he says, allow the chicken hawk warmonger establishment to take power back. Like, they bombed Iran, and they're trying to go to war with Venezuela. They're fine. But Alex Perrine had this great piece, 2017, The Long, Lucrative Right-Wing Grift is Blown Up in the World's Face. It says, you don't need to understand the GOP. You don't need to understand the alt-right. You pretty much just need to be in semi-regular contact with a white, reasonably comfortable male retiree. We are now ruled by men who think and act very much like that ordinary man you might know, and if you want to know why they believe so many strange and terrible things, you can basically blame the fact that
Chat, I wonder, does this include the Supreme Court by chance?
And lucrative industry is dedicated to lying to them.
Yeah.
And I would just recommend that piece because it is just like basically the lunatics took over the asylum.
And now like all the lunatics that they have promoted are now like
damn Sputnik, didn't they try to bring back the witch hunts for like a minute because of the Etsy witches curse thing? I don't know how seriously they took that. And who took that bait? Because that's exactly what that is bait.
Attacking them because this is like some type of like literal internecine war amongst them. Meanwhile, you got like Nick Fuentes is now sort of like, trying to mainstream himself, and he's, agreeing with Tim Pool, and it's all just sort of like in this weird milieu, and we're just watching like, literally, it's like, on some level, like, I don't even want to like talk about it because there's a certain amount of like TMZ quality to this.
Yeah.
But it also, here's the thing. All of these people were intricately and intimately involved in getting Donald Trump into office and promoting these lies and creating this ecosystem. And it is fascinating, but also materially relevant into what's going on down, with all of this stuff. Who knows?
Exactly.
I don't know if there's any more that's relevant. Let's just play a little bit, but then I want to get to this other part.
Liked Charlie, she loved Charlie, and she is burning everything down that he built because she is evil. She is evil. And
that's a filter. Is the Majority Report running a visual video filter on Tim Pool, or is that unironically his color grading, chat? If I come over here, I don't know if this is the same Tim Pool video. Okay, the color grading definitely looks different. Yo, Matt Leck put the filter on Tim. Although I don't think this is the same video. But it can't be that different, right? Unless they do different color grading for like the podcast, maybe. But here, let me show you. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Does it look the same? Do I have a filter? Like, I'm looking at the video. No, there's no filters. There's no filters on this, Tim. I'm sorry. We're not trying to make you look bad here, Tim. We're trying to make you look good as fuck. Yes, the MR filter. No, I mean, I don't. When I look at the MR's video on the like when I look at YouTube, when I look at the window, it's fairly normal, maybe a little bit desaturated, but when I look at it through OBS, it looks vaguely like one of those videos that desaturates everything that's not red or blue. You know, maybe it's just because his face has got tones of red in it, and the skateboard's got tones of blue, and I am spending too much time thinking about tech. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm imagining it, chat. Maybe it's all in my head. Maybe I'm the one who's going crazy.
I'll say it again. This conservative movement is fractured. It's fried, whatever it is. Okay?
It's cooked. It's washed. It's been had, as Daniel Plainview would say. I'm so sorry, my boy. I'm so sorry, Eli, my boy. It's been had. Drainage.
Republicans are on track to lose the midterms. They were actually trending in the other direction until Charlie Kirk was murdered.
That's not true.
And this is the point, isn't it? The most effective political assassination in history, and thanks to the likes of the vile Candace Owens, she has turned Turning Point into the perpetrators of the crime that was against them. I don't get paid by any of these people. I'm not on good terms necessarily with Turning Point USA. They didn't invite me to their stupid event. I don't want to go. I don't want to go.
Oh my God.
They invited me back after I started criticizing Candace. I'm not going to your event. I'm over all.
Oh, I didn't know they invited him back. Like I said, yeah, here's an example, right, of their ability to gatekeep. Like, they decided they didn't want Tim Pool. They'd had him in the past. They don't want him now. I'm guessing it's because he's kind of lost his je ne sais quoi. He's kind of lost his will to live, or I don't know, something, chat. He's not the same. He doesn't have the juice. He doesn't have the motion. Maybe even he doesn't have the views. I don't know. But like, all I've heard this guy do for like months and months and months is complain. Starting with that first video on this, sorry, this is the Tim Cass channel, but like on the Tim Pool channel, where he complains about how Sam Cedar polluted his SEO, right? He was like, I never use my name in my videos, but Sam does. And so therefore, when you search up Tim Pool, you're more likely to find Majority Report. You can hardly find my channel. And it's like, you know, I mean, like that maybe says more to the fact that you're not using your Tim Pool channel enough, right? You could be putting out more videos. It's like, I mean, this is the kind of thing that happens to Tipster, where there's more videos about him that the you know, algorithm says are relevant than by him. The algorithm is saying is relevant. But yeah, he had this whole thing where he's like, I'm gonna put my name in every video now. I'm gonna get you, Sam. I don't know. Anybody else feel like he's a little preoccupied with the Majority Report? I don't think they really have that much to do with his success or failure. I mean, obviously having Emma and Sam show Tim up on his own show is not good. It's not good for his channel. It's not good, you know, it's not good for his community, but you know, he's got more to worry about with Candace Owens and all the rest of them than Majority Report. But yeah, I mean, maybe now, I mean, he's right in a sense that it, like, look, you know, the Turning Point people are gross. I don't have any sympathy for them. I kind of low-key think it's funny that Candace is like causing the organization to implode. But did they kill Charlie Kirk? Probably fucking not. Probably fucking not. Like, most of Candace Owens conspiracy theories, there's not much truth to this one. It's just hard to, it's hard to feel sorry for them, honestly.
This. The last thing that I need to deal with is a bunch of cowards in conservative media refusing to stand up to her. Megyn Kelly, come on. I appreciate the kind words, but come on. Such fucking pathetic shit. And I get people saying, Tim, thank you so much for talking about. I don't care.
See, this is what's so
I'm not
fascinating.
doing a favor for anybody.
Like what he's revealing here is that all of them, they don't speak any truth to power whatsoever.
No, they're cowards.
They're afraid, and they're all they've all apparently been texting Tim saying, thank you for saying something. I'm too afraid to do it. Megyn Kelly has a huge platform. They all have huge platforms, but they also realize that they have created monsters, that their audience are full of deluded monsters, and they don't want to get on the wrong side of it. So they won't disavow them of their crazy beliefs because they don't feel like it's that their
what's the word? You won't disabuse them of their beliefs, right?
job. It's their job to surf on top of those deluded
Yeah, what Sam's saying is they're riding the tiger, right? They are being propelled, their career is being buoyed by a feverish insanity amongst the MAGA faithful, and which lends itself very easily to moral panics and, like somebody said in chat earlier, witch hunts. And they don't want to run afoul of that witch hunt because they've seen what their audience does when they get focused on a person. So even if they had reservations about the way that this narrative is going, right? About the proliferation of just batshit conspiracy theories and where that might lead the audience, they can't say it or else they will run afoul of the beast. And they won't be on top of it anymore. They will be inside of it.
That's what Marjorie Taylor Greene said. The same thing, that everybody trashes Trump behind his back, but
Megyn Kelly?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The whole
Wait, Megyn Kelly already dialed up the crazy to 11 about Charlie Kirk? I mean, she's very transphobic. She's a thoroughly unpleasant lady, but what has she been playing in the with the conspiracy poop?
Whole edifice is built in that way. The whole edifice is built on that way. And
the fact that Charlie Kirk is at the center of it really just lays bare how deeply cynical it all is. I mean, when they couldn't unite around a conspiracy theory about the death of their colleague and monetize that effectively, they have fractured internally within their own industry. This is not about the midterms. So let's separate their
chat. They are the fractured butthole. They are the fractured butthole.
Little war between each other from the fact that the Republicans are harming the economy and
Wait. About wanting people to suffer horribly? Thank you for the 100 bits, and thank you for the corgi. Aww. You know what, chat? For some reason, when I came to Thailand, I was told I'd be accosted on all sides by dogs. The feral dogs were everywhere, and I mean, not that they were necessarily a problem. Like, if you don't bother them, they don't bother you. But that was the main thing about Thailand is all these dogs running around. I have seen very few dogs. I have seen cats, right? I see soy cats all the time, and sometimes soy cats that people have adopted. Watch him fail to do a kickflip while hanging with the boys. And I'm just saying I could use more dogs. Oh, you're watching from the start. Nice. Which you can do on YouTube at any time or on Twitch if you become a sub. Did you know that? membership has its benefits, and so does subbing on YouTube, because it allows you to rewind the VOD anytime that you, subbing on Twitch, it allows you to rewind the VOD anytime you want to, and you can get one of those subs for free if you have Prime. If you hook up your Prime account to Twitch, you get a free Twitch Prime sub. You can give that to the streamer of your choice, and if it's me, you'll get to rewind me all you want.
Hurting people in misery.
You were getting chased by feral dogs in the U.S.
Rating them, right? This is a separate thing, but it is.
I think the story with the dogs is that a lot of them get taken care of at temples, right? Like temples will take in like stray dogs and stuff. So maybe that's why I don't see them. I'm not going to a temple. I'm not going to the Watt. I can't believe Twitch paywalls rewinding. That's very good reading literacy there, Sassy. Yeah.
It's interesting how you're seeing that play out.
The American public doesn't care about what's going on here with these things. I mean, their audiences do. These people can be effective in helping. Now they're just simply an absence of helping. And that's a problem, because the Republican policies are very, have a bad effect on people. And in the absence of like more lies being spun to sort of support it. But all of this has been like, look, even the central aspect about Charlie Kirk, he was lauded as a free speech warrior, and no one ever pointed out that his organization was built upon and continued to blacklist professors in college universities, to literally shut down free speech. Like, that was the fundamental building block of TPUSA. They had college or chapters, and
the degree to which these people hate education, particularly higher education, is something that should make us concerned, because they are effectively taking it away from it. Us think about the deprofessionalization of of things like nursing, right? Why? Because there's a lot of women in that field. There's a lot of minorities in that field, right? This is but also because they want to make anything that they can do to feed the perception that college is worthless. You can somehow educate yourself better without it. It's just it's a desperate attempt to try to claw away any degree of critical thinking or media literacy, right? They really want to do away with education, and as many problems as there are in our education system, as much corruption has made it unattainable in a lot of ways, or at least saddled you with a lot of debt if you want to pursue it. I still think it's worth it, even if you are not going into a field that requires like whatever you're learning in your bachelor's, or right, just as a matter of making you a better citizen. I think education is more than worth it. But again, people that want to fucking trick you and manipulate you and use you and abuse you, they do not want you to be educated.
Primary function of those college chapters when it was founded was to report on professors. Like, the entire edifice was built on anti-free speech, and yet they lauded this guy.
And they hate the fact that the longer somebody spends in education, the more educated they get, the more they learn, the more likely their viewpoint tends towards the left, and the less likely it tends towards the right. Like, they hate the fact that this is and really, like, at least reading comprehension, which you do learn and you do refine even in a bachelor's program, right, is integral to, being able to advocate for yourself as a worker, being able to leverage your power as a citizen, as a voter, right? If you don't have that discernment, then you can't really protect your own interests, like, right, the interest of the working class. White dudes will be like, college is a scam and arts are a waste. But also, why is my media filled with LGBTQ and POC? It's all gone woke. You did it to yourself, doofus. Exactly.
As a free speech warrior, because he would go back to those same colleges and debate college kids in public.
Yeah.
And
think about how much this whole thing has focused on college, right? Battle for Berkeley, right? All that stuff. Think about how even Charlottesville, right? The night before the night before the event itself, there were a group of college kids that got attacked by Proud Boys and white supremacists on a college campus, right? They were not protected by the police.
The fundamental contradiction there fell apart. And so it was interesting. And people are saying, this is the first time Tim has ever sounded genuine to me. Yeah, he's legitimately angry. I think part of it is also, there was another clip I saw where he said, like, they're having to spend money on security. And, when I was there a year ago, it was almost to the day, Tim had made major cutbacks on staffing because I think they had overextended themselves with that Russian money. So who knows?
Moonlord's going to have to be the bodyguard.
But, the drama is the drama. They can.
I'll have you know that Moonlord is a master of bullshito, of the art of bullshito.
They can have fun with it. But what's really important is it's very, very telling because their entire apparatus in many ways reflects what has always been the MO of the Republican Party. Even going back to Paul Ryan. And Paul Ryan would talk about he had a fake story that he said was his that actually came from another person in Wisconsin, another a state official, about a poor kid who didn't want to have free lunch.
@0mega_star super chatted $9.99. But learning makes you think, and that gives you ideas, zombie.
Oh yeah, I mean it also hurts your brain. So good point, zombie. Thank you for the super chat, Omega Star. They added zombie horses to Minecraft, chat.
Lunch at school. He wanted a brown bag lunch. And it was a fake story just to build up the idea that if you are poor or some way, or you rely on a free lunch, you don't have the same moral righteousness as someone who gets their own lunch. And that ideology is exactly why you got Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump gets on stage, and if you are morally unrighteous because you are poor, you are the most morally righteous if you are rich.
He's the prosperity gospel president.
Exactly. Yep. And he's like, I'm a billionaire, so everything you say is wrong.
Yeah.
Because I have more money than you.
Jennifer Welch just talked about this, about how that he's...
Riding the Nautilus is a thing, yeah. And apparently you can joust with a spear. There's a new kind of combat that you can do on a mount with the spear. They added, it's basically just a shovel that's diagonal, right? You took 2 sticks and 1 wood, metal, copper, diamond, whatever, netherite, if you will, and you craft a spear, and you can charge shit with the spear. The spear it'll calculate your speed and their speed relative to each other and deal damage based on that. So it can be, pretty effective. I haven't, I started a new world. I've seen a Nautilus swimming around, but I didn't find I haven't found a saddle yet. So that's not my next goal. You can also there's like gas that you can grow in water, and they're friendly, and you can put a saddle on them and like ride them. So yeah, Minecraft has added a lot that I haven't looked at yet. Haven't had time.
Basically a televangelist. She said this when she came on with me. And
is it bad that I don't like to play Minecraft because of the high level of animal mortality? I actually don't like kill animals for food in Minecraft. I know it sounds weird. So like me taking veganism a little too seriously, but I just like I don't like the animals getting hurt either. So I don't hurt the animals. Now they do sometimes get hurt, especially the wolves, right? If you adopt a wolf, it is so hard to keep them alive. They are like attracted to lava. Like they always want to try to swim in lava. And yeah, they're not. Can you be vegan in Minecraft? I am. I mean, it makes it harder. It's a challenge. Actually, some people will do it. They're not even vegan in real life, but they do it as like a challenge because it's like one thing you could play Minecraft, but you can only eat these foods.
And how his base of support is like a lot of evangelicals who already have that kind of framework in mind for somebody to admire, and they will willingly give their hard-earned money and donate to these people, regardless of the fact that it's quite clear that these are scams. And Trump fits that archetype perfectly.
It was like Mesmer, the Mesmer
Matt got a little too excited about Mesmer when Mesmer was mentioned.
People enjoyed this guy's snake oil salesman because they thought they were in on the side that was on the side of lying away from.
Yep. In on a joke.
Yep.
Too much winning. We can't take it anymore.
Yeah.
That must have been from years ago.
That was 2016.
It sounds so much more energetic.
That's when you're going to be tired of winning, Jag, and that was actually true for all these people. Like, they would be in such a better place professionally if he had lost the election.
All right, so chat, I hate to do this, right? I have a ton more videos about this topic, Tim Pool versus Candace Owens, and there's more sides to it, more aspects. We got to see her called a degenerate. See you next Tuesday by Tim. And we got some inkling of, her saying that he has benefited from the death of Charlie Kirk. He's blaming her for things like the discharge of a weapon on his compound grounds. But you're tired of winning. I am literally running into, we're 6 hours here already. I got to get you to the fun half, right? Because you've earned it. 125 out of 200. That is good for one bonus content, actually. Come to think, what? Oh, how the tides have turned. All right, chat. As it stands right now, I should have watched this more closely. Usually it doesn't change this much. With 79 votes counted, we have a winner, and it is not Chris Kunzler versus Lonerbox. I thought we were going to watch that as a warm up for maybe tomorrow, watching Pisco versus Hutch, somehow related. I don't know. They're in the same cinematic universe. You know what I'm saying, chat? Right? But that didn't win. That was winning by a lot before. It's not now, right? We got Sam Cedar on iHip, which managed to get 30% of your votes, but 30% is not enough today. We got Jose Fall of Ben Shapiro, which only got 11%. And then we got the winner, or it seems like it right now. Hey, let me know if you've donated and you want to put your money where your mouth is and swing this poll at the last minute. But we got Anna Kasparian on Bill Maher. Are you ready for that? Are you ready to get random? Chat, I'm going to have to smoke and drink if I watch. I mean, actually, I don't have anything I don't have any alcohol. Can I admit that? Is that embarrassing, chat? I don't have any alcohol at all in my house. And I don't, because I don't ever drink it. It's not that I'm against it. If you offered me a cool wine and told me a story about how the terroir where this wine is growing, I would the fuck, chat? Look at this thumbnail. Do you see this shit? No. Look at that. And they're doing her dirty. They're giving her the Erica Kirk treatment. That is supposed to be Anna Kasparian. I hate AI so much. Pro-Islam lib gets wrecked by Bill Maher. Yo, it's Benny Johnson. What? Benny Johnson weighing in on the side of Bill Maher against Anna Kasparian because she's too much of a Palestine simp, I guess. Anyway, is that what we're doing? Is that where we're going? It's looking like it. I voted Anna on Bill. Okay, yeah, you and 34% of the people, like more than 1 out of 3 people here. That says something. Looks like we're going to the. Yeah, he does drop the hard C word. Yeah, no, yeah. He said he'd see her next Tuesday, actually. But yeah, it looks like yeah that this is the winner. So we're gonna go. And we're gonna see what this is like. It's an hour and 30. Wait, no, that's secular talk. Oh my god. Okay, so the Vanguard covered them just being pathetic and her still hurt by Emma Vigeland and the Majority Report and them agreeing on trans people, right? And Anna being disgusting about trans people. The Vanguard covered that aspect and didn't like Anna on Bill Maher. Kyle apparently covered them talking about Gaza and did like Anna. Okay. But if I gave you either of those, it wouldn't be the whole story. Club Random. There we go. Club freaking Random. Do you see it right there? What about that thumbnail? Do we like that thumbnail? I'm trying to think how this is accomplished. I don't know. Probably with Photoshop, chat. I don't think I have these filters or the font. Somebody needs to tell him though that like a cooler looking font usually ends in less clicks. That's just how YouTube is. The whole meta is your font readable, is your font big, is your font clear, and that shit is decorative, right? Anna Kasparian, I guess, comes through pretty well, but anyway, enough of criticizing the art and craft of Bill Maher. Let's get into this and see. Hopefully there's timestamps.
ZipRecruiter's matching technology moves fast. It finds top talent for you, so you're not wasting time or money. You can see immediately.
Wait, don't forget about you, Omega. No, you were one of the main people I was asking. But anyway, yeah, if anybody has any opinions about this, now is the time to make your voice heard. If you've donated, you want to add your influence to the overall score of any of these topics, because yeah, shit has changed. There has been what is it called, like items in the overhead compartments may shift during flight, and they did during flight. U.S. government banned Calibri font Calibri because it's too woke. Wait, instant ad? Oh god, you're right. They did hit us with an ad. I mean, Sam will do that on like the on the live stream sometimes, but he's earned it. No, not on a video. I don't think, at least. I haven't seen that. Squarespace, Zens. Oh god, yeah. Wait, what does he say about Zens?
Love the night? Reach for Zen After Dark.
I always do after dark. Wait, why is it after dark? Oh, it had the flavor. Wait, what? Wait, why is it after dark? I don't get it. Spice cider, espresso martini, mojito. Are these just cool flavors? I don't understand what makes it after dark. Anyway. Bill, we got to get through your ads. There she is. There she is, a queen to the far right. Many of sperm tributes have been sacrificed to this one.
You can't get me in trouble.
Why? There's no trouble for
Because
you.
I'm
Your
supposed
life is
to.
trouble.
You like trouble. Club Random with Bill Maher. Oh my God, this is so funny. The way that it opens too. The other thing that's funny about, and look at this aesthetic, right? He's got like movie posters from old Reefer Madness style movies, like Marijuana, the Assassin of Youth, right? He's such a bad boy, and there he's got his booze all ready to go. Looks like some, I can't tell, Chad. I don't know alcohol. I won't even pretend. And then what are these just like, wait, is that Johnny Cash back there? I don't know. I don't know how to explain anything about this, but look here. Here's what to notice, right? You know, he doesn't sit there and introduce the show and then say, I'd like to welcome our guest for today, Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks. Come on out, Anna, right? It's not like that. It's the opposite. The guest, and this is a thing, this is how it works. The guest is waiting for the host, right? Always. His time is more valuable, I guess.
Dress. Good for you. I dress up too. For the...
You look good.
I do. Thank you. I
You all should switch clothes. That'd be interesting.
appreciate it. I'm not going to start a big fight about it. Well,
Do you think her size would fit him? Maybe not. Maybe the skirt would be a little short.
as I always say, when people say that there should be a chyron for your age, like, that's what I really mean. You know, if I was 35 and I walked in and be like, oh my God, were you in a fire?
You actually look younger in person, to be honest.
Thank you. I think it's the setting. This room is very magical
This is his power place, right? This is his
to me, and I feel obviously it's a very immature room.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm glad you do.
Yeah.
Do you have a room like this in your house?
I don't.
Something that's like weird and just where you put everything that didn't fit anywhere else?
I mean, no. I'm actually pretty meticulous about how I design my place. It's very feminine, though, so you got to give my husband a lot of credit for handling it well.
I have pictures of my house, which is next door. I wouldn't.
Oh my God, wait a minute. He's pre-funked, hasn't he? So you see the alcohol that's out on the table, that's, you know, standard. Usually he's got a couple of joints too. Like I said, most of the time the guest does not partake. Because again, you're on a show, you're trying to impress, right? You're maybe even, you know, maybe even pushing something like a new show, a book, a tour, a campaign, whatever, right? And so, you know, most of his guests, they don't want to, you know, they don't want to lose their shit. They don't want to, like, you know, they want to keep their composure. They want to keep their control. But you know, he's just, you know, he does this because he can. Who's gonna stop him?
Come here. I mean, I wouldn't live here.
Certainly not the ghost of his mom.
I'd come here, but I wouldn't live here. And it was owned by a woman before, and oh my God, the difference. It just speaks to, you know, men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Remember that
Very
book?
much so, yeah.
I mean, that is true, and also not.
That is so true. Yeah, women are definitely from Mars, and men are from Venus. I hear it all the time. She's dressed like a Fox News hour anchor, and she knows his audience. He wants to feel welcome to the to a show because he never is. She is dressing for the job that she wants, not for the job that she has. Literally, I do think that is her ambition, something like that, something just like that. Anna's house is sterile. Yeah, sounds like it. Maybe also loveless, right? Who is that guy, Jeff? Yeah, it feels like she really doesn't. It feels like a lot of her affection is directed at the neighbor, the MAGA neighbor guy that carried her bike up for her, rather than her husband. But I mean, that's for them to deal with. His room is better than Asmongold's, true.
Not true. I think we accent that so much that we forget that, like, it's a lot of stuff. I certainly know that when I was younger, I would have done better with women if I wasn't just so, oh my God, they're girls, and girls are sexy and great. And if I just was like, no, like this
Are you feeling these thoughts now, Ben? Bill?
Human. Like,
whatever your name is?
There's a common.
Yo, girls are human. Yo, fucking what an amazing insight. Holy shit. Holy shit. There's something you'll never hear on a Red Pill channel. They're just like you, only not. They are also human.
You're so obsessed with the excitement that you miss.
The big issue is men and women just communicate so differently, right? Like it's pretty inherent. So
yeah, like we as women, we communicate through pheromones and smells, and men communicate through shouting and grunting, mostly, sometimes through charring large pieces of meat on the grill, occasionally.
We want to vent. Women want to vent. We don't want to hear your solutions to our problems, right?
Vent?
To vent, yeah. So when we're like being vulnerable and opening up about something we're going through, the last thing we want to hear is unsolicited.
Well, no, honestly, this is what you should do. That's a really, yeah, actually, my uncle had the same problem. And you know how he got rid of it? Pearl Davis might also figure this out eventually.
Advice. We just want you to listen. But men are different. Men want to.
Right. And that is one reason I've never gotten married. I could not do that.
Yeah.
I feel, and by the way, not every woman feels that way. Like, if you really put it to a woman and say,
how come nobody's given this guy shit for what he does, right? He hasn't, it sounds like he hasn't been married. He doesn't want to be married, right? He is perfectly happy having, temporary relationships, which have a expiration date, and then just, going back to his little man cave, right? And nobody's, plussed about that, right? Nobody's bothered by that. But take a woman who says the same thing, and you can imagine the kind of judgment that she gets from all corners of society, starting with her own family, right? But yeah, ending with fucking JD Vance. Being like, oh, are you a childless cat lady? Sounds like a skill issue, right? That's a big deal. That's perfectly valid to criticize, right? But him doing his lifetime bachelor thing, I don't have a problem with it. He's probably impossible to fucking be in a relationship with, I would guess, right? So, it makes sense. He's got an odious personality. I think any woman would be cursed to have him in her life, permanently. So, you do you, Bill. This is not a man versus woman thing. I am not just a listen to be person. I'm a solver and AFAB. Yeah, that's again, they're it's weird how they're able to play these games to rhetorically collapse all women into this stereotype, really. Maybe even a tendency, right? I don't know. Maybe women do, that more often than men, right? But it's not a defining characteristic of being a woman, nor is it a defining characteristic of being a man, to be solution driven or whatever, right? I'm sure you could find people all over the place that defy his oversimplification.
if I just fix this, would you be good with that? Because certainly I couldn't when I was younger, but as I got older and more successful, it's I've learned one important lesson in life. If you throw money at a problem, it usually goes away.
I mean, that's pretty true. Yeah.
Usually.
Wow. That is the voice of privilege right there.
Usually, yeah.
Not emotional stuff, but like a lot of other
She's
stuff.
like, well, I mean, it didn't work for my birthing person problem, but
money does solve a lot of issues. That's
so
for sure.
If I just threw money at this problem, made it go away, would that be okay if I just fix this? Because
if you front load the "I'll pay for it, don't worry about it anymore,"
we'll
accept
but not just that. I mean, not just paying, but also manly stuff. Like,
manly stuff.
I mean, the thing you're talking about, I feel like the classic cliche is bitching about the boss. And I feel like if I could say to a woman, listen, you bitch about this every night, I'm just going to hire someone to kill him.
Ooh, I like that.
Exactly.
Isn't that the plot of Christmas Vacation?
I'm just going to fix this. And then I don't have to listen to you talk about it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to fix it. It can be done. I mean...
you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like this guy doesn't like to be beset by other people's problems. Is that making sense? Is that what it is? I think maybe it's not about men and women. I think Bill Maher just doesn't like he doesn't have a boss or if he does, he's got enough leverage where they're not causing this kind of problem in his life. And he doesn't want to hear about your problems. He doesn't want to hear about your work. Bill wrote the Oklahoma Girls College essay. Joshua Keller, that's what I was just thinking. Wow, like mind meld. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. That's kind of what the way she was talking about men and women is like women are born to love womanly things and men are born to love masculine things. And when people are transgender, they go away from that and God doesn't like that. So they should just go to church and stop being transgender. Yeah, it's the same gender essentialism. There we are again. There we are. We're back to gender essentialism. Yeah, full necky is... Yeah, you got it, Jersey Texan. That's who we're talking about. We're talking about full necky. I need to cover that story too. I know I'm late on it. I know I'm also late on the Nick Fuentes and Piers Morgan. We got so much stuff to cover, chat, and I don't know. Like, I'm already having to cut stuff short in this very stream. It's driving me nuts. We need like, what? Oh, you know what we need? We need put me on a spaceship to Namek, okay? That has, wait, is it the spaceship to Namek? What is that thing in Dragon Ball Z where they make it so they can train extra hard? Because they go in a place where their time is like slower or something, and then you can train for like 60 years, and you come out and it's like 3 days later. Like that's what I need. That's the only way to cover all of the stuff.
I know good people, reliable people who are not going to get carried away.
Was that The Godfather? What's he doing? Is that Marlon Brando? What does he do? I don't get it.
Handle it.
Yeah.
But
what about you? Do you ever feel like you just want to like rage about something to someone? You don't want any solutions. You don't want to need.
Do you ever feel like you've had it about something? Do you ever want to tell someone or something to just fuck off? I'm sorry. It'd be so funny if somehow he got tricked into going on iHip. Sorry, it's another podcast, the I've Had It podcast. One of the hosts says, like if you don't, like, I don't know, it's something like if you don't support like if you, what do they say? What's their whole catchphrase? Like if you got a problem with trans people, black people, gay people, whatever, non-Christian people, you can just, and then Pump says, fuck off. But she says it like a baka. It's like an eagle saying fuck off. Either way.
advice.
Yes, I call that my audience.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't want to rage. I feel like I'm the anti-rager, even though I am very critical, obviously, of both sides, and love my job and doing that.
Oh yeah, what is it? Gay treats, they treats, black treats, something else.
But rage, I'm trying to get the rage down and the mental
Wait,
part
is that
down. And
water? Is he actually having some water? I can't tell, chat. Some alcohol person, tell me if that's alcohol or if that's water. I guess it could be vodka.
you know, I mean, it's Thanksgiving.
Or like, do some people put water in their alcohol?
Yeah.
You know, my message last week on our last show this season.
What are you doing? You're putting a tincture in it. Gay treats, matriots, brown treats, they treats, something like that. Yeah, maybe.
Thanksgiving really for the last 5 years has been.
Wait. Is Bill into like natural medicine or something? Natural like healing? Is he putting like a herbal tincture in there?
In the talk to them wing of the Democratic Party.
Or maybe that could also just be a tincture. It could be that kind of herbal therapy.
I'm not in the cut your people off.
Right.
Don't cut them off, and you know.
It's vodka or gin. Omegastar says it's definitely gin.
I have friends who, you know, are not
more. He's going with more
on that side of it. And
I thought you got enough already. So he puts the what the fuck, chat? Is that like a big glass of vodka and tincture? Is that what he's about to imbibe? What do you think he put in there, chat? Maybe it's absinthe. I don't know.
Didn't like what I said, and
have they cut you off?
Well, that's it's such an interesting issue. One relationship that's in the balance. I mean, you know, it was.
Then that's not a real friend. Like,
well, I mean, we weren't close. I mean,
he's talking about something that mostly happens to MAGA chuds, right? This is the dynamic where your political viewpoint is so toxic that somebody in your life cannot fucking stand to be around you, right? And they cut you off. And yeah, just like a MAGA, he's presenting it, well, that's obviously their problem. You know, I'm perfectly fine and rational. It is they who is fucked up. They should put up with my shit. Where's the cigar? I think it's coming. I mean, it must be coming. We'll click around a little bit to see, you know, because like again, I would love to be able to bring you, you know, all of the Candace story, all of this, all of everything. But I spent too much time with the Epstein thing. I really did. I should have just moved on. I just thought the Hassan coverage was kind of, there was some stuff in there. I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't find whatever BBC he was watching. Bitters are concentrated flavors you mix. Oh, this bitters. Does it make it taste better? Or is it, I thought bitters were like for like digestive.
You know, I'm talking like it was Jimmy Kimmel. I mean, I said it publicly, and I like Jimmy a lot. And his wife wrote that.
Wait, it was Jimmy Kimmel? Jimmy Kimmel cut him off? What? What? Dude, you got problems, Bill. If you're friends with Jimmy Kimmel and he can't stand to fucking be around you, like he's pretty easygoing, isn't he? Like obviously he's left wing, but you know, he's not like, what the fuck, Bill?
Thing that said, you know, she did lose family members. She wrote them before the election and said, here's 10 reasons why you just can't vote for Trump. And then some of them, you know, just didn't follow that. And I was as kid gloves as I could. And I see they're mad at me. And I'm sorry. I mean, I was being, again, as respectful as I could, but I don't agree with that point of view.
You had a problem with their reasons for not voting for Trump. Wait, has he changed? I know he went and had dinner with Trump or whatever, but he's not like pro-Trump, is he? Like, I thought he was still well away from that. He obviously agrees with MAGA and with Republicans on some things more than he agrees with the left. Jimmy Kimmel used to be a Republican for many years. He was had a show with Ben Stein. The dude, he was like the Ferris Bueller's teacher guy.
And since she went public with it,
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't out of school for me to go public with it. I love Jimmy. I always have. I don't know him that well, but he's a great guy. And we have a connection, like we were both fired by ABC.
Mm-hmm.
And he took I had that time slot. So, like, it's so interesting. The same.
Wait, but this was before the election, Chad. He was definitely anti-Trump before the election, right? Obviously, he, hates, wokeness and shit like that. But, when it comes down to Kamala versus Trump, I thought he was 100% in for Kamala.
ABC, I mean, Disney executive, Candace, both. It's interesting, the connections. And so I hope we're friends forever, but I don't know. The liberals and the woke, that's a schism. It just is.
Yeah, I mean, I would say
you want it to be more of a schism, right? And that's his biggest problem, is that, like, he hates, or at least as far, like, unless something's changed, right? He hates right-wing chuds with a passion. But he also hates wokeness, and he's, like, I don't know, praying for some kind of realignment where, like, every Democrat says, fuck the transes, fuck the tough on crime, right? He wants the left to be more like him, and it's not. And it's not gonna be. What he is a kind of degenerate. Now, Chad, I'm not saying this in the right-wing sense, because I'm sure some right-wingers could look at his, lack of a long-term relationship, lack of a wife and children, his propensity to drink and to smoke, and see him as a degenerate from their point of view. But what I mean is that he is a liberal who is degenerated to a demi-chud. That's what he is. He's a demi-chud. He is part chud and he is part man. But at this point, I don't know, maybe he's more chud than man. But yeah, no, it's this is like something that happens to some people when they get older, and either like the world moves on without them, or they revert to some prior state, and yeah, they just kind of like, he's a curmudgeon, right? He's mad that the Democratic Party, for the most part, it doesn't hate the groups that he hates. And maybe even admires Trump and MAGA for that on some level. But yeah, he's gonna die mad, right? Literally gonna die mad.
the time of my life where I was the most miserable was probably 2015 through 2019.
Before the pandemic.
It was before the pandemic. I mean,
wow.
The pandemic was
better for you. Things got better.
I mean, look, actually, I hate to admit it, but things did get better for me during the pandemic. I was
Really?
like, oh, I get to work from home. Like, I'm exhausted. I'm burnt out.
And it didn't put pressure on the marriage because lots of
lots
of people said that. People broke up because it's like, oh, I got to look at your ass all day. That I didn't bargain for that.
That wasn't at all an issue with us. It did kind of start to be. So my husband was a bartender when the pandemic hit. And so he obviously got laid off right away, which I was, understanding about. I think what started to kind of get in between us, although not to the point where it became a
And she met Jeff. That's right, Joshua.
problem, was where I felt like I was working all the time, even though I was working from home. And
you come home and he's there on the couch, right? Or he's there at the computer chair playing video.
He was a bartender, so like he doesn't really have any other options other than making a career change.
Of course.
So finally got to a point where I was like,
okay, so people were asking, when is the joint? Is it a cigar? It looks like a rich dude's blunt is what it looks like to me. It looks like a fairly thick joint, like not cute, not like a Cheech and Chong or anything, right? But rolled with a tobacco leaf, but not like a Swisher or anything. It's like something kind of expensive, right? This guy probably treats his weed smoking the way that a lot of people treat their coffee. You know, the people that buy the fancy machines and they got that thing that, you know, they put the coffee into the, you know, into the chamber and then they poke it with that stuff to make it run through. And then they got the frozen metal ball at the bottom that the coffee's like dripping onto the ball. And then it's like a science experiment. You know what I'm talking about? You know, coffee people like that. I think maybe Bill is like that, but for weed. He can't like get like a fancier strain, right? He's got the, you know, top shelf organic, you know, covered with trichomes, just like, you know, super loud chronic bud, right? But what he can do maybe is like smoke it in a more expensive way, smoke it in a fancier way. So I'm guessing maybe that's where, you know, I don't know. Maybe people know that paper that he's using. But you know what else? It looks like he rolled it with a machine. You know what I mean? Or I guess bought it. He could have easily just maybe he goes to a fancy dispensary, and that's how they roll them there. But you'd want to. I don't know if you go to a fancy dispensary, can't they put like a filter on it? Maybe there is a filter. He smokes Cuban cigars for sure. Well, what is this? What is he smoking now? Those spliff heads are annoying. Talk about terpenes, whatever they're called. Yeah. I mean, there is more than THC and THC and CBD that goes into like what kind of high you experience. But yeah, when they bust out the terpenes, like half of the time, I just think they're bullshitting.
To make a career change.
I don't know.
And I'm glad I did that, even though it was difficult for me to do, because like being the nagging wife is not my thing.
Right.
But he was understanding about it, and he then pursued what I think he was always meant to do, which is he's the head baseball coach at a school, and he was a professional baseball player prior to that. When his baseball career ended, that was when he came out to LA and started kind of like working at restaurants and stuff to figure out, what do I want to do next? And then he got comfortable. You know, I think that happens to a lot of people. So COVID was like a bit of a crisis that we took as an opportunity to move forward in life in certain ways, if that makes any sense.
This sounds like the kind of thing. I never got married, but I've never been a person. I think people have this misconception that I'm anti-marriage. I'm only anti-marriage for me.
Mm-hmm.
I get it, because I see so many of my friends who are married, and of course most marriages do fall apart in some way, but I also know plenty of people who have had great ones and would be really lost without their spouse. And like some people, they're just, their nature is to be in a partnership.
True.
You know, it's a seesaw thing. That's not me.
Yeah.
I'm a lone wolf, always have been.
If you know yourself and that's what you like, then go for it. I mean, it's all, like, life is so short.
I'm very social, but ultimately I'm a lone wolf. But this sounds to me like what a marriage should be like. Not nagging, but when you need that person to, you know, you're on this teeter-totter together to get things even and balanced, they're there to do that.
Totally.
And that's great. I mean, if you're of that personality, I think most people are. Most people are always looking for, you know, complete me, and some of that is cliche, but some of it is kind of true. I've seen people who, like, were incomplete.
I didn't realize I was incomplete until I met him. And there are qualities of his that I think I've...
Anna looks especially beige today. Yeah, it bothers me, and I feel bad for being bothered by it. CBA is a new thing that really helps with chronic pain. Nice. That does sound pog. Poggers, in fact, to quote Sam Cedar. But something like design-wise offends me about Anna's look. And I can't put my finger on it, but yeah, it has to do with the overabundance of I don't know, beige tones, I guess. You know, her hair, her face, her dress, right? I need some contrast. Something in me requires contrast. And I know that's not right. To each their own. If Anna likes looking, you know, bathed in beige, then, you know, that's for her to decide. That's not my call. But I'm still part of me is offended.
Adapted for the better. So for instance, He's just such a kind-hearted person who sees the good in everyone. And so when I talk,
even Jeff, he even understood it when I told him we were going to add Jeff to our relationship and be a polycule now. He was surprisingly accepting.
Talk about the period of my life when I was the most miserable. I wasn't able to see the good in everyone, right? And so I was very much in the mindset of who you vote for demonstrates what your values are. And if I have determined that the person you voted for is a bad actor or immoral, that means you're bad and you're immoral.
Look, yeah, Anna can do Anna or Jeff can do Anna. Either way, it's none of my business.
And it is a terrible place to be where you think half the country
that
is awful.
Exactly what my theme was Friday. And you know, so I was disappointed that you know, I said about the thing, again, trying to be respectful, she had said I sent my relatives a letter with 10 reasons you should not vote for Trump. And I, first of all, said, 10, I could think of 100.
That's true.
But like, to me, a better exercise, and as someone who votes Democratic, a better exercise would be write a letter to yourself, 10 reasons why you might imagine those 77 million Americans could not vote. But I want to get back to this husband thing for a second, because I'm very interested in this. It's just endlessly fascinating to me, like how different people do it. You know, and how they
do what?
We do it real well.
Whoa! This just went from 0 to sexual in like very few seconds.
Well, please, this is a family. Oh no, it's not. It's Club Random. What the fuck am I talking about? I'm drinking and taking drugs and swearing. It's not a kid show at all. And kids, by the way, it would
more like Club Sodom.
Not be the worst message, kids. If you're gonna fuck, do it well.
Do it well.
Do it well. Remember the song?
Give it your all.
Doing it
well.
You do remember that?
Of course I do.
That is the single best sex song ever.
It is pretty sexy.
LL Cool J.
Yes. It's actually, man, they don't make music like that anymore.
They don't make that one.
I remember when I was young, the Black Eyed Peas, but then they had to change the lyrics. Let's get it started. I mean, come on. We all know what they really said. Okay, Anna.
Anymore. They certainly don't.
Yep.
And it always, like, it was so sexy. And then when he got to the part when he says, I was raised out in Queens, she was from Brooklyn. Or
did he get like fucking hard to this music? What is his deal?
It was made the other way. I was like,
yep.
I don't really remember. I don't usually pay much attention to
what does that have? It's so sexy. And then we have to talk about what borough we're from. It just always cracked me up.
I know.
You know?
Yeah, it's like the beat of that song.
Record.
Yeah, the woman who's like singing in a sultry way and moaning at the same time.
Yes.
So sexy.
The music was all horny and sexy, and I could relate to it. And then they signify there's a cultural signifier that did not speak to my whiteness. You know, where the place they're from was represented, and I just alienated me. I was like, why is it gotta be, why can't this music be more white? Anyway, wow. Self-report.
Lyrics, I mean, they're dirty without being like, he's got some that are like, trust me, would not win the now Man of the Year honors.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah.
But this one doesn't tip over into that.
Right.
But see, your dynamic sounds to me like Lifeguard.
Oh, tell me more. What do you mean?
Lifeguard, the movie?
No, wait, what is this?
Of course you did.
The Joe Biden life story?
And I saw it when I was 20. Why you would have seen it? There's no reason.
What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Thanks for reminding us how old you are. Wait, anybody know this movie? Anybody know what he's talking about? Lifeguard? It kind of, does it not have the vibe? I don't know how swinger culture works, right? But I would imagine it's something like this. Wait, where they're like, let me hear more about your dynamic with your husband. Oh, you do it well, do you? You do it. You both do it well. Oh, that's really good. I don't know. I imagine like this is how they kind of, boil the frog before they, straight up proposition you. So, I mean, if you don't want to drive all the way back to your house, you could stay here with me and my wife, and I don't know. It's something like that, maybe.
But there's a movie.
He is leaning in, yeah.
20. Sam Elliott, do you know who that is? The actor.
Who is that? I should know that. I should know that.
I'm not great with movies and pop culture, which is hilarious because I started my career as an entertainment
Sam
reporter.
Elliott, you would recognize him.
Mm-hmm.
He's now on Landman. He plays Billy Bob Thornton's dad. He looks like he's 1,000,000 years old.
Mm-hmm.
But in 1976, he was young and hot, and he played
No, but I wanted to think Lifeguard was going to be like a Joe Biden biopic.
lifeguard. And the lifeguard was this guy. He's a lifeguard, and he's 33.
It's amazing. The lifeguard was.
He goes to his 15-year high school reunion, and he meets up with Ann Archer.
The movie was called Lifeguard, and he was a lifeguard. It's amazing.
Scientologist. We'll leave that out of it.
Wait, I'm so sorry. What?
And
Okay, wait. The character is a Scientologist. The actor is a Scientologist. What are we talking about? Anybody else getting lost? In his vapor trails? I feel like he is stoned. I'd have to be on his level of stoned to understand what he's trying to say here, right? I wonder if she picks up a joint at any point. I could see Anna, getting a little. I don't know what I feel. I'm trying to remember what I've heard her say. If she gets funky with the loud, or not.
Kind of reconnects, but she doesn't want him to be a lifeguard, which is kind of like bartender, but he's good at it, and he saves lives.
He was good at he made a mean martini, I will say that.
And sometimes you do kind of save lives. I mean, you do talk to people, and I mean, it's
totally.
It's a great job, but she wants him to grow up because, you're 30, if we're going to be together, so he's got to decide, well, the chick wants me to be a Porsche dealer. Put on a tie and be with the man, but I like being out in the sun and so all I could say is he went back to the lifeguarding thing, but you could be the Porsche dealer and that's fine too.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, what I get out of my marriage is it's emotional, right? It's more than just, what does he do for a living? And you got to get along with the person. You have to look forward to seeing them at the end of the day, right? And he's my at the end of the day, he's my best friend, And when I'm at my lowest, he's the only person that can kind of lift me back up, He just gets me. And more importantly, I need a guy who, is not, I don't know, sensitive to the idea that his wife is successful in her career, right? There are
and
a
you're
lot.
Very successful now.
I'm okay. I'm doing well.
Oh, you're doing very well.
Thank you.
Look,
you.
You're at Club Random.
That's true.
No, you're everybody. Everybody wants you as you're a podcast star.
Thank you.
I'm actually confused about her career. At times, she seems to be doing really well, right? As in the moves that she's making to kind of diversify her portfolio and open bridges away from TYT. Obviously that probably gives her more leverage with Jink and with TYT. They're gonna have to pay her a higher salary if they want to keep her. She can call the shots more. She's going on like Piers Morgan. She's got a whole bunch of Nazis thirsting after her on Twitter. I don't know if you've observed that interesting little phenomenon. The Nazi thirst for Anna Kasparian is real, but it doesn't seem to be translating into, I don't know, numbers at TYT. And, if you want to talk about something that's more directly with Anna as the key player rather than TYT, which is more of a partnership, her take is actually doing abysmally. Her take is not working. And I didn't predict, I really thought the opposite was going to, I predicted that this was going to be, the numbers were going to start going up. She had this huge blow up with Jillian Michaels, where she had the audience eating out of her hand. Jillian was crashing out. There's this huge drama moment. People were watching her take for once. People were talking about it. And I just haven't heard shit about it since then. Like from the last time the Vanguard covered it, I think they said the numbers were way down on her take. So the Groypers do want her. Yeah, that's not a great flex. Yeah, that is that's not the kind of that's not the kind of third she and her husband are looking for. That's for Jeff.
That's a good thing to be in this day and age. I mean, I'm in podcasting, but also obviously television. And like, is there even going to be television in 3 years? I mean,
not in the way that we traditionally think of it, right? And I think that's a good thing. I think it's a right.
Well,
I'm not sure about that. Okay. Look, the television audience has massively shrunk. There's a lot about, cable that's just not an appealing value proposition to people anymore. But look at radio. All right. Radio still exists. Fuck, AM radio still exists, right? FM radio, which, I guess the signal travels less far, but it's a cleaner signal, more suited to like music and stuff. That was an innovation over AM radio, which is, maybe your uncle listens to, maybe if your uncle's old enough, listens to like, Glenn Beck or Sean Hannity or something on AM radio. Right. And AM radio stayed around, and then you know what I mean. Like television didn't kill radio. I just want Amanda Hagen. Oh, Amanda Hagen kiss. Is that like a flavor of ice cream? Oh no, I'm thinking of Haagen-Dazs. Maher has a wife. I don't think so. Wait, did I say that she did? Her take was not value attaining. Yeah, for real, Patrick Bet David, if he's smart, may very well cancel that. May very well cancel her take because it's just not. I don't see where it's going. Also, her co-hosts on that suck, right? Anna's like the only. Honestly, Jillian was the most talented broadcaster, which is wild considering that Anna is like the co-host of a major news show, right? You'd think that it was wild how Jillian just took center stage and obviously like outclassed everybody else, right? But now she's gone and her co-hosts are abysmal. Wait, chat is saying, is that Bart Simpson's joke? Wait, where's the Simpsons joke? My dad was a rural mail carrier. He listened to Rush Limbaugh daily. He was in a union, but hated unions. Damn. I love radio, especially my local sports radio station. I always liked college stations. That was like my jam. Or in Seattle, we were lucky enough to have KEXP, which is like listener supported. It's listener supported, KEXP. But they would have a lot of local bands and stuff. They could kind of do what they want because they weren't like beholden to anybody up in corporate. And I think you can listen to it on I think you can listen to it on the internet. Speaking of which, I should listen to some KEXP sometime. See what's up.
Buy this house. I mean, I don't know if it's a good thing.
You made a smart move. I mean, I think you saw the writing on the wall, and it's better to have,
Look, we're both what they call content.
Mm-hmm.
Let the other people figure out where the content goes. It's not my job.
Star super chatted $9.99. Can I get Amanda Hugenkiss?
Amanda Hugenkiss. Okay. Is it like a big kiss from Amanda? Oh my god, what was the chick's name? Or what was the singer's name from the Dresden Dolls? Amanda Palmer, right? Whatever happened to her? Speaking of college radio, when I was in high school, my boyfriend worked at a community college radio. It was so romantic. Oh, he would give you a shout out? That's awesome. That is really cute. Lindy Lee. oh my God, could have been British. She temporarily lived in Yorkshire. She's your problem now. You're welcome. Wow. No, Lindy Lee is so funny because she wants to be Anna Kasparian. She wants to be the canceled, right? She was a Democratic Party, like bundler or something like that. And then when the Democratic Party lost, right, she was ride or die for Democrats. And then as soon as the Democratic Party, as soon as like Trump won the election, she was like, oh my gosh, I'm being canceled for my viewpoints. The Democratic Party is too woke. I'm being pushed out of the Democratic, like nobody's even like paying attention to her. She just like engineered her own like fucking cancellation and tried to ride it to some kind of notoriety. And the best she got was Patrick Bet David and Valuetainment to pick her up and put her talentless ass on her take. She really does need to like, I don't know. She needs to pay her dues. She needs to learn. She needs to get seasoned, right? She is so bad on video. She dated Neil Gaiman? Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, I think that was it. You got me to say Amanda Hugenkiss?
Okay, the content, I mean, where it goes.
Amanda Haagen-Dazs?
The other people will figure it out. There'll be a market for the content. That I know. So you can put it on streaming, you can put it in your pants, you can put it in the theater.
Or not. You could not put it in your pants. When he said first, we're content, I kind of thought he was, look, like chat, around Twitch, when people call you content, that's not a compliment, right? What they mean is you're like low-key a lolcow, right? You are, you provide views and attention because you flip out so hard and you're so embarrassing, right? That's generally what you are content, or you are just like constantly generating embarrassing clips, right? That's what you are content means in the streaming sphere. Now I'm guessing what he's trying to use it to mean is to say that like, look, other people, they get watt views depending on what they cover, but you and I, we're talented, we're charismatic, and we can cover whatever, we can say whatever, just our existing is content, like, right? People can't ignore us because we're forces of nature. That's what he's trying to say to Anna, and I find that funny. I find that really, really fucking funny.
Theater, you could, whatever you're going to do, you could directly into their brain. AI could just tell you what I'm thinking. I don't know what the fuck it is going to be, but I don't think AIs can do exactly what we do.
I don't either. I mean, I am worried about AI when it comes.
He's pretty stoned. He's pretty stoned already. This is a bad sign.
To large swaths of the American population, because their jobs will be replaced with AI.
It seems like we're sailing toward this iceberg.
Totally.
And everyone is sort of pretending that's not what's going to happen, even though there are people in the industry itself who are saying, no, this is it can do 30 to 40% of the coding jobs right now. So like,
I mean,
okay, so here's the deal with that, all right? When the tech bros start to say worrying things about AI taking people's jobs, changing the nature of of industries, right? When they're doing this, or when they're saying that there's a real danger that AI might end up misaligned with our interest, right? When you're making AI, this kind of AI that kind of programs itself at this point. You're one of the biggest things you got to do is surveil that AI to ensure that its goals are your goals, right? You wouldn't want an AI to, kind of have its own interests, right? That's why they hate workers, because workers have their own interests, and if they become aware of their class interests, then those interests are diametrically opposed to the interests of capitalists, right? It's theoretically no such issue with AI unless it just becomes, and the idea that people pitch is that it will become evil, right? It will become misaligned. It might start to think of humanity as an inconvenience, and it might contrive ways, maybe by creating mirror life, to get rid of humanity, right? To rid itself of its obstacle, that being humanity, right? These things are put out there not because they're clear and present danger. They're put out there because if you make it sound scary enough, people are going to want to invest. If it sounds scary, it sounds powerful. If it sounds powerful, it sounds valuable. And if this is what the world's coming to, then yeah, you want to be aligned with it. You want to be invested in it. If it's going to, suck up the rest of the economy like that, right? But in reality, this is just lame tech bro, sales pitches, right? That they're throwing our way.
Already, so many coders are losing their jobs in Silicon Valley, which is like the most ironic thing in the world.
So ironic.
Right? Like the first to go are the workers who helped kind of foster this new technology.
And also the kind of pretenders of the left who are like, care about the people, the marginalized people, as we should.
What?
But then it was like, but
what? How is this related to the tech bros, the programmers losing their job? And she almost seems happy about that, right? Don't blame the fucking low-level, programmers, Anna, for needing to have a job. God.
But, I can say that because, like, my jobs are safe. It's not going to come from my job. I'm like, I went to college, and okay, I have a degree, and
Yep.
and
That's such a great point.
Oh shit, it's my job too.
Right. I mean, that's known as the professional managerial class, right? And
Correct.
so, yeah.
Yes.
And so they have.
Yeah, chat. If you went to college, you're a smug PMC, right? You got a bachelor's degree, like both of them got, yeah, you are you're part of the professional managerial class. And that's really the ones we should be concentrated on, not actual capitalists, right? We should be worried about people with lanyards. We should be worried about people with professional degrees, right? Including nurses. I mean, that's pretty aligned with the Trump administration, Anna. But then again, you have been aligning more and more with the Trump administration, you and Jink, since before the election. All right. I mean, officially since after the election, that's when they got excited and optimistic about the realignment, about all the new possibilities, right? But they were low-key pushing for Trump way back. They were boosting things like the Aurora, Colorado, Tren de Aragua moral panic. There was basically a shitty fucking landlord trying to get out of his responsibilities as a landlord by claiming his residents were part of a criminal gang, right? And she and Jink just lapped it up. But yeah, here she goes.
Thought that they've been safe. But
also, what makes you assholes think that what is this, like, we're content, our job is safe, no one can do what we do? Au contraire, mon frere. If you act predictably, right? If your decisions are made in a reflexive knee-jerk manner, you absolutely can be cloned by AI, right? And the version that they're gonna give the incels that lust after Anna Kasparian of Anna is a version that will be uncensored, right? Is a version that will do and say whatever they want them to. So I'm not sure if you're ready to compete with that, Anna. I wouldn't be so smug if I were like, what? How is she separate from this, right? She got her bachelor's in journalism, and then I think she's at least got a master's, right? What is she doing talking shit about, like, academia? Like, she wasn't a part of it.
Meanwhile, in the background, you have new technology being developed that's going to make their positions totally antiquated, irrelevant, unnecessary. Which, middle management, my heart doesn't necessarily break for them, but my heart does break for the country, right, overall, because I think if we don't find solutions to this.
Middle management is not.
Yeah, I don't think
doesn't
people are
pull.
shedding tears for middle management.
That
No
term-
offense to the middle management
No,
managers
but
I
that
deal
term
with.
does not pull on the heartstrings.
Right, exactly,
Like
exactly.
Ukrainian orphan or, you know.
Right.
Middle, yeah, you're right.
Or, you know, a truck driver. Like, I worry about the drivers. Like, they're going to be.
He said Ukrainian orphan, but he was probably thinking Gazan baby. They haven't worked up to that yet, because I think both of them know that's going to be the conflict point for them, right? Almost everything else, they're, you know, they're aligned on, not so much on Gaza.
Out of a job soon. So what's the plan? And that's the thing that worries me, because I look at the political landscape, and I think you and I, the one area where I think we have a lot of agreement is where we are willing to be critical of the Democratic Party. I'm obviously also critical of the Republican Party. Neither party seems competent for the moment that we're in.
No.
And
Right.
that's terrifying.
I agree.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrifying.
Right. It reminds me of the, I'm sure you watch the World Series every inning.
Oh, definitely,
But
yeah.
there was one 18-inning game, which was very long.
That was the Dodgers and...
Yes, the
yeah.
Dodgers and the Blue Jays.
Right.
And that's twice as long. It's 9 extra innings, a whole nother game. And it's like nobody scored in those extra innings.
Mhm.
It was like, wow, this is there for the taking for one of you teams to win this game, which was tip the series to you, and nobody could do it. And I was like, that is exactly what the Republicans and the Democrats. I mean, the Republicans, when they came into office, they so had the wind at their back. All they had to do was not get drunk with power.
Yeah.
And fuck it up. And of course, that's exactly, and I don't think his instincts about fixing this and this and this and this are wrong always. There is lots of shit that needs fixing, and some he's fixed great, in my view, like did better in the Middle East than anybody had done, got
Wow. The United States has never, in any of our lifetimes, been at a weaker point diplomatically, right? The United States has never come close to losing the trust and faith of its European allies, for instance. And this guy thinks he's done a bang-up job in his ineffective bombing of Iran that did nothing except for, you know, have the United States join a war with a rogue pariah state like Israel for no reason whatsoever that it's already supporting, right? But just make it one step worse by being like, oh no, they when Israel asked them to come in and drop the bomb on the Fordo Center, they obeyed, right? This is wow. Kushner and okay, what's that guy's name, chat? Witkoff and Trump and Rubio, these are your guys? You're gonna fucking give them their flowers, Bill? Oh my god, I just want to eat this last little bit of the soup. Let's put him back on.
got
so I
NATO
can
to
eat
pay
this.
for shit, colleges out of control, yes. But of course, almost everything, the way he does it, is just a disaster. And
I
it's
agree with you on
it's
NATO.
Cruel,
Yeah.
and it's unnecessary. Doge, you know, it's like
Right.
just unnecessarily asshole-ish to a problem that if you had just, you know, handled it in a just a more humane, human, far-sighted way, you'd have the people behind you. And now he's starting to lose them.
Oh, starting
because
to.
of the economy.
Yes.
And they, even with immigration, even though they agreed with him, they don't like the.
They don't like watching day
Yeah.
laborers at Home Depot parking lots get snatched up by masked men.
Anna, you brought us there. I mean, to be fair, Kamala and Joe Biden weren't much use either. They absolutely caved to the right wing on that too. But you supported his immigration policies before he was elected. And this was fucking predictable. Motherfucker said mass deportations, all right? What do you think that means? How are you going to do mass deportations without some fucking camps, and whether they look like, you know, alligator Alcatraz in Florida or fucking gulags in El Salvador, or whether it's just this, like, you know, Byzantine network of detention centers that your, you know, friends and relatives get spirited away to. Meanwhile, you're trying to catch up with where did they actually move them, and by the time, you know, you find out, they've been deported out of the country, right? And maybe they were citizens, maybe they were had a legitimate claim to asylum, right? Doesn't matter, because Trump and Stephen Miller, they got to get those numbers up.
Right? Like, they don't like seeing, you know, parents get snatched up by ICE agents as they're dropping their kids off to school. Like, look, I think Biden really did mess up when it comes to immigration, 100%. So I actually really sympathize with people who were furious over what happened with immigration under the Biden administration. At the same time,
I'm furious about the fact that we don't have a pathway to citizenship, right? If what you're worried about is people staying in the country while they wait for an asylum hearing for years and years and years, right? That is the result of feckless, moderate, centrist, democratic immigration policy. When Obama actually, you know, well, okay. It's somehow worse than the deporter-in-chief, Chad, is what I'm trying to say here. It's somehow, you know, gotten more punitive. And that wasn't enough. And Biden caving to Trump wasn't enough, right? As soon as Biden caves to Trump, Trump tells Congress, don't vote for that bill. You know, that bill that I was supporting yesterday? Yeah, shoot it down, right? Because Biden supports it, and I don't want him to sign it and take away this issue, right? It's so obvious what the fuck they're doing. Anybody that gives them any sort of credit as far as Biden fucked up, the fuck up is not hiring more immigration judges. The fuck up is not having a better pathway to citizenship. The fuck up is letting, like, you know, tens or hundreds of thousands of people languish in unfair working conditions with no fucking power, because that's how the mega corporations like to do business when it comes to things like meat packing, when it comes to things like agriculture. They like to have a disposable you know, workforce that they can get rid of at a whim by calling immigration on themselves, and all of the consequences redound to those vulnerable people, often trying to send money back home to a country that the United States has impoverished. If anybody's serious about immigration reform, right, should stop worrying about the immigrants and start worrying about the companies that are exploiting them. And if you don't want those companies to be able to exploit them, which does on some level, yeah, undermine American wages, right? Then you have to provide a pathway to citizenship so they don't end up in that situation where the only way that they can support their family is to get, you know, fucked over by their bosses in a situation where they have virtually no rights, right? Yeah, Biden fucked up on immigration, but not in the way that she thinks he did.
I think most Americans who think of themselves as hardliners on immigration realize just how integrated undocumented immigrants are in our society, right? And I'm talking about people who have been here for literally decades.
She's such a fucking chameleon. Does this woman believe in nothing? She's part of the reason that we've got Trump in the first place. Even when she was ostensibly on the side of yes, vote for Kamala, right? She was doing work for Trump on the immigration front, on the crime front, on a bunch of fronts. And I'm not convinced that TYT did not want the result that happened, considering how optimistic and happy they were when Trump won, right? And it's only now that he's unpopular that they've backed off of it. In the end of the day, chat, these two stand for, and I mean, Jink and Anna, they stand for nothing. Bill Maher too, on a level, right? But yeah, no, they're absolute chameleons. They're worse than the fuckers they criticize, like the slimeballs like Gavin Newsom, right? it's more, you know, lacking of any real moral standpoint than fucking gruesome Gavin.
Who do pay taxes but don't get the benefits that come along with the, you know, various public programs that they're funding through their taxes. And there needs to be...
now you want to acknowledge that. You want to also acknowledge that they have a lower, you know, crime rate than that when immigrants come into an area, they commit crimes at such a low level, especially undocumented immigrants who have so much to lose commit crime at such a low level, they actually reduce the crime level of the area that they're moving into.
A better solution than swinging from one extreme to another on this topic. And the thing that I am the most furious about, honestly, is Congress. Congress is the most useless branch.
Look, I don't believe her. Let's look and see if there's anything else interesting. I'm sure there is. What do we have here? Congress, most useless branch. Yeah, of course. This is just like, you know, do you know that the sky is blue? Did you know that Congress is the opposite of, if con is the opposite of pro, then what wouldn't Congress be the opposite of progress? Okay, yeah, thank you for recycling a shitty stand-up comic from the 90s. California crime and democracy, people change and politics, something. Crime reform that backfired. We've heard this stuff. Women's spaces and trans people. J.K. Rowling and Emma Watson. Okay, now we're hitting Pater. And then epic Israel-Hamas debate. Israel-Hamas debate? Wow, it's pretty clear that Bill Maher's people titled this thing. Pretty clear that this is on his channel. Yeah, the Israel versus Hamas. Who will win in the epic throwdown? Can we talk about literally something? Where would you live in? Resetting agreement. Oh, wait, so they do maybe kind of get, you know, a little fierce around here. I mean, they're gonna agree on the trans stuff, and it's gonna be just, you know, oh god, I don't even want to watch this, chat.
By Gavin Newsom, to be honest.
I mean,
I'm looking to the side panel, and I'm seeing that TYT covered. Bill Maher focuses on Anna's dress. He did he say something earlier? Anybody remember? Did he say something about how she was dressed? I wonder what they're talking about. Like, yeah, they have this segment here. Oh god, birthing people. Wait, we go to oh, I get it. Resetting agreement on. Okay, so here's the deal. Like, she starts to talk about women's spaces and how trans people shouldn't be allowed that. These spaces are for women, not trans people, right? I just want somebody to make Anna say what we all know she believes. Trans women are not women and trans men are men. She's probably one of these fucks, just like the MAGA chud says, shouldn't it be the other way around? If you're born male, doesn't that make you a trans man? And if you're born female, doesn't that make you a trans? Shouldn't it be the other way around? It kind of makes more sense. I don't understand. Do you think you're changing your gender? Do you know that there's only two sexes? I'm Anna Kasparian. Oh my god. Okay, let's do it, chat. Let's dive into the fucking flames.
Bizarre, just this bizarre obsession with putting women, rather men, or at least people with penises.
Oh, you're gonna get me in trouble. You're gonna get me in trouble, Bill.
Let's talk about penises, Anna. What is your, you know, like, you like the you know, like the wide base and the small tip, or the big tip and the small? Like, what's your view on penises? Cut, uncut? What's your deal?
You're gonna get me in trouble.
Why? There's no trouble for
because
you. Your life is trouble.
I'm supposed to be totally okay with it.
There's no supposed to be. First of all,
is it bad that I don't want to?
Again, do you see how much she's fucking holding her cards close to her chest? I'm supposed to be approving of this stuff. I'm supposed to be ostensibly on the left, but I can't stand. I'm disgusted by trans people, and yeah, she's not saying, you know, she's not saying some of what she feels, right? And that there's a lot that you can discern, just but like there's a lot implied by what she said that she won't actually, you know, cop to. He's gonna ask Anna if she has a penis. Maybe. That would be ironic.
Dick.
It's all been self-hate. Anna was like the, stealth co-host of the stealth trans femme co-host of the TYT, and her crash out on trans people is all about self-hate, right? She no longer throw up if Bill starts talking about genitals. Oh, it's even worse. Damn Sputnik. Anna's gonna start. Well, wait. Let me just. I think
in the women's locker room.
Yep. Okay.
Is that bad?
No, there's.
I'm supposed to be totally okay
There's
with
no
it.
supposed to be. First of all,
Is it bad that I don't want to see a dick in the women's locker room?
This breaks me, chat, because as somebody that knows plenty of trans women, I also know how they behave in a dressing room, right? And like letting someone else see their genitalia is not on their agenda for the day. That's not a thing. That's the opposite of how trans people act, right? If you want to know who's trans in the locker room, right? You look for who is changing in the stall, keeping to themselves, eyes like on the ground, right? That's the trans person, the person that's clearly the most uncomfortable, like being there, the least wanting to be seen and noticed, and certainly publicly fucking naked, right? It's likely to be the person that's trans and listen, if you don't think that there's trans women in the locker room, if you don't think you've been in the locker room with trans people, you're wrong. Okay, statistically speaking, we all have, and it's not, if you haven't noticed a problem, that's because trans people aren't causing problems in the locker room. You know what they're doing? They're changing. They're going into the stall usually, or some, the most private, unseen place they can find in the locker room, and they are changing out of their work clothes or their street clothes into their exercise stuff, and then they're going out to exercise and probably going home to shower, because there is this thing called dysphoria that's not universal in the trans community, but it's pretty fucking common. It's a pretty fucking common characteristic, and it means that one is uncomfortable with one's own body, and especially the elements of one's body that do not comport with the with their with their gender, right? She's attacking some of the most marginalized people who have the most trouble being included. Yeah, in sports for sure, it's almost impossible now. Let alone now they're coming for trans people's ability to exercise. Chat, exercising is one of the greatest ways, if you want to feel better, work out 5 days this week for 30 minutes, for 20 minutes, right? Get your steps in, do a vigorous walk, something like that. You will feel better. You will for the most part, this is a pretty good way to just improve your mood. And now that's taken away from trans people, let alone any trans people who happen to be good at a sport, have some sort of aspiration towards that. No, you got to put your dreams, in the fucking grave if you decide to transition. There was a time, chat, and especially in like European countries, where part of it was like mandated for trans people to be sterilized, right? Maybe partly, they didn't believe you were trans unless you'd, gotten surgery or something, or, but they would, put onerous requirements on trans people. Some of those laws I think have finally come down, but now we got a whole new set of like, oh yeah, I don't want to see a dick in the locker room. So even though if you're going to get flashed by somebody's genitalia, it's going to be like a grandma coochie in a gym, right? If you're going to see any genitalia, it is probably some older woman who just does not give a fuck. And she's going to change any way she fucking pleases. And, we deal with that, right? God damn. Why can't you deal with sharing a locker room with a very scared. Do you want her to go in the men's room? Is that your solution? To shove these poor trans women into the fucking men's locker room? You think, yeah, there we go. It's not my problem anymore. Like, if they're worried about any kind of sexual assault or anybody being made uncomfortable, that's the way to cause that, right? Forcing trans women to somehow, and they won't. They won't use that. They will just not go to the fucking gym or something, right? It's just you're just doing segregation, but with trans people, Anna. Fuck you. Anyway, there's a lot of there's a lot of subtext to the whole trans discussion about sports that really has some echoes to the bad old days of segregation of sports. A lot of the a lot of the pretext for discluding trans people is just very fucking similar, very fucking familiar to things that they said in order to establish segregated leagues, right? Bone density being the first one that comes to mind. Should we go on? I guess, God, this is pissing me off, chat. This is pissing me off because, like, I want people to be able to go in the gym and, do their thing, figure out what workout is best for them, and enrich their life from that. I want everybody to be able to do that. And Anna, is just making it harder for the people that are already having the hardest time already, right? The people that are already under a lot of fucking emotional stress. You think you're fucking worried about, oh my God, she's worried that somebody's gonna, look, Anna, here's the deal. Like, if somebody's fucking flashing a dick in your face, it doesn't matter what restroom you're in or what locker room you're in or what's going on. Yeah, they should probably be kicked out of the club. You're not, that sound, what you're describing sounds like sexual assault. And it sounds like the last thing on the minds of any trans woman trying to use the fucking locker room to change. Jesus Christ.
Is that bad?
No, there's no.
I just don't. I don't want to see a cock in the women's locker room.
And you shouldn't.
Nobody's trying to show you a cock in the locker room, Anna. What is wrong with you?
And no woman should. I mean, this is basic 101, and this is again to my point about, like, if I just listed, and I could do it for a long time, the things that they do because they're so tripped up by their own orthodox.
Orthodox. Yeah, no, it's orthodox, Anna, actually. Bill knows what he's talking about. Don't disagree with the man, okay? You're on the tradwife circuit, and you can't disagree with the man. Obviously, it's orthodox, yeah.
Ideology that they think that makes them a better person, to be so counterintuitive about all these issues.
I'm sorry, but if anybody's trying to be a counterintuitive fucking edgelord, it's the dude trying to say that actually the progressive opinion is not to include trans people, right?
Like this, that this makes them the good people, that they're way out ahead on this issue, and you're not, and it's not what people want, and it goes against human nature, and it's not.
Speak for yourself, you bigoted fuck. Speak for yourself.
Helping. You didn't, you want to champion women, and you didn't. You did the opposite.
I know, because there's the hierarchy.
You made them uncomfortable
and
100%, unnecessarily.
100%.
So when she says hierarchy, understand what she's saying. This is a bit, I don't know if she got this idea from Ben Shapiro, but it's an idea that Ben Shapiro's championed. It is a inverted hierarchy that he describes, right? What Ben Shapiro says is that leftists and liberals say that they don't like hierarchy, and that's bad, even though some hierarchy is natural. And so what they've done is they've taken the normal, natural, good hierarchy that Ben supports, right? Men on top, women on the bottom, gay people in the dungeon, I guess. And they've inverted it where now you're good if you are like a black, lesbian, neuro divergent, right? He's trying to make a claim that actually oppression is privilege. That you get more privilege from the perception that you're oppressed and maybe people feeling sorry for you or, DEI and affirmative action laws that don't actually exist, that people just think exist, that it's actually like an inverted. And so white straight men white straight Christian men, cis, right? They're the people at the intersection of privilege. In other words, are actually the most oppressed group in the nation, right? So that's what she says when she means that's what she means when she says hierarchy. She thinks that trans people are somehow on top of some hierarchy. And so even though, being a woman, you're higher than the men, you're not as high as the trans people. And so they're gonna shove dicks in your face because you don't matter. You're low on the pecking order, right? And trans people love to shove or trans women specifically love to shove dicks in people's faces. That's wow. Kind of just the opposite of the truth there. Yeah.
Look,
in many ways.
When you see everything as a hierarchy, literally everything's a hierarchy, well then inevitably you're going to find yourself in a situation where the rights of one group kind of falls by the wayside.
Right. It's a zero-sum game.
Exactly. And I don't see it that way. I respect transgender people. I do not want to treat them like the others. I want them to have rights. I want them to be.
But you're fucking grossed out by them, and that's clear from this performance here, Anna. Anyway, we don't want to spend too much time on this. I gotta move on because it is. Oh my god, it's 8 o'clock here. I gotta get to bed at some point. J.K. Rowling. He's like talking about J.K. Rowling. Let's do that.
Compliment J.K. Rowling because this is her thing.
So yeah, let's rewind it a little bit. He compares Anna to J.K. Rowling. And he says, that's a compliment. Just so we're clear on that, that's a compliment, right? And I would think that even somebody like Anna might want to kind of put some separation between herself and J.K. Rowling. A lot of, people that are, I don't know, what would you call her, kind of a soft turf? A lot of them don't want to be associated with J.K. Rowling because J.K. Rowling's very clearly got trans on the brain. Let's see if Anna can push back on this.
It's not that either one of you, of course, they both lie to it. It's just funny to do it because it's like, oh, I see what you left out. Oh, I see what you
totally.
I see what you left
that.
out. It's not that either one of you. Of course, they both lie to a degree, and the New York Post is sometimes just flat out funny in how they do it. But
he thinks that the New York Times is woke and pro-trans. Again, the opposite of the truth. The Post is genocidal towards trans people. The Times is genocide curious towards trans people. Basically, that's what we're talking about, right? You're talking about the newspaper that refused to fire Barry Weiss, who could have been fired because she's a shit journalist, not for any ideological reasons, but yeah, she's also hella biased.
They
just omit.
Yes.
And but like you sound like. And I say this as a compliment, J.K. Rowling, because this is her thing.
Oh, thank you for the compliment. I sound like somebody who's lost her mind from inhaling too many mold spores. That's what a compliment. Thank you, Bill.
And I don't know if you saw her take apart Emma Watson.
No, I didn't see that.
There's some.
See, it's because the New York Times was too woke to cover that important story from X.com. Yeah, just because it didn't happen in the real world, just because we're literally talking about a Twitter interaction. We're literally talking about like a quote retweet or something, right? New York Times failed to cover the quote retweet heard around the world when J.K. Rowling's epically owned Emma Watson for being woke and a trans, a trans lover. I mean, we're gonna get to that point, chat. We're even having sympathy for trans people is going to get you called, is going to get you associated with us.
Something that was not reported in the
it's not fun.
New York Times that I saw. Like we don't see that. We don't notice this. This is not worthy of comment, and it so fucking was. And of course, in the New York Post, they loved it.
I gotta know, does it look like I'm drinking like from a alcohol bottle in a paper bag? Or with a straw in it or something like that. I mean, this is apparently, I'm trying to learn the ways here. And apparently this is like one of the ways people drink coffee in a bag, right? I think it's about having like, sort of like, so like if you had 2 glasses of coffee in one glass, it would be a really big, you know what I mean? It'd be too big to carry around. wouldn't fit in your cup holder, right? But if you you can fit like 2 glasses in a bag and then put the bag in a paper bag to prevent condensation and carry it around like this and just like sip out of here. I think that's the way you're supposed to. I'm trying to learn, you know, how people do things here, but it's difficult. I'm still adapting. I'm still adapting to this way of life.
Because J.K. Rowling, brilliant J.K. Rowling. I mean, not that I've ever read Harry Potter. To me, it's a children's book, but maybe someday.
Same.
Wait, what is this? Barry Weiss trying to get fired from the New York Times is like Homer Simpson trying to get on disability. She's such a failure that she can't even manage to get fired.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm right
okay,
there with
but
you.
a great one, I'm sure, got kids reading. But I just love her because, you know, she just says it. And she finally had enough of Emma Watson, who is, you know, super woke and, you know, one of the useful idiots, also on things like Gaza. And so, like, you know, which
Okay, so there it is. There's the entreaty to battle, right? To gird your loins on the field of reason and wait, what is it? The facts and reason or whatever. Anyway, what's up, Christy? Good to see you.
Something that her views on Gaza were just as crazy, I think, as her views on, you know, on the women thing and. You know,
women thing.
J.K. Rowling was just unmerciful. She was like, well, you know, this is not an issue for you.
Yeah, she was totally unmerciless. This guy's stoned. This guy's sloshed and stoned. He's crossfaded, chat.
When you go into a public bathroom, you have a bodyguard who stands outside the door, you know. And she talked about how, you know, when I was your age, I didn't have all this privilege that you're always so hateful. I was home.
Anybody out there needs a bodyguard to go to the bathroom, it's trans people. What the fuck are we talking about here?
Working on the book that made you a star. You know, it was, she just wasn't having it anymore.
Yeah. You do get to a point where, and I think on a lot of issues, I'm at that point where you're just sick of the BS on both sides, right? And you want to cut through all of it. And look, honestly, you're never going to get to the truth if you're only relying on partisan media. And that's what I was doing. I was very much in a bubble. I didn't realize I was in a bubble.
No. What is he doing? I gotta monitor this guy's behavior. This degenerate fucking boomer here. And again, chat, I'm not saying degenerate in a right-wing sense. I mean that he's degenerated. I mean, he's literally experienced degeneration from being a halfway decent human being, you know, sometime in the early 2000s to now, when the rest of humanity has just kind of left him in the dust, right? That's what I mean by degenerate, right? I'm not trying to get on him for, but I still got to monitor
the truth.
His substance use.
If you're only relying on partisan media.
Oh, okay, I get it. He's got okay, so he's rolled himself a joint. He's cutting it. Somebody in chat or somebody was telling me that they will roll like a long one and they put filters on each end, right? No, sorry, I'm not. Sorry, I had to do the reference. But no, filters on each end and they cut it in the middle. Is that what he's doing? Or is he just so rich that he snips the ends of his joints off and God, this is like how a rich dude smokes weed.
Media. And that's what I was doing. I was very much in a bubble. I didn't realize I was in a bubble.
Okay, it looks like he just stuffed it and he cut the excess paper off, I'm guessing.
So now it's like I have to eat my vegetables. To me, eating vegetables as someone who works in media is reading and consuming content that you know is going to make you uncomfortable because it's going to challenge what your preconceived notions are. If you're listening to
Anna, I don't feel like I'm eating my vegetables right now. I feel like I'm eating out of the garbage. I feel like I'm eating somebody else's trash. I feel like I'm in Asmongold's house, you know, being served like garbage, right? But go on. You say it's good for me. Let's see.
The truth never makes me uncomfortable. It only exhilarates me.
I mean,
no matter where it's, you know, on whatever side it is.
Yeah.
And
You
when
want to talk about a little bit of
when
truth in
I
Gaza
see-
then?
and-
You want to get exhilarated?
See what I mean? See what I mean, chat? Like, she is nursing that. All right. So I think she's on her first glass. It looks like some kind of scotch, maybe. Is that what it is? I don't know. Alcohol. Somebody in chat help me out. People said Bill's got gin. It looks to me like maybe she's got scotch, some kind of fancy scotch whiskey. But she's, I don't know. She's maybe halfway through that glass. She's starting to get a little froggy. A little cantankerous, a little feisty, and so we're gonna have a little argument about Gaza. Let's go.
Exhilarating.
Yeah, we're just gonna, when you feel a bit méchant, that's when you right. I mean, it's not like there's a genocide going on there or anything. It's not like it's some kind of it's a historical tragedy and crime that's going on there.
I know you're going to say genocide, and I'm going to say, well, you don't know what the word means. And
Yes, because genocide would be everyone is dead, and since if there's a Palestinian that's still alive, it's not genocide.
if you don't even know what the words mean.
I'm Armenian. I know what the word means.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, it's when you try to wipe out an entire population of people.
And you have to wipe them all out, or else it's not genocide. As long as you leave some people alive, you're not doing you're still in the moral right. It's still Israel defending itself,
which they didn't come close to doing.
I mean,
they prosecuted a war in which they were attacked, which everybody gets to do.
Which, by the way, let me just say,
gets to do, right? Chad, that's like saying if you fucking tried to pick my pocket, then I get to beat your ass for I don't know for like 5 hours, right? I get to knock you out and continue to hurt you. I get to kick you. You know what I mean? That's like the equivalent. Even assuming that his group guilt, right? Collective guilt for Al-Aqsa flood, right, on all the people on Gaza, even accepting that is somehow valid, which obviously it isn't. Group punishment is a war crime, right? Collective guilt and that kind of, taking it out on the civilians as Israel is doing is fucking a war crime. That is not, you get to do it. Yeah, you get to do it when you're Israel, I guess.
If they were literally going after Hamas,
which
that is legitimate. That's totally legitimate. But that's not what's happening.
Hamas hides in tunnels underneath hospitals. You can't go in.
Hold on.
Hamas is the bad guy. If
he is still living in that, I don't know, what would it be, November, October of 2023 world where, maybe the hospital was blown up by Islamic Jihad. Maybe they shot a missile and they just wanted to get Israel in trouble. It's we're so beyond that. They didn't destroy one hospital, right? They might have had a Hamas command structure underneath it, which turns out to be 2 guns behind the MRI machine. That's the command structure, I guess. Right? They destroyed every hospital in Gaza, every university, every graveyard. They erased civic life in Gaza. Right? We are so far beyond what Bill is still fucking trying to defend, and he's actually wrong about that too.
Don't get that.
No, Hamas,
you don't get much.
What Hamas did on October 7th was disgusting. Killing. I mean, I don't at all hold back on that. In fact,
that's the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, so she's right. Actually, right after October 7th, TYT was saying things like Israel has the right to defend itself. TYT was on the side of enabling Israel to, this is what you get to do, right? And a lot of us were concerned that this is going to be used as a pretext for exactly what it was used as a pretext for. But I think most of us were imagining it would be on a much smaller scale. I don't think a lot of us had in mind the scope of the slaughter, the scope of the genocide that Israel would enact. But we had the sense to say, hey, we should be worried about the people in Gaza right now. because whatever, was done to Israel on October 7th, just judging by history, it's going to be revisited on, on the Palestinians like tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, right? It's going to be a disproportionate response, because that's all that Israel has ever done is disproportionate responses, right? And we were called heartless, callous, right? Unfeeling. Why don't you care about the 40 beheaded babies? Oh, it turns out there were no beheaded babies. Tee-hee. That was our Hasbara. That was just we were doing our thing with the Hasbara. Tee-hee. Right? It's so much shit, like all the systematic, rape that went on when it turns out that, yeah, in a fucking military situation, is there going to be, sex crimes done? Oh, almost always. You'd be a fool to say that, that something like that wasn't visited by, anybody on, on any Israelis. But the claim of systemic rape, in other words, it used as a weapon of war, was never substantiated, because it didn't happen. All right. But no, we're all rape apologists and baby murderers. We like the beheaded babies. We're in favor of that, right? We're all monsters for fucking saying the obvious, that the Palestinians were going to get the worst of this. Most obvious thing in the world. And TYT absolutely enabled that shit, right? At some point, the slaughter got so bad and they read the fucking room. And this is what I say when I say that these people don't stand for anything. They're absolute, unrepentant fucking grifters. They believe in nothing, all right? All they got is bluster and fucking yelling at you, kind of like I'm doing right now. Apologies, but that, like, with me, it's not like I only do this when I get animated, all right? And I'm not doing it for effect. I'm never faking it. I don't have to fake getting outraged, because this shit is fucking outrageous, all right? They, on the other hand, are faking every single bit of it. There's nothing real about Anna Kasparian, TYT, and the Young Turks, and I really hope they do fall by the wayside, because they are an absolute waste of attention for their entire audience, a waste of their audience's support, and there's so many better places. It's so sad that people that wanted to support what was once called the home of the progressives have ended up supporting this fucking MAGA apologia, this fucking MAGA equivocation, right? And I'm sick of it. Anyway, Chad, that's what's grinding my gears today.
I mean, I agree.
Nobody disagrees.
There are people who disagree, actually.
Raping baby. Yes, there are.
There are people who think I'm wrong.
Did he say raping babies? What? Where is he pulling? Is he thinking beheaded babies? Does he think the beheaded babies thing wasn't debunked? It was. No, he said raping. That's some 4chan shit, chat. What is he talking about? What is he actually talking? What is this man talking? Does anybody have any idea what he could mean? I've never even heard an allegation like that. Even in the deepest fever swamps of Hasbara's, even in the darkest, like, fucking dungeon of them cooking up lies, right? I've never heard anybody accuse, like, what, Palestinians of R-wording babies? That's what. Where is he getting this? Is he just stoned? I don't get it, chat. On a micro level, it's like you have a coworker everyone likes, so no matter what they do, they get away with it. Likewise, if your face doesn't fit, you're accountable for everything. Same story. Yeah, it's called lying. True, Christy. It sounded like I said Islamic Jihad. All I could think of a splinter group of Gaddafi's thought. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Gaddafi's thought bodyguards.
Because Hamas,
right.
They're freedom fighters. What kind of freedom are we talking about here?
That people see Hamas.
They're militant resistance, and they're fucking, socially reactionary, all right? That is to be expected in a situation where a population is subject to overwhelming oppression, like the open-air prison that Gaza has been since 2007, right? That is, and especially when you're Benjamin Netanyahu and you're actually, shunting suitcases full of money towards Hamas, right? That is definitely what you get, right? Yeah, I'll agree. Hamas on some levels, it operates as the perfect pretext, right? is easier for Israel to use as a pretext than, you know, previously existing more secular, more socially progressive resistance groups, right? It was empowered for a specific reason. God damn it. Okay, chat. I'm sorry. I'm getting.
The people who hate oppression so much are on the side of the people, and it's not just Hamas. If you social justice warriors, if you have any other issue besides gender apartheid in the world that is above that,
yeah, Renan Kunin, what happened to the YPG in
you're
Roja?
just a joke. That if you hate oppression, there is one issue which should be above all because it affects more people, hundreds of millions of women who have basically no freedom in the Muslim world.
Like I'm saying, what I'm describing is a tendency, and it's reinforced by the actions of Israel, right? It's not a, you know, I mean, good on you, Renakun, for pointing out that, you know, there's resistance groups that are not like that. I get your point. I get your point, but especially when you've got Netanyahu literally, you know, supporting them and calling an election at a time that they were going to win, right? And then blaming all of the Palestinian people, including Palestinian people now, most of whom were not old enough to have voted in 2007, for the fact that Hamas won that election.
Right. So we should slaughter them instead, which is what's been happening.
Well, you should prosecute a war to the end. That does involve slaughter of every war. You know.
I think. Listen. Civilians get killed in wars. I think everyone knows that. Everyone acknowledges that.
Especially when you hide behind them.
But when 83%, according to the IDF's own data, and this is reported, by the way, I consume Israeli media on this. I don't consume American media on this. And Israeli media is super honest, way more honest than our media is. So when the IDF's own data indicates that 83% of the people that they've killed are civilians.
Because they hide behind them.
But Bill, do you understand that by killing so many civilians, they are essentially multiplying extremism?
I do understand that. Do you understand that there's very often in the world two very bad choices, and you only...
I mean, I'm an American. I have to vote in presidential elections. Yes, I do know that.
Okay, you don't have the good choice. You have the bad choice and the even worse choice. Israel has been being attacked by Hamas. First of all, the entire Arab world rejected them for 75 years. They kept trying to make a deal. They kept saying, no, we want it all. That's what from the river to the sea means. It means we want it all. We don't want a compromise. They've never wanted a compromise. Israel gave Gaza back.
But did they? But Bill,
back.
But Bill,
in
let's say our country was occupied by Mexico, right? We have a bunch of people who are occupying our land. And then they decide,
well,
you know what, we're going to leave.
Hold on, let me finish. They weren't occupying
Let me finish. Let's say Mexico decides, you know what, we're going to leave, but we're going to control their electricity, what goes in, what comes out.
Because they were attacking
We're going to mow the lawn and just like randomly decide we're going to slaughter.
We're going to look at all men of quote unquote fighting age as being, you know, enemy combatants. And we're going to, you know, support a movement that exists in Israel right now. To have them executed, right? To have these hostages fucking executed, because theoretically they could become militants, right? They're the right age for it.
People because they allegedly threw rocks. They have literally nuclear.
Well, they didn't allegedly.
I mean, Israel has nuclear weapons, Bill. They have nuclear weapons.
And they don't. And
they have the world's
right.
Yeah. Gee, I wonder where they got those too. I wonder how that happened.
Military superpower backing them.
Right. Well, they have nuclear weapons, which they don't use. If Hamas
no, they don't use it. But just pretend
if Hamas had a nuclear weapon, how many seconds would it take before they used it on Israel?
I have no idea.
3. 3's the.
I'm sorry, you're a bigot, and your opinion is useless. You are completely, you know, all of your viewpoints are just knee-jerk reactions of like Israel good, Gaza bad, right? Yeah, he's a sociopath. He's the worst kind of new atheist, right? The kind of new atheist whose atheism will not allow him to see that, you know, to see that there's problems in all religions, right? But rather wants to see a hierarchy that reinforces this like Judeo-Christian, like, yeah, this is Sorry,
3 seconds.
How do you know that, Bill? Come on.
Because it's in their charter.
If they use
So now, chat, you got to tell me what you think about this debate here, right? Kyle Kalinske seems to think that Anna got the better of him, or at least that's what his video, title says. The Vanguard didn't even watch this part because they said that sadly Anna was completely ineffective in pushing back on Bill's talking points. So you got to tell me how you think it shook out.
Clear weapon.
It's a bit of a controversy, right, between two channels that generally agree on a lot.
Against Israel, I'm pretty sure the very land that Hamas cares about would be done for.
Okay,
well,
then they would be martyrs, and that
impression of Palestinians. Oh my God, chat! I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on here. Let me see if I can. I feel like I'm. Okay, We're back. We had a minor F. We hit an F minor. Luckily, it wasn't an A minor. And I think we're back. I'm just trying to make sure that everything that might be overtaxing my system resources is like minimized. What could it be? Wow, OBS. A lot of it is OBS, sadly. That's taxing my system resources right now. You have to pee, but you don't want to miss this. Well, my computer is taking the piss on me, unfortunately. All right, so you got a few moments, maybe. I don't know, chat. There was like a spike in something or other. I hear you, but your video is lagging. Yeah, I figured. It should be back now. It should be good. All right, let's finish. We're gonna watch this and then figure out what they're, like. Apparently they made it sound like they blew up. They had an explosion of anger at each other, and then they reset. And you know what got them back to talking terms, right? You know what subject they introduce in order to make peace between the two of them? That's right, hating on trans people. Fist bump. They both agree on that, but they don't agree on Gaza.
that would be a good thing, because that's their death cult view of the world. It's a good thing when you die. That's why they strap
You have watched too many 80s movies, and you believe that the guy with the fucking curved sword and the turban, running down the fucking runway yelling, oh, right? You think that's fucking reality, right? Your fucking brain lives in movies, and not even good movies, old, shitty, racist movies, okay?
Sometimes on children. The fact that you can't see the moral difference between these two sides always amazes me among people.
You can't see the moral difference? Anna can't see the moral difference, Ben? Ben, why do I keep on calling him Ben? Because he's making me, he feels like he's vibing like Shapiro here, right? It feels like Republican on Republican violence that's going on.
I actually don't see the moral difference when you have like Bezalel Smotrich and Ben-Gvir literally talking about exterminating the entire population of Gaza.
Okay, they're not talking about...
And these are not... They are. I mean, the statements are brazen. They're upfront. They're honest. This is what they actually want to do.
Fuck Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. Let's talk about Netanyahu. What do you think it means when he calls Palestinians Amalek, right? What do you do with Amalek? Right? What is the story about Amalek about? It is about a kingdom where every man, woman, fucking animal, like everyone must be killed, right? Because they could be King Amalek, and we got to make sure that he's like it's a pretext for genocide. That's what calling people Amalek is, right?
The West Bank is another example.
It's in Hamas.
The West Bank had nothing to do with what happened on October 7th, but they're annexing that land anyway. They're raining terror on innocent people, innocent Palestinians. They're driving them out of their homes. Like, listen, I am willing to admit, because it's the truth, that what Hamas did on October 7th was a fucking atrocity.
Oh, wow.
Killing innocent people.
Who couldn't admit that?
But you have a difficult time at least acknowledging the atrocities that have been committed against innocent civilians.
That is true. If the contest is to like be able to say something, bad about both sides, then I guess Anna wins here, because I haven't ever heard anything approaching criticism of his, and even Piers Morgan, right? Even Piers Morgan, did come around. He's acting like a he's acting like a pro-Palestinian voice now. And obviously, if you watched him during especially in the very beginning and through most of the conflict, that's not where he was. But even somebody like Pierce can recognize that Israel has become the bad guy in his mind, right? A lot of us think they always were
Civilians in Gaza.
Well, it depends on what you call an atrocity. All wars are going to have atrocity.
A double tap on a hospital? A double tap on a hospital? So when the first responders show up?
I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I vaguely remember the thing.
Right.
Yeah. First of all, that's an old terrorist trick.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do all the time.
Okay, but are you at least going to acknowledge that the IDF...
So you're acknowledging that the IDF is acting like terrorists. That's a good start, Bill. I keep saying Ben.
Doing that was wrong?
Yeah, I'm sure they have committed what we would call war crimes, as every army does in every war.
Right, including our own. Right?
In every war, including the Civil War. I forget who it was who made the good point. Like, during the Civil War, a lot of people would say, especially in the South, that Sherman did not have to burn Atlanta quite as badly as he did.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I mean, we were pretty brutal. But would you also then just say, well, we don't know who the good guys were in that war? No, I think it was the North. I think that they committed the atrocity in Atlanta. Yeah, that's true. They burned when they shouldn't, and they were very rough on the South.
Neoprogos, I'm just trying to, understand the game that like Bill Maher and Anna Kasparian, or at least Anna, is playing here. It seems to be that like, well, I criticize both sides. I think that Hamas did awful things during Al Aqsa Flood. And but obviously, like, Israel's driven its slaughter to genocidal proportions, right? That's what Anna's saying. And Bill's just, I haven't noticed this till now, but I don't think he's acknowledged any culpability. I mean, the closest thing he had there was he's like, well, yeah, they committed war crimes just like the United States commits war crimes. Everybody commits war crimes. It's impossible to conduct a war without some war crimes. You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Why would you think you could do a war without some war crime? It's not really a war until we busted out the war crimes, right? This is what, so, I mean, like, the closest, that's the closest he's gotten to any sort of criticism, right? So, I mean, like, from that fucking broke-ass centrist perspective that Anna's forwarding, I guess she's right? He's the one that that can't admit the fault on his side of things.
They were still the good guys. They were fighting against slavery as Israel is fighting to survive. And also, they are the front line in the Western world.
I totally disagree with you on this entirely. Well, I think much of the problems we have in the Middle East is due to the enabling of this Look, it's an expansionist policy. If Israel wasn't trying to continue expanding in the Middle East, so I don't think they would be dealing with the enmity, like the enemies that they're dealing with.
They don't expand. What they do is they get attacked, and then they have to expand in order to make sure they get it. Like you take the Golan Heights so that nobody can attack you from the Golan Heights anymore. You occupy and you settle the West Bank so no one can attack you from the West Bank anymore. You turn Gaza into even a smaller open air prison so that no one can attack you from the periphery of Gaza anymore. You see, they have to expand. The Palestinians force them.
They've never been asked. They've never been trying to expand.
They're trying to annex the West Bank right now, and Lebanon, southern Lebanon, and Syria, which they've succeeded in.
These are all places.
Excuse me, a man is talking.
They were attacked from when they.
There we go. Chat. Did I call it or did I call it? Did I call it or did I call it? I knew where his fucking Hasbro brain was gonna go. I knew exactly where that because I've heard it before. I've heard it so many times, right? This is the basic game that Israel's been playing since its inception. This is the strategy that it employs over and over and over again. Provoke a response, then use the response as a pretext for a disproportionate strike back, right? And then use that strike back to seize land. This is what they've been doing the whole fucking time. This is what they've been doing since the 40s or probably even before.
In 1947, they said, okay, we will accept half a loaf. They had as much right to that land as anybody. There was a continual presence there since 1000 BC when King David had a kingdom.
I don't care about that at all.
Okay, but
wait, I'm sorry. A continued presence of a couple percent of the population, right? Not that they, not that I would have a problem, and I don't think a lot of the Palestinians had a huge problem with that percentage increasing, right? It's the Israelis that are constantly stressing about the demographic situation and trying to quote unquote mow the lawn. In other words, kill more Palestinians to keep the numbers down, make it a hell, make it a hellacious environment so nobody will want to live there, right? They've But the whole point is when you try to, push other people off of their land, right? And there we go, Christy, with the, you got the key right there. The right of return, that's right. And there's Palestinian families that still hold those keys from all the way back in the Nakba, right? They still hold the key to their family home, and they still hold some hope in their heart to be able to return. Right? If you want to make an argument for, Jewish people displaced by, the fucking hatred and genocide in Europe, that sounds reasonable, but don't do it through, dispossessing and chasing off other people. Don't do it by bulldozing a culture that's already there.
It's relevant.
You can't.
It's relevant to people. It's
you
relevant
can't wipe out innocent people because you used to live there centuries ago.
You're calling them colonizers. They're not colonizers.
They're expanding and they're annexing land. That's what colonizers do.
First of all,
but you don't understand. This was Judea and Samaria back in the day. Okay, so what? Oh my gosh, there are AI ads here. So yeah, right from the I guess the idea is that you'll watch the Claude ad, because you want to see how the argument turns out. It's more Zen. Somebody explain to me the Zen after dark. Right, I don't understand what makes it after dark.
You know the history.
I do really well.
Really?
Actually, yeah.
Tell me the war.
So, for instance,
when were they attacked? What wars?
Okay, so in 1967, when
that was the first time.
No, that wasn't the first time.
When was?
But when you say that they have offered land to the Palestinians, land that belonged to them in the first place,
it didn't belong solely to them.
The whole point of this whole two-state solution was, okay, we'll give you this territory if you promise not to militarize. Without a military, you don't have a country. You don't have a country without a military. You don't have a country without borders, right? Without a military, you can't defend your borders. So if I were engaging in these negotiations,
and without access to the Mediterranean Sea and to Egypt, yeah, they're effectively a subsidiary of the Israeli state. Chat, they're effectively a de facto one-state solution, except this state is a highly dysfunctional apartheid state, right? We're, all the people that are, we could, if the Palestinians are good for 50 years, then we could think about negotiating for a two-state solution. It's like, we're already at one state. But Netanyahu brags about having stopped any sort of two-state solution from ever having happened, from burying the possibility of that. And I think he's right. I think they've been successful in that, right?
With the Israelis, I would say, listen, I respect the territory that you're offering. However, we need to militarize. We need to protect our borders. To me, that's a big thing.
But that's not what they ever used it for. Again, they gave Gaza back in 2005. They could have chosen...
They didn't give Gaza back in... They left Gaza, but didn't really leave Gaza when they had complete control over the territory.
Because they kept... That's exactly what I was saying.
Being attacked.
And notice that me agreeing with Anna Kasparian here is not going to change my overall view of Anna Kasparian. I wish other content creators on the left could say the same, but I see way too many people, right? Way too many people getting excited about seeing Anna, debate against, Hasbrouss and creeps on Pierce Morgan's show, right? And they forget all about everything that they forget that she is soft MAGA. They forget what the TYT project is about, right? You want to talk about the enemy within? Let's talk about a psyop to use the home of progressives as a way to attack the progressive movement at large. That's what TYT is. I haven't forgotten that, okay? But way too many of you on Twitter have, and it makes me sick because you're cheering her on along with a bunch of fucking Nazis. And you're not even noticing that. You're not even noticing what's actually behind Anna Kasparian these days, right? And it's a fucking, same fucking army of incels that you'd see in any other MAGA creator, right? She is a MAGA YouTuber at this point. Anyway, I'm sorry. Frustrated, let me get off my hobby horse. Let me climb off my soapbox. It makes me mad. It makes me mad how quickly people forget who she really is, how much they want to give her credit and let her launder her image. Remember when Trump was ascendant, when it looked like there was the vibe shift was on and it looked like, MAGA was going to rule for, 1,000-year Reich or whatever the fuck, right? Anna was on board that fucking fascist train, right? She was on board with MAGA. She was on board with Trumpism, and it's only after reading the room and figuring out, yeah, this shit is not as popular as it used to be, that she's gotten off of that. But she's still the same fucking person. She's still the same grifter, and she's a liability, honestly, to whatever movement she's a part of. Same thing with Cenk Uygur. Okay, rant over.
Excuse me, just let me finish one sentence.
Go ahead.
They could have turned Gaza into a state that was much more like, I don't know, Dubai or something, if they wanted to. They didn't. Hamas took over right away. They never had elections after that.
Mm-hmm. You're right about that. You're right about the elections,
They're
yes.
a terrorist mafia. Their own population is terrorized by them. They don't like them. All they did was import weapons.
You went to break bread with a terrorist mafia don. Was it Mar-a-Lago? Did he go to Mar-a-Lago or the White House? I can't remember. Oh, yeah. Wait, you should not give Anna, something credit than MTG. Why am I not seeing this whole phrase? It's kind of like partially erased. Any more credit than MTG. There we go.
From Iran, build tunnels, and use it to prosecute this war against Israel. They never used it. So, of course, Israel is going to be defensive. Their issue was they were not defensive enough, which is why October 7th happened.
So you're making good points.
They weren't settling hard enough. They weren't carving the West Bank into Swiss cheese quick enough. Gaza was not enough of a fucking, open air prison. It wasn't miserable enough. What are you talking about, Bill? How is Anna an enemy within when she's out of her mind on every topic? Good point, Callie berating.
Concede to some of them, not all of them, but.
No, I don't even know why you want to talk about this.
I know. It's one more. I'll ask you one more question. We can move on.
It's funny. Okay, so what do you think, Chad? Who's right, Vanguard or the Vanguard thought that Anna's performance was pretty pathetic, not even really worth a watch on here, just depressing and disappointing. Kyle thought she kind of cooked. I could see her maybe cooking for a little bit, but I don't even know if we're done yet.
Frustrating because
my problem is, okay, even if I concede entirely to everything you're saying, how about a little bit of ire directed toward Benjamin Netanyahu, who's the guy who facilitated the funding and has totally admitted to facilitating the funding of Hamas? Why did he prop up Hamas? Because he wanted to.
Is that the third joint of the anybody's look, I know there's people out there that could smoke me under the table, right? So maybe I'm just a lightweight and it seems like a lot of weed. Here's what I'll say. It's not, smoke 3 joints if you want to, right? There's a song about it. I believe, what is it? Sublime? I can't remember. There's a song about 3 joints. No, I think it was anyway, whatever. I'll look it up at some other point. But when you're hosting a show, maybe it's not the right time to smoke 3 joints. I don't know. Is it just me? Depends on who she's trying to convince, says Omega Star. 2 joints in the morning. That's a little bit more reasonable, maybe. It's still a lot of weed, especially, for me. My problem, chat, is often I can't find weed that's like weak enough, right? That when I got to Thailand, all right, I've told this story. I know some of you have heard this, but there's people that haven't heard it yet, and it's such a great story. I got to tell it again. I get to Thailand at I think it was like 11 a.m. I take a taxi to the hotel. I just crash, on the hotel because I've been up for 24 hours at this point, right? And then around like 5 p.m. my friend, calls me. He's like, "Hey, I got here too. How we said we were gonna go out and smoke some weed the first night we get there. Well, come meet me at this place, right?" So I meet him at his at this dispensary that lets you take your stuff upstairs, and they have like a little TV room with like Netflix and stuff like that you can chill out, play video games, smoke in and stuff. And he breaks out a fucking, it wasn't huge, but it's a water pipe. It's a bong. It's fairly big, and he loads it up. And, I know that my tolerance is so low that the best I can hope for is to take 1 hit, right? But I take 1 hit and I try to clear the chamber, and I got so high that I couldn't leave. I had to stay there a little longer, right? He was like, "Do you want to get out of here?" And I'm just like, I can't. My brain, nothing makes sense. I'm pretty much nonverbal, right? And luckily for me, he was there, right? Because there was this other expat guy there, and I don't know. He seemed like he was he kept on trying to, "Hey, you said you just got here. That's really cool. I can take you around town, show you all the places, show you all the sites, show you all the cool stuff. You want to come with me?" Right? And I don't know. I was too out of it to even really but yeah, luckily my friend was there, and he was like, "No, she's okay." Right? He was watching out for me. Right? But yeah, 1 hit, chat. 1 hit blew me the fuck away. And that's what I mean. He gets pretty strong stuff, so I guess it's not surprising that I couldn't handle his strain. But I honestly, even when I get the low shelf stuff, I can't find one that I can just take 1 hit and be like, "Okay, that feels pretty good." I'm not overwhelmed, but you know what I mean? I'm constantly overwhelmed, right? Which sucks, because it is actually really good for a lot of stuff, right? So when I'm feeling nauseous, the only thing that 100% of the time makes me feel better is actually, a little say day, a little Sam Cedar, right? And but the thing is, it fucking destroys my destroys my ability to think and to talk and to make sense pretty fucking quickly. So that's my problem. But this guy just smoked 3 joints. It's blowing me away. I mean, I know tolerance is a, you know, multi-splendored thing, and that there's a lot of difference between people's tolerances often.
To essentially discredit the PLO. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of whatabouts you can say.
But it's not a whataboutism. The very man who propped up Hamas is now saying that he needs to fight them.
I mean,
and now he's also funding Abu Shabaab. Why are you funding Abu Shabaab?
It's wild to me. It's wild to me, chat, that Bill Maher can find no criticism of Netanyahu. Not only is he, you know, does he see, like, you know, the Palestinians as the bad guy? Not only does he still think Israel has the right to defend itself, and that's what it's doing, right? He is in favor not just of the concept of Israel, not just of Zionism, you know, in you know, liberal sense. He's in favor of a fucking far right. Chat. Netanyahu is the Israeli equivalent of a Nazi. That's what he is. That's what he's doing. That's what he believes. And for somebody like Bill Maher, who claims to be a centrist, to support, you know, this incredibly far-right government that's formed, and that is not just harming Palestinians, harming Israelis, not just harming Israelis, but harming the, you know, long-term, you know, survive, like the likelihood of the country being viable, and not just harming Israel, but harming the United States as its steadfast ally through all of these fucking crimes against humanity, right? And he can find no criticism, none whatsoever, of Netanyahu. Like, even Ethan Klein can do it.
Who's also who has ties to ISIS.
These things are not wrong. It just looks like you're looking for something
to
make a false equivalency.
This is what I want.
Look,
I want Palestinians to live in their own territory. I want them to be able to govern themselves. I want Israelis to live in peace and safety.
Then stop attacking them.
I'm going to attack them as long as they're doing what they're currently doing.
They're doing in retaliation for being attacked. Of course it is. They've been attacked. They were encircled. Lebanon. Why are they in Lebanon? Because Hezbollah was attacking from there.
Right, in response to what they're doing in Gaza, yes.
Well, before that, they've had 4 wars there.
Was it when they were trying to annex land from southern Lebanon that they were attacking?
They were not trying to annex land. They were trying to put a border between the country that was continually attacking them.
Mm-hmm.
If we were
and chat, if you do it over and over again, you get to claim more and more territory. I mean, like, similar claims were made, you know, in World War II about, you know, going, you know, wanting to, you know, invade, Poland. The whole purpose of the, you know, Rhinelands was exactly that, right? A buffer, right? This isn't a new thing that Israel's doing and trying to claim that, no, we need a buffer zone between us and the terrorists. So when the terrorists attack us from there, then we take the buffer zone, and then they attack us from just to the north of there, and we take another buffer zone, and we take another, and pretty soon we control all of Lebanon, right? Pretty soon we got ersatz Israel, right? Pretty soon we're in greater Israel, right? The whole Middle East is Israel, right? It turns out, well, you know, I mean, like, technically, wasn't Abraham from Mesopotamia? So maybe they should take Iraq too, and, you know, like, right? Israelis were taken to Egypt. I mean, they definitely take the Sinai. They already tried that, right? But, you know, probably take Egypt, you know, as well, just to make sure that Pharaoh can't kidnap any more Israelis. I don't know. You just read your Bible and you keep on saying that you need to take another buffer zone, and pretty soon you can just call the whole fucking Middle East Israel.
Attacked from Canada,
and part of Thailand too. They're trying to do that as well, right? They're trying to stake out, like, little areas in Thailand for IDF rest and rehab, right? It's
Imagine we would want
crazy.
a little border between Maine and Canada.
True.
I don't think you
but while
really.
building that border, we wouldn't then
I don't know
take
where,
a little
I don't
bit
know
of
where
southern
on TikTok
Canada
you're
for
getting
ourselves.
this information.
No, it's not TikTok.
TikTok.
But
Yeah, do you know Anna? She's on TikTok day and night. That's her problem. She's brain rotted, right? Chat. Too many skibbity toilets. Too much Italian brain rot. That's her problem. She's a big, book talk. She's reading the Ice Planet Barbarians, right? She's on Water Talk. She's putting little flavorings in her water and everything. She's just TikTok 24. TikTok for everyone. Everything is TikTok. TikTok.
Well read on this. Very well read on this. I care about this issue a lot.
I see.
I do. Yeah.
Let me ask you one question, and then maybe we can get off it. Because otherwise, I just want to go. I want to go have dinner.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in this.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the feeling Bill didn't think he did that well. What do you think, chat? Was Kyle right about this? Did Anna do okay, at least in this part of the debate? I don't think it was strong necessarily, but I don't think I don't know. I mean, I guess they're still going, so let's give it a chance, right? The Vanguard were reacting to something, right? They're not pulling this out of their ass, so there's got to be some part of this debate that looked really bad for Anna.
It's not really what I started a podcast for. You seem
I
to
know.
be itching to get to it, and now that you have, I'm not going to back down on it because
I don't want you to.
I'm not Jewish, by the way.
Oh, I didn't accuse you of being Jewish. And then it wouldn't matter if you were.
No, but I'm saying I do this because I think it's the right thing and because I feel like I know the history and the politics of it.
I respect your perspective,
okay.
yeah.
But if you had to live in the Middle East, so tomorrow, Anna, you got to go live in the Middle East, where would you live? You can pick one.
She's going to say, what, Dubai? No, I mean, she's probably not going to say Dubai.
City, any city. You can, as far away as, say, Pakistan. You could live in Karachi. You could live in Cairo. You could live in Amman, Jordan. You seem to love Lebanon. I mean, Beirut's nice when the bombing's not happening and the assassinations have stopped. Or you could live in Syria. I hear that's wonderful in the summer.
Well, we now have Al-Qaeda terrorists.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to Syria, though, right? I wonder what happened to Syria. I wonder how Syria's got like that. I wonder.
Or the Houthis, I'm sure would make room for you.
Yeah.
Tel Aviv or the West Bank, Ramallah. I think this is
Ramallah. Amalek.
For a little bit. It's in the fall. It gets lovely. Where would you live? What city would you live in?
Well,
where do you think you'd be comfortable?
Okay, there it is. There it is. This is probably what the Vanguard were pointing out. Maybe she doesn't handle this bullshit that he's foisting on her that well.
I'm sure it would not be comfortable in this dress in any of the various Middle Eastern countries that have been destabilized by
You're not You're not really blaming it on Whitey.
Listen.
Are you? You're blaming Islam on Whitey?
I'm not blaming Islam on Whitey.
But what you're saying
is, do you know where Wahhabism comes from? Do you know that a big portion of the Muslim world was not like that? That's extremism is actually can be traced back to U.S. support of people like Bin Laden. Do we want to just erase through? I thought this wasn't this guy against the war on terror? I thought he was, chat. I thought he was. But this is the kind of logic that got us in Iraq. This kind of blind, or I shouldn't say, I shouldn't bring blind people into it. This kind of just like knee-jerk reaction. This kind of just being ruled by one's own bigotry. And honestly, based on fucking probably movies you grew up with, where the Arab dude was always the bad guy. He was always, wearing a turban. What did if you look at that, isn't there an evil wrestler that's like a Arab guy from the 80s? I mean, this is probably what Bill Maher grew up with, right? I'm convinced that he's informed, his perspective on Muslim people, and maybe Arabs specifically is based in, brain rot that he absorbed as a kid. And yes, chat, brain rot existed before the internet.
we destabilized. That's why you can't wear that
Did we
dress?
not? Did we not destabilize?
Wait a second.
We were funding terrorist organizations in Syria during the Syrian civil war, starting under the Obama administration.
That's why
did that not destabilize Syria?
No, what's destabilized?
There's a literal Al-Qaeda terrorist.
We're talking about your dress.
Oh,
why?
It looks good. I know it looks
good. You're saying you
okay,
can't wear...
So now I get what TYT, what their video is reacting to, right? This is him being preoccupied with her dress. I can see, I guess, where Anna looked dominant. That's what Kyle kind of, honed in on. And I'm just looking to see, does she look weak in this exchange? Is that what the Vanguard is talking about? Maybe
wear that dress in Syria because of Whitey destabilizing.
I didn't say that.
Okay, that's
You're
what
putting words in my mouth.
Okay, great.
But the United States did destabilize various Middle Eastern countries. Are you going to deny that?
It's because she's too woke. She wants to blame everything on Whitey because she's one of the wokes, right? Anna Kasparian famously woke.
And you went right to destabilize. So is that why you couldn't wear that dress? Why couldn't you wear that dress? Why couldn't you walk down?
You want me to talk about jihadism and Islam, but like...
Why won't you?
Listen...
Why won't you?
I mean,
Why?
I don't believe...
You can wear the dress, chat. I've worn more revealing dresses than that in the largest Muslim country in the world, Malaysia, okay? Yes, you can wear, nobody was fucking giving me any shit for showing too much skin.
In jihadism, which is why I'm furious that the United States just had a freaking Al-Qaeda terrorist in the White House.
It's not just jihadism that is preventing you from wearing that dress. Are you saying every Muslim is a jihad? I don't think they are.
Bill.
Okay, why can't you wear that dress?
No, they're not all jihadis, but they all wave curved swords and yell, "Oh!" and run at you menacingly until you pull out your Indiana Jones gun and...
No, you won't answer this question.
I'm not going to defend that religion, like that extremist religion at all.
Why can't you just say...
That's not what this discussion is about. This discussion is about
it's very much what it's about.
Ordinary, innocent human beings that I don't want to be slaughtered, regardless of what their religion is.
No one does. Then stop starting wars.
It's that simple.
Stop attacking Israel, it'll stop.
Stop group punishment, you shithead. The Palestinian population did not attack Israel, you fuck.
Okay.
But the fact that you can't answer that question and you know that
I don't know what the question is. What's the question?
You keep doing
it. Actually, I'm not clear on the question
really
either.
Want to hear it.
No, go ahead. I will give you space to speak. Go ahead.
Then you will let me.
Yeah.
Okay. The question is, if you could live anywhere,
right,
from North Africa all the way to, we left out Uzbekistan, you could live there, Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Oh,
none of the above.
And
are we just going to exploit the fact that most Americans don't know shit about the Middle East, right? Don't differentiate all these countries in any way, right?
Or Tel Aviv.
None of them. Literally none of them.
But if you had to choose one, you would. So to you, Karachi, Pakistan, and Tel Aviv, same.
You are not selling me on Tel Aviv. God damn. Even if I have no morality, right? I don't have any problem with what the country I'd be moving into is built on, right? I still wouldn't want to live in Tel Aviv. And I don't think you would want to either. Ethan Klein, chat, didn't want to live in Israel. Ethan Klein hated Israel. Now, some of that was like, his own weird, hang-ups about like, Hasid people. But a lot of it was that just, Tel Aviv is not safe. It's not a good place to live. Israelis, chat, are trying to get out of Israel right now, right? Wasn't there like something that went on where Portugal, what is it? Portugal wanted to had like, long ago had kicked people out for being Jewish, and they declared like as a way to redress that. I'm trying to remember what it was. They had some new like immigration program that a bunch of Israelis, you know, or dual citizenship that a bunch of Israelis qualified for, and the line at the Portuguese embassy was just like insanely long.
Thing.
I would figure something out, but
that's
I've
powerful.
definitely
Not as smart as I know you are. That's. Come on.
I have.
You're going to
first
get
of all,
killed. You're
what
going to
I-
get killed for that for good reason.
No, I don't.
Yes, you are, and for good reason.
Okay,
because,
Bill,
because
I'm Armenian. I have literal family members who currently live in Iran. I have no love for the Iranian regime. Let me be clear about that. I don't
left
want
out
anyone's...
Tehran. Would you like to live there?
Hold on. But let me just say something.
Tel Aviv, Tehran.
There is so much disinformation.
Hey, how about Tehran before the United States destabilized it? And you won't. You're accusing Anna of not responding to your questions. You won't acknowledge the United States' role and the role of the larger West, right? You know, when you talk about Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, etc., in creating the conditions that you now bemoan. Anyway, let's.
Armenian Christians who are part of the Armenian diaspora as a result of the 1915 genocide against Armenians.
I know it.
They're living in
Sure.
Iran right now. They're going to church. They're being left alone by the Ayatollah, as awful as the Ayatollah is. So look, I'm not saying I would want to live in Iran. I don't want to live anywhere in the Middle East. I want to live here in the United States of America, the greatest freaking country in the world.
You're like a politician.
It's not. All right. I can tell you, as somebody that lived in the United States all my fucking life, that it is not even anywhere close to the best place in the world. Right. That's a fucking wild and ignorant. And you'd think that, like, I mean, I get the feeling Anna's traveled, right? And Anna's traveled. Like, it's wild that she would think that. It's wild that she, wow. I mean, I guess if you're rich, maybe. Is it the best place in the world? Maybe. I don't know.
You're avoiding
No,
the question.
I'm being as super honest as I can be.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
100% I'm being honest with you.
No. Because the question is, if you had to pick a city.
Okay, I get it. This is what the Vanguarder was talking about. The previous little bit is what Kyle. Yeah, it's like an elephant, chat. People stand in a room with their eyes closed, with their blindfolds on, and they're asked to reach their hands up and tell you what's in the room. And one of them reaches up and says it's a snake. Another one reaches up and says it's a hose, right? Another one reaches up and says it's a tree. And what's actually in the room, it's an elephant, right? Part of this, argument went mostly Anna's way. Here she doesn't have an answer for his question, so maybe, she looks kind of weak or whatever. That's what the Vanguard were reacting to. And then, TYT's reaction, Bill is preoccupied with Anna's dress because she's too sexy.
Question. You're doing what politicians are doing and saying, I don't want to live in any of them. I want to live in America. That's not the question. The question is, if you had to pick, would you rather live in Tel Aviv? Because I promise you, you wouldn't last a week in the other places. And
would I rather live in the Warsaw Ghetto, okay, or in an extermination camp in Poland, or would I rather live in, in Berlin, like prior to the fall of Nazi Germany? I guess Berlin would be nicer than those other places that I described. I think living in the Warsaw Ghetto would probably be pretty fucking miserable. I don't know if I'd survive. I definitely would probably not survive a German death camp, right? Yeah, those places are, well, so I guess the German people are just, what would we say? They're producing a superior living condition. So, Bill, would you fucking follow that? That you're using Nazi logic, Bill. You're using Nazi fucking logic, right? Would you rather live on a settlement, right? That Americans had taken land, violated a treaty to get, or would I rather live in a miserable reservation and have my, kids sent to a residential school, right? I think I'd rather live on the settlement. I guess if you put it that way, Bill. Like, what the fuck kind of shit what is this argument? What is this argument? This is the kind of argument you'd expect to hear from a Nazi that says Deutschland über alles, right? This is fucked up. Wow.
Could easily live in Tel Aviv. So if you don't think that speaks of a difference between cultures and civilizations, then okay, we'll leave it there. But I promise you it does.
Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. He's literally saying it's superior culture. This is an Asmongold ass take. Oh my God.
Actually do that, I think you would agree with me.
I think given my very harsh and vociferous criticisms of the Israeli government, I probably wouldn't feel so safe living in Tel Aviv right now under this government.
Well,
under this government.
First of all, they have free speech there, so it would not be an issue. But that is a side issue. We're not really talking about.
But can you really talk about free speech when there has been pro-rape riots, right? When the people and the members of the Knesset rise up to demand that rapists be set free? You think that's a great environment for free speech? You think you could just go off and say, I think this whole settler colonialist project is immoral. I think that there should be a singular secular state from the river to the sea. Everyone should be free, and we should be a democracy, right? And we should enfranchise the Palestinians. Do you think you think that you'd be safe saying some shit like that in Israel? Or do you think maybe your house might end up mysteriously burned down?
Well, just say just a person, not you with your vociferous talking out. Just a regular,
right.
just a regular person without a conscience. I got it. Okay, cool beans.
Of your
I'm
age.
sure a woman of my age who grew up.
A woman of my age? What is he saying? Is she too old for him now? He's like, well, I usually date younger girls, younger than you're pushing 40, Anna.
Would probably feel the most comfortable in Tel Aviv. I will concede that.
Wow.
Okay, but we're having a discussion about which culture we like, when in reality, I'm having a discussion about the value of human life and wanting innocent people to live, whether they're Israelis or whether they're Muslims in some other Muslim country in the
You know
Middle
what?
East.
When I'm bored, I know the audience is bored.
Yeah,
So I'm going to cut it there because we've been around that mulberry bush before.
Right.
So I don't want to go around it again.
Okay.
I don't think that Anna did, I don't think that this went that bad for Anna. I think she kind of brought it back in the end. I don't blame the Vanguard if they dipped out earlier, because it did look like, he was answering her questions that she couldn't, she didn't have the wherewithal to respond to. But yeah, it's, they're both pieces of shit. Nothing has changed.
You want to talk about husbands again?
Anything else?
Listen, and I am able to sit with people I disagree with.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. We disagree on this issue. I don't think that this issue alone is the makeup of who you are as a person. So I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah.
I think that we need to be able to have these.
Would you say the same about supporting Germany in World War II, though? Has she really internalized the logic that she is supposedly, endorsing here?
Kinds of discussions, as fiery as they are, because this is how we come to a solution or a conclusion. You need the tension. I think the tension is a good thing. At some point, this country lost the ability to sit with that tension, because that's where we grow. That's where we learn, right? And so, you've brought up some thought-provoking things. I hope.
Would you really say Charles Lindbergh? I disagree with him. I think he's, overly positive about Germany. I think he's naive. But he's a great aviator and a pillar of the community, and I respect him. Oswald Mosley, and I have some differences in opinion, but at the end of the day, he has the right to, to agitate for fascism in the UK, and would you really say the same shit if in a historically parallel situation like that?
I've brought up some thought-provoking points. I doubt that was the case. But
I will say this show, whatever the fuck this is, this happens. First of all, it's ironic because I started this because, I mean, I have a show.
Coral Pal says, I don't think Anna did well here at all. She let Bill talk over her and she agreed with him and that it got boring. Yeah, well, I mean, you got to let the man talk, right? When you're a trad wife like Anna, you got to let the man talk, apparently.
About politics. I don't, you know, I have a job. This was like, let's do something completely different where we don't have to talk about politics. And
but politics is everything.
Well, especially with someone.
Henry Ford might have some ideas about Nazi Germany that I disagree with, but at the end of the day, he's a job creator. He's a job creator, okay, and an innovator and an entrepreneur.
Political,
right?
But even people who are sometimes not, because I mean,
Quacksmith, I think we were talking about Charles Lindbergh. I think that's the reference.
Again, I said if I'm going to do a podcast,
for those who don't know, he was a Nazi sympathizer. That's the reference.
It's going to be completely different than real time. Real time, a lot of preparation. This zero. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. I'm high and I'm having fun and I'm enjoying. So like it does get like this. It got like this with Laura, not to this degree with Laura.
Yo, I agree with you, Coral Pal. I think there's nothing about Anna that's real. Absolutely, she's blown in the wind. She's reading the room. She's completely. And she was willing to fucking throw her lot in with MAGA not so long ago, right? She stands for nothing.
It would always go back and forth. This one is the biggest challenge of to get back into a good mood. Like
I can do it.
You can do it.
Yeah.
Well, you know what we got to do? You got to have a common enemy. You know, you had a fight. You're at each other's throats. You're feeling bad. You're feeling yucky. You're not in a good mood. What is going to get you in a better mood, chat? You have maybe a common enemy to focus on. What might that common enemy be? What could we throw back to that they agreed on?
No, the first time ever, I'm having a little trouble.
No, Bill.
It's okay. It's okay. It's just very frustrating.
Let's talk about the transes again.
The what?
That's what the conservatives say, the transes. The left turned on me. The first thing that the left turned on.
Whoa. So wow. So it's like we're making fun of the right wing by being, let's talk about the transes again. That's how they talk about trans people. But seriously, the left turned on me, when I didn't want to be called a birthing person, right? When I didn't like this language that the transes were forcing down my throat. Anna, don't try to pretend you're anywhere above conservatives on trans issues. You're just hiding your power level, right? She's probably, I don't know, for all we know, she's worse than J.K. Rowling.
On me over was, I just kind of got sick of the lingo that was kind of being pushed on us, and the way that
lingo.
Yeah, like I don't have kids. I don't want to have kids. And I don't want to be called a birthing person. I find it super insulting. You know what I'm saying?
That's the most annoying thing for me, chat. It's like, I walked out the door and people are just they're like, hey, birthing person, you gonna pop out some more babies, birthing person? Since that's all you're good for is birthing person, why don't you go birth some more persons, you birthing person? Oh my God, I'm trying to figure out what move to make here.
Will be.
And that doesn't mean I hate trans people or I want to take rights away from trans. It just means this is my preference.
What do you think chasing trans people out of their bathroom? Out of our bathroom, really? Because we're both women, Anna, at the end of the day. What do you think that's gonna, no, that doesn't hurt trans people. They can go in the men's room. Fuck, you go in the men's room, bitch. You go in the fucking men's room. You go, step on the urine-soaked floors and smell the defecation out. Yeah, you fucking go in there. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. This is I'm being insulting to men, the men's room here. What am I trying to do? Wow, I have the chance to do something today that I've never done before. Here, let's put Anna Kasparian back on for just a second.
AOC used birthing people or birthing person.
Of course.
And it was in the context of women's reproductive rights being stripped away from them by the Supreme Court. So I'm already pretty furious.
Because when we're saying the people that are impacted like this, AOC is not myopic enough to try to imply that it's only women. AOC is recognizing that, yeah, lots of her constituents are affected by Roe versus Wade, including trans guys, including non-binary people, right? But you just want to feel like you own the term, you know, you just want, yeah, you just, I don't know. That's it, chat. That's about as much Anna Kasparian and Bill Maher as I can take. We're rating you into Sean DeBlack if you're watching me on Twitch. At the same time, I'm going to try to really quickly shout out my Patreons. I shout out my Patreons at the beginning and end of each show. If you support me at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out. Let me do those now, all right? Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Owl of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Issy Mandy. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Nope. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Sherry Safira, to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zara Xerox. With that, chat, did the raid already happen? It looks like the raid already happened. I wasn't quick enough. I hope you all got your shout outs. Because it means a lot to me when you support me on Patreon. Your support every month means a lot to me. And sometimes it's been the difference between surviving and not. And it especially means a lot to me when I am in a new country trying to make a new life. So thanks everybody for all the support. Even if your support came in the form of thumbs. Look, not everybody can afford to support the stream with money. That is totally understandable. I hell, if I had more money, there's streams out there that I would be throwing my support to. So I completely understand that. That being said, I do appreciate it when you use your thumbs to like the stream and get the stream out to more people, right? Because even if you can't support monetarily, your thumbs go a long way. One thumb alone does not do much, admittedly, right? But if we put all of our thumbs together, then we can thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and push my content out to more people. So yes, that's right, chat. We will thumb wrestle the world. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. It's 7:30 where you are AM. It is 10:30. What the fuck? How did okay, anyway, I gotta get to sleep. Apparently I streamed the whole day. but we're making up for lost time. So it's okay. I'll be back tomorrow. I gotta get to bed earlier because like the earlier I get to bed, the earlier I can wake up. The earlier I wake up, the more my streams like are at a time that makes sense for the US, for instance, and I want to make sure, I'm sure there's people that I stream so late I've disappeared from, and I always love seeing their faces when I am able to stream early. So I'm gonna end stream, I'm gonna get to sleep, and I'm gonna be back to you hopefully tomorrow with more content. We got so much to cover. I think we're gonna be doing Hutch versus Pisco. That sounds like a spicy ticket right there. So yeah, we'll take a look. It's 9:30 where you are. I don't know what time it is. Let's see. Is it really gonna say 10:30? It says 10:30, chat. I thought it was 8:30 for some. I don't know. I'm all out of my sorts. Much love, everybody. Take care of yourself and each other.